So today's our open house Wednesdays. Everybody's invited. Invite all your friends. Tell them to come on in, join the Discord. Here's the link if you want to share it with anybody. You are 100% welcome to share that information right there with everybody you know. They can come join the Discord Zoom today. They can join the Zoom today. There you go. That's the Zoom link. There you go. Yes, sir. All right. We are live on YouTube. Yep. All right. Join the Zoom at go, and I'll pin that. You can't change the volume of Zoom in Zoom. You can only mute or unmute. So you're gonna have to change the volume of your iPad. That much I know. I finally knew something about your setup stuff. All right, here we go. Going live on TikTok too, Elliot. And live, oh, is it too low, you guys? Here, let me double check the volume. Okay, it's on the right system. And now let me just go to audio settings. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, automatically adjust microphone volume. If I turn that off, I can turn it up more. I can go to there, but I don't want to distort. Maybe right there. And now I click automatically and hopefully it doesn't lower it. All right, so is that a little bit better? Morning, guys. Morning, everybody on TikTok. But that might be a little bit better, right? Morning, Cody. Long time no see. And next up here is, there was one other thing I had to do. Yes. Yep, and I already did. Okay, good. And there we go. All right. Yep, this is definitely invite all open house day today on our Discord. Everybody click the link in my bio, description, etc., to come to our Zoom or our Discord. All links will work. I'm going to go post that one more time in the free area. All right, now let's take a look at the market, the pre-market. Already I can see that rates are a huge click way up. As a matter of fact, that might be a new recent high, which is a really bad sign for the market. So that's going to scare the market lower. That's going to make the VIX go higher. Literally like around midnight, I decided that was going to be my play today, was that the market was going to drop. After the report came out, the VIX was going to go up. It's a good time to buy VIX whenever it's below 20, VIX calls. Please, please don't get away from me this morning before it's too late. I want to grab some SPY out of the money lotto put. And I want to buy some VIX calls, like just for the day, just load up, just VIX calls can't really hurt. And SPY puts out of the money. You know, if you buy some more duration, they could also not hurt too much out of the money, and yet with some duration. But yeah, rates are up a huge click. I'm going to take a look at that right now on the daily chart and see if in fact that's a new high. 66. Wow. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Industrials, commodities, energy, inflation, banks, lenders, credit, mortgages. That's all good for them. Yep. So we've been just positioning ourselves for that for weeks now. Let's see, Kelly. Let me think about that. I suppose so. I mean, if you're even asking that question, I don't see there's a reason why not, because it will be a tax loss harvest. So you'll be harvesting a 30% deductible loss, which will be good. You can capture that, and then you can just quickly use the money to do anything else, like you just mentioned, and then you can get back in. I suppose you could do that, Kelly. Sure. Learn to trust your instincts. I think you're right, man. You're getting to be a pretty wise trader, and you don't even know it. All right, ZCMD is up 83%. Let's pull that up. ZCMD. While I've got a lot of you here this morning, want to tell you something. If you, let's say we're going to be day trading an option on something, or you want to, you know, for a big run. This is for like a big volatility play. Okay, we normally take at the money nearest expiration. We just, you know, that's gospel around here, right? You know that. But you could actually go up 10%. So take the strikes up 10%. The price would come way down. And if that stock were to move 10%, oh, you'd really see this work out. But basically, you might get a little more amplification for your money, 10% out of the money. So if the strike, let's say something's trading at 200, if you instead take the 220 calls, if that's the direction you're going in, they're going to be, of course, a heck of a lot cheaper, probably about 8 times cheaper. But that doesn't mean you should load up on 8 of them, because if it goes against your direction, you're going to lose money a shit ton faster with those out of money calls. So you might want to size down about a third. All right. So write this stuff down. So another potential play here is you get in 10% out of the money before the move happens, hold through the entire gain. You get in for, it'll probably cost you 8 times less. So that's good for any traders who are looking for cheaper plays, or perhaps that just worked for you so you can get like more plays on in the day, in the morning. And you should size down by probably about a third, so that in the end, you would have lost the same amount of money on the same play. The risk becomes the same. Understand? All right. So you really now have 2 choices on the day trading option side of things: at the money and 10% out of the money. When we get into something that's, you know, but that's got to be something that's just ripping, you know, it's got to be one of those, you know, but a big cap, because it has options. All right, ZCMD, I'm looking at it and it looks really, really good. However, it does look like it's kind of topped out on the morning, and the market winds are blowing at us. It's a windy day. It's a windy day in the direction that we want to go for calls. So, you know, I say we prepare for puts. Technologies, a pretty strong clip, I want to say. And like Tesla and Apple are down. And again, you want to be repositioning yourself with your entire technology allocation into debt-free stocks, because over time, it's just going to wring itself out. And those ones are just going to not follow through like you would want to, the analysts And the firms they work for, the analysts are already telling them that. They're like, dude, Apple has like way too much debt. Like the valuation on this should be much lower going forward if inflation is here. And they're saying the same thing about Tesla. But guess what the brokerages are saying? Wait, don't release that news yet. Hold on. So they're going to let the price jack way up and get a big FOMO run going on you on all these stocks. And then they're just going to release that and the stock's going to boom, price targets way down, downgrades across the board. That's how it works. They're going to trap your money. So be careful. If you see the market pumping on something that is a very debt heavy stock, a highly leveraged stock, you can check any leverage on any stock by checking the debt to asset ratio. Anything above 35% or 30% is in danger. And then anything above 50% is like, wow, highly distressed. Cat, Deere, Bank of America looking okay. Let's see how they're holding up. Yeah, I'm seeing ticks on them. Yeah, they didn't pop up or anything on the yields being higher. Not yet anyway. But boy, those yields sure did pop up. That's an all-time recent high, if you will. So there's not much in play this morning that's like in the big whopper range. IMTX is another one. Let's check that out. Put that on screen. ANCN has been running lately, but today it doesn't look too promising. I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to keep it up in case somehow it starts to break out. OCG, the non-fungible token play, not happening. You could cost average a little more. From this point forward with the NFT plays, just be nibbling. Just be nibbling. You don't know where that bottom's going to be. But eventually it will turn around on you, you know? And if you have been nibbling and nibbling and nibbling, you got your cost average down. KMPH, we can take that off. So IMTX looks okay. It just dipped down below VWAP basically for the first time on a nice run. Don't mind the gardeners or something outside. They'll be gone in a little bit. I shared the link with like 20,000 people. All right. Yes, you guys share the link. No problem with that today. Here it is again. Feel free to share it with your friends. It's Open House Wednesday. They can come take a look inside our Discord, up and down, inside every room, inside every alert channel, all day long. You guys can be benefiting from that. It's going to be a lot of fun. AREC, A-R-E-C. And then click the link in my bio if you want to get to that over there on TikTok or YouTube. AREC is another one. Let's take a look at it. And we have 11 minutes to the market open. Buzz, yeah, no, I already looked at the prospectus on that and how that works, and it's way too lagging. Kind of a more like an investor would invest in Buzz, but it certainly isn't any kind of like fast money. It lags the Buzz by between 1 and 3 months. You should know that. I mean, in other words, that's something that you would want to know. I wasn't saying like you should know that. All right, PayPal's sucking today. PayPal's down a whole lot. That could end up being a short all day. But I don't understand. That's a bank, so. But I guess they're not really lending money, are they? Are they a big lender? No. So when you break it down, you know, you want those lenders. What should you do with the SOS stock? Well, I'll be just buying more. You know, whenever you get these pullbacks on Bitcoin, SOS Mara Riot, you know, we're not in this for a fucking week. This is a play through the stimulus checks. It's a multi-month. We're taking this all the way to June. So what should you do with SOS stock? Nada, and maybe buy more. Because is this not a better price? Yes, it's better. Frankie, are you in here now? There you are, Frankie Capote. Welcome, man. All right, we got 8 minutes and 40 seconds to the open, and we have the opportunities on the radar. High frequency traders, you're looking for those breakouts. ZCMD is actually breaking out right now. Because the winds are at our back, at our front today, going against us on these potential breakout trades, that could cause those breakouts to be fake outs. So watch yourselves. Anybody wanting to catch breakouts on IMTX, ZCMD, and REC, they're in play today. But if you get burned on your first trade, quickly adjust and adapt. He who adapts fastest wins in this game. And what you want to do then is just wait for the pullback and wait for a shape to form. See if you can get a flag out of it, a wedge, a flat top wedge, something like that. And then instead of getting the breakout, start planting some seeds along the pullback area. So as far as Powell, and how that's going to go, I'm going to try and get VIX calls pretty much right away at the open here for the day. And well, it's not going to be for the day. I'm still going to buy some longer term VIX calls and some SPY lotto puts if they're priced well. Just a defensive play. If SPY starts trending in one direction, we won't do it. Looks like GameStop about to break out 220. So GameStop getting a little bit hot this morning. 220, 221 or 220, in the mid 220s, you could get in GameStop for potential breakout run. I don't know how many points it'll go. Just be on your feet. There is no mega dip buy option play this morning. PDD announced earnings, but it dropped huge. So today is basically a down day. Try to be shorting and trying to find the short opportunities. Anything that's you'd normally see, we like trending up all day. Those are beautiful. Let's try to find those in the first 30 minutes of the market, but trending down. So you'll all be on lookout. You're all looking at lots of things. Just bring them to me, type them in. Let me know something that's a decent stock that's just going down all day, like an Exxon Mobil type of thing, or whatever it be. Maybe, I have Apple and Tesla and a couple of Facebook, a couple of the standards up. Boeing, you think it's going to just run down all day on inflation? Okay, well, I don't know. I found a really good 3-day crap out yesterday after the market that we could have got in midday earlier in the market. And yeah, we could look for those 3-day crap outs. Kelly, I didn't know you were with us that long, that you know what that is. How long have you been with us? 5 minutes to the market open. And I've got Weed Whacker dude in the background fucking up my stream. Weed Whacker, Happy Man, Happy Gardener. AMC, I just took it off the radar, but I don't think there's much going to be happening on AMC. Maybe, GME's pushing, but you understand AMC has about an 8 times higher float than GME relatively. It's not going to move as much. And on a day like today, no. In a leaf blower, yeah. No, it's not usually a good play to get VIX calls around the times that Powell normally speaks. But listen, right now, with the VIX being right around 20, that's really rare. How many of you guys know how rare it is for the VIX to be in the 20s? Fucking raise your hand or say rare. Because if you guys have been with me for a while, you know that I've been waiting to pop a bottle of champagne because the VIX will be down in like around 19 and 20. So think about it. What's your downside? What's your downside to buy VIX calls today? Like if things go great, where's VIX going to go? 19.8? 20.10? It's not going to really go down. But if the shit hits the fan, guess where VIX is going today? 25, 27, 24. You know, you make a couple $100. Yeah, you guys can play UVXY, UVXY. Yep. Sure. Let me see how much money I've got in my various accounts. Let's get cocked and ready here. All right, 15 grand. That can do some damage in that one. 12 grand in that one. 1,300. All right, I can do a little damage today. We'll see what happens. UVXY, that's an amplified version of the VIX. Good for day trading the VIX. All right, Matthew. Now listen, we've got 2 minutes to the market open, and this is how this is going to work for anyone who's new. I may or may not tell you to get into a trade, but what I probably will do is tell you when a good idea to get into a trade is. You're going to have to get in when that idea thesis happens. In other words, like here, I'll say ZCMD, you should get in if it hits 3.45. So you got to have a notepad and you got to write that down. I'm not going to circle back around to it. I'm not going to say at that moment, there it is, here it goes, get in now. Sometimes I do, but don't rely on it. You need to be in control of your trades. This isn't, you know, there's just too much delay. It's very dangerous for it to work that way. So I'm going to just give you opportunities and how, you know, the thesis is, so you can figure out to get in or out on your own. All right, market opens in 1 minute and 50 seconds. I was just about to do something. What was that? Yeah, I want to pull up ZCMD on the high frequency trading system. All right, so those of you in the Zoom, you now will be able to see ZCMD on the high frequency chart. But again, this could be milliseconds delayed for you. Do not rely on my high frequency chart. Also in play IMTX, so we'll put that up on the high frequency trading. Actually, I'm going to put SPY right there because we are going to be watching SPY like a hawk. I'll put IMTX over here. And over here, we'll put REC. Now, if REC breaks 5.73, the high pre-market high of the day, for you high frequency traders, that's an all-in. For you for you traders who don't have a high frequency trading setup, or you aren't my private student, then you're going to want to get in for about 1/10 at your account. 1/10, not all in. The VIX calls, you know, pretty much maybe one in the money, one strike in the money or at the money. Depends on where you can get some discount without having to pay too much. All right, 20 seconds to the market open. High frequency traders, get ready for ZCMD. It's ready to break out right now, 3.45. Get ready, HFTs. 3.4, 3.41. Here comes the market. You just know that's going to pop right at the open. 3.42. All right, there it is. ZCMD 3.45. There it goes. Popped all the way to 3.6, 3.7. All right, HFTs, you're already scaling profit out. Kuwait already made 10%. What's up? All right, and now ZCMD is pulling back, and that's how fast that goes. And it is dumping. ZCMD dumping and SPY is dumping. So I'm going to go ahead and scale into some SPY puts right now. I think everybody's got the idea today. They're way ahead of us. SPY dumping, grabbing expiration. For me, I can't buy today's expiration in my IRA. But so I'll get tomorrow's, the 19th. 394 puts. And that is basically what I wanted to do. I'm going to get them a little bit more out of the money. So I'm going to go to like 391. Okay. And I'll get, so that's 186 per. So I'll get 10 of those. There we go. Yeah, baby. All right. So I'm just going to have those 10 SPY puts just holding all day. There goes ZCMD again, my HFTs when I wasn't looking away. Hopefully you guys grabbed that breakout. It looks like it was probably only from 370 to 375. So there it is. There you go. You have your read. You're getting burned. You're getting burned on the breakouts, right? Now adapt. Now adapt. Get in at the bottom edge of a geometric. So find that wedge, find that triangle, figure out where the bottom is, like 3.4. Plant your seeds down there. Get in for 5%. You're going to have to start to accumulate along the bottom edge now. That's how you're going to have to play these momentum stocks right now. You can get in a little nibble. You can get in at the bottom edge. See here it comes pulling back to 3.42. You're going to make this low risk. You know, you're going to size down. Be careful. Don't get burned. IMTX is not following through. SPY creating a bearish hot dog on the 1 minute chart. And I need to zoom up a little bit more on ARIC. And how's Apple and those guys doing? Looks like Apple's about to break low. I would get puts on Apple now. Let's see if they follow through. It's not a bad idea. Let's grab some puts on Apple. I'd go out of the money like 1 or 2 strikes. Let's go. Puts on Apple. Who can get it fast enough? If you got puts on Apple, let me know. I'm going in while you guys do that to get those VIX calls before this day runs away from us. Going in for VIX calls. I'm going to get the 21. Maybe I'll even get the 22. Nah. Yeah, maybe I'll get the 23. This is just a day trade. So you can get a little bit out of the money because you're not going to be subject to theta decay so long as it's not today's expiration. If it's today's expiration, then get out the money or 1 in the money. All right. Oh, what? Oh no, don't do that. Damn, it's gonna be, I'm gonna have to hold it for many days, it says. So that's my situation. I'll deal with that. So you guys do what you gotta do, but I'm gonna be getting some VIX calls now for some protection in my portfolio. I have to hold it overnight, basically. I just got a little thing that says that the way the cash goes in IRAs is not gonna be able to hold that. I'm not going to be able to day trade that the same day. All right. But Apple. So I've got the VIX calls. I've got the SPY puts. You know, we're hedged fully on this drop. It's going to be a good idea to find what might be going up today. And it looks like energy is moving up today. So we want to find something to hedge against, right? We want, you know, so if the market starts going up, it will give wind to things that want to go up today. Understand? So let's hedge against this downside risk. Just in case it flips on us, we'll have something else that we make money on if it goes up. So let's find maybe FANG. Let's take a look. It says energy sector is trending up, having a pretty good green pop in energy. Riot and SOS and Mara, by the way, are doing all right. Today's gain loss. Let's see anything in my portfolio will tell me. Yeah, SPY's working out, and the VIX, ExxonMobil, what, going up? Isn't it just a little bit? Oh no, yes, it's a lot bit. Yeah, so ExxonMobil, give yourself some just for the day, just some lotto calls. So like 10% out of the money. just for today. All right, Kelly's up 7% on UVixie. You guys over on TikTok, make sure you click through and join our program today, our Discord. It's open house day. You can check out our Discord freely, up and down. Check out all the channels, trade alerts, all of our analysts and traders. Really incredible Discord that I'm a part of. And I'd love for you to come over there and check it out today. Today is our open house day. All right, how's everybody doing on their plays? Are you positioning? Are you positioning? Let's get that Exxon Mobil in there. I've got VIX, I've got SPY. And on our high frequency trading setup, whoever's stocking those particular stocks, it does look like ZCMD continues to put out some good appreciation. We don't know when that's going to end, but again, you want to be planting your seeds on the pullbacks on that. All right, I'm going in for some ZOM from ExxonMobil and probably one of the others. So if anybody happens to be looking at a bunch of the energy stocks, if you can let me know what seems to be running, we will plant a seed over there for the day as well. Buy to open March 19 on ExxonMobil. I'm going to go to the 65s. The 65 should be a nice round number. You do want to round that. A little bit of experience tells you that that can be a good idea. The ExxonMobil 65s are like 2 cents. They're like $3 a piece. So I'll just pick up like 100 of those. So we'll see like $3 turn into maybe like $5. But you have 100 of them, you know, you're doubling your money. So that could be a really good play today. All right, I'm buying 100 ExxonMobil. Now let's make that 500 contracts, ExxonMobil. Man, there's just like not enough volume. So I'm actually gonna have to pull back a couple strikes on that. Be careful, you guys, just because that's just too unrealistic of a strike for ExxonMobil to ever hit. There's just not enough volume. I'm pulling back to like, I'm gonna probably just have to take the 60. It's the volatility on ExxonMobil that will kill us. I'm going to take the 60 strike ExxonMobil calls, and those are $50 each. So I will grab 10 of those for the day. So that's a quick adjustment that I had to make right there. That's a good example. Caterpillar running. That's another one. And it should be. Rates are up. Markets down. Industrials are going to go up on inflation worries. Lenders going to go up on inflation worries. Energy commodities, energy, oil, energy is going to go up on inflation worries. Imagine if Powell says something about the worry or concern about inflation and says something about that he may, in the coming months, consider raising rates. Holy shit. That's going to cause Apple and Tesla to tank, and that's going to cause Caterpillar and Deere to go through the roof. So tsunami. That's going to be a huge switch. Expiration, I'm just going 319 because this is basically a day trade. We're just positioning ourselves on the day well. All right, I got to get out of some of my positions from the overnights. Whatever's up, I'll keep, and whatever's down, I'll cut. Actually, I'm in Deere overnight, so that was a good example of grabbing a hedge. You know, I didn't know which way the market was going to go today. So on top of getting Facebook calls and Tesla calls, which didn't work out, I made sure to get Deere calls. You see, so if the market goes down, Deere's going to go up on inflation, and that is exactly what happened. Who's in the Apple puts? Who's in Apple puts? You guys making money on Apple? You already scaled out of one Apple, 20%. Li Shi, way to go, buddy. What is this? We're 9 minutes into the market open, and everybody's already making 10, 20%. We are doing good this morning. All right, make sure you share this link with your friends. Here it is again. I'm going to go alert everyone to come one more time right now. The market's open, everyone's awake, understands. If you guys want to come in and join the Discord over from the TikTok, come on in, follow the link in my bio. All right, REC is curving up, and again, fake breakouts may lead to fake outs. So if you see, there's kind of a B break point right there that you can take REC on right now at like $5.10. You wouldn't go all in. You'd grab 5% little nibble, and then you know that if it drops below 4.85, you could get all out, right? So you get in now, maybe it's going to run really far. Just start to nibble, start to accumulate a position on REC before it gets away from you. And Boeing is coming up. See, that's what I was talking about, Samuel. That's what I was saying to whoever recommended Boeing, is that today's an inflation day. So Boeing's going to go up, not down. We don't want to get puts on that, but we want to get puts on Apple and probably Tesla, although I'm not seeing it drop down. So that is one resilient stock, man. ExxonMobil totally flying. Did you guys get some calls on that? Energy sector just flying. Financials, just like you thought, Kelly, going way up. Why pick? Why pick? Just go get XLF. It's the sector spider. It's the entire financial sector. It's doing great. Why worry about picking the right energy stock? Just pick XLE. Just trade XLE today. You can get options on it. You can get calls on XLF and XLE. And let's see where that goes. All right, ExxonMobil already up 22% on that. Exxon going great. VIX, we've got that hedge going on. SPY and VIX, we've got that to amplify any problems to the downside. It really doesn't matter. We're just holding it for the day, Miguel. So nearest expiration. Click the link in my bio. That's where you can watch the live. Click the link in my bio. You see the guy, he keeps typing, click the link in the bio. Hey, believe him. He's a moderator in here. Yeah, don't worry. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. SPY coming up on the day. We knew this would happen. It's probably going to try and go positive and create a little positive range so we can have max uncertainty, so that you have a lot of people thinking like, no, man, the market's green. And then it's going to trap them and pull it back, and we put in a ranging day. You know today's going to be ranging. If you have any experience at all, you know today's going to be ranging until Powell finishes his remarks. So you already know what's going on with the market. You know what I mean? If you have the experience, if you've been with me for a while, do you believe the market's going up right now? Do you actually believe it? No. All right. So we're hedged against this day, but we're not really hedged against what if the market goes up on Powell's news, right? So that is something that we're going to need to hedge against. So somewhere down at the bottom of the range, the next time we see the bottom of a range, we're going to have to pick something on the positive side of things. Maybe that's Tesla, because Tesla seems to be just holding. It's kind of like just pinned at 659. Maybe that's the play there. You know, good news comes out. We lose money on our SPY and on our VIX. Maybe we cut them fast enough that we even cut at a smaller gain, right? But then Tesla zooms through the roof. So you see what I mean? So you need to have a hedge against that going as well. All right, Apple puts working out. Now may be a good time to get Apple puts because the market has pulled up, you see? So Apple's going to be at its highest at this moment. And the time to get calls is when the market's down, because that's when calls are going to be at their cheapest. So yeah, I'm going to go grab some Apple here. And you don't have to do everything I do, because I'm limiting the number of things that I'm doing to just what I have enough available cash for. I may have lost the internet connection. Are you guys still with me? Everything just sort of stopped moving. Yes? I don't know what that's about. Well, we'll see what happens there in a second. Okay, I'm not actually seeing the market movements, but I'm still with you guys. That's good. So I probably have uplink is what's going on and not downlink. There we go. It's catching up again. All right. My point was, though, that don't wait to see what I do. I'm giving all good advice, you know. Go ahead and do any of the things that we're talking about. But again, this program is educational only. Use paper trading if need be. Seek the help of a financial consultant and a certified financial consultant to see if trading is right for you. So you guys are making your own decisions for you. I'm not telling you what to do. I am not SEC certified. I cannot trade your money for you. You have to make those decisions 100% by yourself. That's not just for my liability, but it's for your own protection as well. Peloton is dropping. We've got on the radar. So I'm trying to get those Apple puts just as soon as the market seems to have topped out a little bit. I think this could be the moment. I really expect it to go a little bit more though, like maybe up to 395.4 or something like that. All right, the puts on Apple for March 19 are 150 bucks each. Not bad, not bad. So I'll just grab like 5 of those. Just trying to position myself here. And then Tesla, I'm going to wait for the market to come down again, to oscillate down. And that's when I'll probably grab some Tesla at like 655, 650. All right, I'm in those Apple puts. Not quite necessarily the price that I wanted at, but I think all together, you know, we're making good decisions on every side here. And we're going to try and box this stuff in. IBM on a run, well, that's interesting. I mean, the market is going sideways, if not down. So that is kind of somewhat concerning. But like I said, one of the things you might want to consider is get the like 10% out of the money call on something like that. It'll be cheap, and see where it goes for you just for the day trade. Okay, I'm pulling up IBM, so we'll see that in a minute. ZCMD, just about damn near fully crapping out. The full crap out price is 3. Once ZCMD drops below 3, all bets are off. All right, there goes SPY. That's what I was talking about, that it's probably going to go up to like 395.4 and put a top end on this range. Maybe even 395, 396. It could even do that. That seems like that'd be a little bit of a high bias, especially considering that rates are way up today. The strike on Apple kind of doesn't matter. Everything's going to go up. It's just a day trade. You know, if Apple goes down, those puts will go up. And so that could be, you're really not wrong with any choice. In the money, at the money, out of the money. Every single one of those has a different benefit and a different con. And you know, you're not going to be wrong to pick any of them. Just don't size up huge on something that's cheap. If you see something cheap in the market, do not go hog wild on it, because you've heard the expression, pigs get slaughtered, right? If you see something expensive, that's probably the better play. Go hog wild on something expensive. That's just a good rule of thumb right there. All right, VIX is pulling back. I may add to that VIX position. You guys who got UVIXY, you might, you know, dollar cost average. Once it gets down to the bottom of a particular range, that'll be at the top of the range on SPY. You could just be nibbling in, getting your average down on UVIXY. No, cost isn't on the radar, but GME sure is. And GME, you guys, if you were stocking it, like I said, if it breaks 220, it's going to run. It's now at 230. So that was a break and run that you could have got, GME. All right, Daryl got that one. Way to go, buddy. And, you know, be scaling out, taking profits at these psychological points. 229 can be the end, because like 230 is going to be a hump to get over, a speed hump. So right under there, you want to take out, you know, like a shark, because you already know that 230 is going to be a hard level to break. Then that 229 is going to be one of the best prices you might see for a while. You know that from maybe from our private lessons. I don't remember if we went over that. All right. ZCMD, once it breaks 3, it's pretty much out of play. but we'll watch it for a bottom and maybe a 25% dead cat bounce. All right, the financial sector pulled back hard. Energy just on a pullback. So watch your financial sector. Early bird catches the worm, right? I'll be right back. I got to turn on the fan. It's starting to heat up here. This is Texas, folks. And even worse, we have some powerful computers here blowing some heat out. CPUs. And no, I'm not mining. Oh, there goes Tesla. So this is the call I was talking about. I got to get that as a hedge. It might be running away from us at the moment. I should have grabbed that when I could have. But I'm going to go do that potentially now. I'm going to look into that. All right. So yeah, I just got a call on the Tesla and I'll let that sit. And that's going to work as a hedge against being wrong about SPY, being wrong about VIX. Make sense? Yeah. You know, so you kind of want to get those going as a little bit of a hedge against all the down, thesis that you're putting on. You're putting a lot of down market thesis parts in play, right? So you want a couple of up market thesis parts in play as well. Really, you won't care if you lose money on the up market thesis if the market goes down because, it'll balance each other out. And you can cut and run whatever you need to at that point. CLSK gapped up to the upside. Okay. CLSK. Did I say key? That's funny. Is that the right one? CLSK. Okay. And let me check the YouTube. How you guys doing over on the YouTube? All right. Still live on YouTube. Riding a couple percent on SQQQ. Yeah, that's another good play. SQQQ. Shorting tech today. SQQQ. So, you have lots of good options there. And in fact, let me take a look at SQQQ. Let's see what that's like. So SPY is pulling back now. And that could push, Apple and anything that's going down. And it may oscillate anything that was going up, anything that was going up when the things were going down. So those are the inflation plays. You can basically see it. I mean, as rates are oscillating, the market's oscillating. The industrials are oscillating in energy, and so is technology. I mean, they're all working in harmony today. We're getting some really good correlation. So predictability is kind of high. That's good. Anyway, I need to take a quick look at, I'll take IMTX off up there and looking at, what was it? Not CLSK. I forget what I was looking at. It was SQQQ. Yeah. Yeah. So SQQQ just looks like the upside down version of SPY right now. So it's going to have more down pressure. But in general, right now, the market's going sideways. So just be picking tops and picking bottoms of a range. CAT, UVIXI, GE, and Bank of America. A little bit worried about Bank of America. Financials falling hard. But I don't know. I mean, what are your directions on all that? Those are all calls. Those are all up directions. This seems like a good mix. I worry about the financials. Maybe now is a good time to get into them. Maybe it's the bottom of the range. But, energy is really holding the pullback way better. Oh, back is one. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. We have GE and back long. Yeah. So looks like Deer is just ripping. Deer is just ripping. I gotta see what is our gains on that swing trade. 212%. Wow. So that was one of the better swing trades we've had. 212% gains on a swing trade. That's not a day trade. That's a swing trade. I've turned $1,000 into $3,200 with that swing trade. So Deer is just running. I mean, you know, that's exactly what it looked like it was doing, right? Deer is like even better than Crocs right now. Deer is like probably the best performer, one of the best performers on the market. I'm going to go put this in post your gains. If anybody's got gains, post them in post your gains. That's over in the Discord. Just go on over there, and it can be a print. It doesn't necessarily have to be what you closed the price out for, and you can say that or not. It's okay. But if you're at a moment where you're like experiencing some great gains, you can just type print and then post a screenshot. And those are over in the VIP, I think. Where's post your gains? Yeah, over in the VIP section. Deer swing going great. That was our inflationary play. So we're 212% up in a week and a half on our inflation thesis. I'd say that's pretty good confirmation that our thesis was correct so far. But, you know, we're making the right decisions. We're being ahead of the market, and that's what's good. Yeah, SOS doing fine. I'm not worried about, you know, like I said at the beginning of the market, buy more. You know, when SOS, Mara, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Riot are down, buy more. What was the other one? Okay. All right. I have a put, I believe, in my in one of my accounts on ExxonMobil. So I'm going to close that out because energy is looking great today. So don't mind me for a moment. I'm just going to close out one of my positions. Where is this? Oh, what do I have here? The March 19, and that's what I'm looking at. Oh, no, that is correct. The 60. The put, it's on the other side. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, so ZCMD is, you know, trying to crap out. Remember, if it breaks 3, all bets are off, becomes out of play. Okay, looking at my positions a little bit more, seeing if there's anything else I want to go after. So Deer paying off great today. There goes that. All right, excellent. And Facebook, I'm also in a call on that overnight, and that didn't look good at the open, but now I'm back to break even on that. So we'll just see where that goes. How's everybody doing on the day on these plays? Tesla does look like it's running, so I'm a little bit up on that. And I'm up more on Tesla than I'm down on ExxonMobil and SPY. The VIX, I went pretty hog wild on. I'm down 14% on VIX. So hopefully the VIX gets worse. That's the idea, which means it goes up. We'll see what happens there. Definitely a good hedge going on there. Being a damn shark today. Money printer, go. Yes, yes, yes. We are going to play the market like a fiddle today. So this is what I'm saying, Kelly. XLF broke to the downside. Like if you've got a position, also watch the sector ETF, and ascertain the trend in that sector. So Kelly, look at XLF. Tell me if that's a sideways trend, if it's ranging, or if it's a downtrend or an uptrend. Pick one of those. Sideways, down, up. Oh yeah, I forgot. All right. Have a good class, Ariel. Yes, thank Younger these fire zooms. I don't know. That was a bad speech to text conversion, I think. Oh, thank you for these fire zooms. I think that's probably what you said. It's so funny that we go speech to text and then we have to figure out text to comprehend it, to comprehend it, to comprehend it. Comprendo. Sideways on XLF. It just broke the low that it already made. So, you might be right, but it's got kind of a downward bias. So that's what you can put into that. Because look, go check out XLE. It's the same exact day. XLE, go look at XLE. And now, how confident do you feel that XLF is sideways? SVRA, I don't know. Isn't that out of play? There it is. SVRA. Nah, there's not much of a play there. You sound like a bag holder. There's nothing there. You're getting your hopes up about jack squat. Nah. Are you holding shares in SVRA? Fess up. Don't bring us your shit. Okay. All right. I don't have any positions. I swear. I'm just curious. Well, let's say you love SVRA. One play that could be there is if you break over that kind of C pivot point on the ABCD type pattern from yesterday, which is at 2.71. Okay. All right. So like if you're stalking, if that's the stock you're stalking, look out for 2.71. That's when your thesis on it could get a little bit bullish. And let us know, okay? Let us know if you're stalking it, if it goes that way. So that went from shit to potential. Now, who was in GME? Dylan, was it? Daryl? Dylan, get to the chopper. Yeah, are you out now? Good. All right. ZCMD has crapped out. I'm taking that off of that particular high speed setup there to lighten up my feed. And ARIC just can't make it on the day. Just can't make it. SQQQ is putting in lower lows. So that's bad for Apple. And it's good for us, for people who have Apple puts or SQQQ. I don't know if they have calls, but you could play SQQQ. Looks like the VIX is coming up a smidgen. Let me see how that has done to our calls. Yeah, went from down 14% to down 8%. Looking good there. I am now up on Tesla as much as I'm down on the VIX. So those have hedged. So that's good. In a beautiful place there. SPY, negligible, basically 0%. ExxonMobil, down 3%. Let's see if it can continue to run. I think, basically what we've done is we've set ourselves up on the day, nicely hedged. Deer's having a pullback moment. If you wanted to start to plant some seeds. What Apple put did I get? I got the 123 expiring on Friday, but I'm not going to hold it until then. Actually, some of these I think I'm supposed to hold my IRA, saying that like I can't trade some of these back today. I don't remember which ones, but some of them. But anyway, I got the 319. If you can get sooner than that, then you can do it. But I don't think there are any on that. Just on SPY. SPY offers earlier expirations. Thoughts on Johnson & Johnson? I don't know, man. I don't know today. What it's doing. What are your thoughts on it? What's going on it? We have kind of a rule in the group. If anyone says thoughts on something, we can kick you out. That's just such the useless comment, What you want to do is go whoa, Johnson & Johnson is running. What do you think? There you go. Or Johnson & Johnson is way down. What do you think? So give me a little thesis with it, okay, Will? All right, buddy. And then I'll check that out and we'll see what we got going on. All right, so now SPY's doing the pullback, right? And what was the top end of the range? 394.9. Okay, I tried to predict the top end of that range. I was a little bit off. Not a stock, but Cardano, ADA, has been treating me nice with the news on Coinbase listing. Yeah, that's cool. Oil's trending up all day, real smoothly, like a no-brainer trend up. So I really think that's going to be good for energy. ANVS is shooting up. It went from 31 to 38 right now. ANVS. Let's keep an eye on that. That may be some incredible breakout stock today. H is moving up. Can you check? Yes. I want to check things that are moving up. So it's moving up on very low volume, 1,000 shares, like 200 shares per minute. So it's very low volume. I don't think we would trade it, today as a day trade. Might swing trade it. I don't know what's going on there on the daily. But as a day trade, no. So just let me know next time whether or not you want me to look at things for the day trade or for a swing trade. What else we got going on here? ZCMD, that fully crept out. Yeah, Pablo. GME pulling back hard. DE's pretty much holding trend. So is Caterpillar. How is GE? Let's take a look at that. Apple's trying to hang on. It's like hanging on by the bottom end of the rung. You see that? So, all right. We probably should be at a good moment now because this is like where we started from, if not better. Yeah. Now all together, we're looking pretty good. And there goes the VIX. VIX is going up as the market goes down. And ExxonMobil could be at a good pullback point. Look at XLF right now, Kelly. Whew, yeah. I'm not talking about your position anymore, but just, reading the trends. Compare XLE to XLF, over there on YouTube. Yes, ARIC has a really nice flag. So there's a geometric pattern going on ARIC, AREC, and you want to get in on those pullbacks. Yeah, XLF failing pretty hard. So to me, if I had to look at the trends on the day, to me, I would go with XLE is trending up, SPY is trending sideways. Tech is from the low, it's actually kind of putting in some strength. It's not really sideways. So it's pretty much XLF doing the worst today. So if you really want to go puts hard, you probably want to find something in the XLF sector, in the financials. So like, for example, to me, I would pick something like maybe Bank of America. Let's take a look at that. You have to go with, the biggest market caps. CNCC. Come join our Discord, all right? Subpar. His name is Subpar. That's a great name. I love it. Wait, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That'd be funny if I was, and his name was like Seth Bar. And I'm like, hey, dude. Hey, Subpar. No, his name is Subpar. CCNC for what? Check it out for what? Like, let me know what you're thinking on it, okay? That's how we do this thing. Kelly actually says for NFTs, so maybe that's what it's about. Cool. The NFT basket, yeah, you want to be averaging in over the next, while. This could be like a nice big play over the next month or 2 or 3 months. Chicken tendies, Keith, there you go. We're making chicken tendies today. We are making chicken tendies. Keith and I came up with that expression last night in class. I love it. Chicken tendies. It's an inside joke. What did he actually say? He said, like checking cash and tendies. Maybe he said cash and tendies. Oh, it's from Wall Street's bets. Yeah, all right. Well, I made it up, and well, that's about great minds think alike. All right, there goes cat running, DE running. So you had your chance to get in there to nibble on the pullback on cat and DE. Facebook is really roaring this morning. Woo! Facebook is roaring. So probably the XLC sector doing great. Looking at Bank of America, and yep, indeedy puts on Bank of America could work out. Tesla ripping to the upside, so that was an excellent hedge. SPY still ranging sideways. ExxonMobil holding on that pullback. We're pretty much right about everything we've been doing. Apple going down. So you put all these positions on and you don't get hit so hard, because you're hedged. You've thought about, well, what if the market or this sector goes in this other direction? All right, fine. Then I'll get a little bit of this. Well, what looks like it's kind of going to do that. And then you go check it out. So you want to get the thing that looks like, and Tesla was looking like it was going to do that. So that's how you can hedge across all your positions and protect yourself so that overall you're doing good on the day. Okay, that's fine, Jake. Right, Tesla's still running. Apple, like, not running, right? Maybe it's not dropping, but it's not running. So you could say that's bad for Apple. And so those puts on Apple are probably holding. I mean, they are on mine. Is about to break today's high. Yeah, I don't know if that's a significant point or not. Let me take a quick look over here. Like in the grander scheme of things. Oh yeah, that's a pretty nice run, but volume is only just starting to get over 100,000 per minute. All right, so that's the criteria. We want to make sure our threshold for momentum trading, 100,000 shares per minute. And as an average, it's not looking like that at all. It's doing like 30,000. So keep me posted on eyes. But you might be able to play some kind of a option play on eyes in order to get around that a little bit, but maybe not. There goes Bank of America, still crashing down hard. So that could be a place to grab some puts. I will grab a little bit. I'll put a couple hundred on that. Get some puts on Bank of America. It's a little late. Like we identified that downtrend a while ago, and we don't want to be investing at the bottom, but it is what it is, and we'll give it a try. They're $35 a contract, so I'll get 10 contracts at the market for the end of the week, 319 expiration. All right, I'm in that. In Apple puts and Tesla calls. I mean, that's just brilliant, right? Blurry, it's just working out. Now, if any of these things go the other way, the other thing's probably going to go the other way, and so you've got a lot of things that you're working with here all together in harmony. We have balance. Let's see. We're up 32% on the Tesla calls, at least the ones I bought. You might be up more. It just depends. Correct, Brandon. So we're going to be waiting those comments on the Fed. In the meantime, we've chosen direction nicely based on the trends going on in the sectors. and on the market as a whole. And, you know, I'd say we're playing this market like a fiddle. What do you think? I think so. Right. Our deer call swing up 210%. Yeah. Yeah. And you can just be planting seeds on these pullbacks or just getting into anything that's in a trend. You know, XLF is not going to just do this really strong trend all day, I don't think. You know, so be watching your Bank of America puts right there. That's why I'm not getting in a whole heck of a lot, just $350 there. And I can always, you know, on a pullback, and then when I see it start coming back down, that's, you know, I can grab some more and average in a little bit. Up 17% on CAT. Are you playing CAT for the day or swing? What is that 17%? Day. Nice. Way to go, Kelly. If anybody has any prints they want to post to the group, we love that. Take a screenshot, share your prints. There goes ExxonMobil. So freaking like Facebook going up. I mean, we've just picked every direction correctly here. Bank of America going down, ExxonMobil, you know, energy going up, Deere and Caterpillar going up, Tesla going up, Apple going down, Facebook going up, the market going sideways, the VIX going down actually right now. We picked that to go up. So, but you can average in. If, like, for instance, if the VIX gets down below 20 in a little bit, I'll increase my position size. Because what are the chances that the comments today with the Fed cause the VIX go to below 19? I don't really feel that that's a very a big possibility. We haven't seen that before. All right, and we are up, how much here? Oh, I'm getting a kind of a bad internet feed. All right, so ARIC has pulled back into that wedge. ARIC is creating a flat top wedge, and you can be accumulating, averaging in to ARIC, A-R-E-C. All right, Apple is starting to pull off of the bottom now. So watch your calls on Apple. If it were to like suddenly just go on a real strong run, you might as well snip it. Unless you have a problem with your pattern day trading rule, then you know you want to be hedged like we're hedging. So that way you don't even feel the pain because something else is going up for you. Let's see, I'm going to refresh. So SQQ actually pushing down harder. That's not good for Apple. SQQ making a new low, just about, there it is. SQQQ. Wait a minute. If SQQ is making a new low, then that's QQQ making a new high. We got that upside down. Because isn't SQQQ the short one? Yeah. So that's good for tech. The tech is having a breakout moment right now. So be careful with your Apple short position. If you want to take profits on that, there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you're over the pattern day trading requirement of $25,000 minimum. All right, Kelly, you cut your Bank of America. What did you have? Bank of America calls, but for the day trade or for the long? Yeah, it really doesn't matter, right, Kelly? I mean, because you could get back in, you know, wherever this is going to go, like $1 lower, who knows, right? So, you know, I think that's prudent. I like that. Yep. I like that. Our Tesla is up 36% minus. And Deere up 212%. Oh man. Well, yeah, that's going to cause inflation, Percival. So let's see here. I was just going to post this over to post your gains. There it is. Good. All right. and down here. All right, awesome. Flu Avenger. All right, again, you can share the link. I'll paste it again here to this group with your friends today. Kelly says, what time is Powell supposed to open his pie hole? So it's this afternoon, I believe. I think it's probably from noon to 1 or 1 to 2. So feel free to look that up and get us the exact information, and make sure you put it in Eastern Standard Time. 2:30 is the beginning of the comments, Eastern Standard Time. All right, here we go. The economic calendar today. U.S. crude inventories at 10:30, and that's in 9 minutes. So who's ready for a little bit of a gamble on energy? We're about to get the crude inventories information in 9 minutes, and we're poised in an uptrend on the day in ExxonMobil. You only live once. Yes. All right. The Fed to offer $5 billion in overnight repo. Fed rate decision. Fed rate decision comes at 2. That's, that's when it really gets interesting. And then Powell press conference 2:30. In other words, the decision comes at 2. So I don't know if they're going to be going live with that around 1:45. We'll see. All right, energy is now finally pulling back to the downside. Isn't this a closed position? Yeah, okay. All right. All right, so excuse me a second. I was just closing out an overnight position. There we go. All right, we're up 36% on Tesla at the moment. We're over on, got some Facebook. We got some Apple puts. We got some SPY puts. We really need to see the market react to the downside for that to come and happen. And then we have some VIX calls. Basically, there's 3 choices that can be made by the Fed. 1, they do nothing. That's bad because rates are going up. Right now, actually, rates have pulled back. So we're now going to see cat and deer in those positions start to turn around. But overall, the trend is up, okay? So if the Fed ignores rising rates, that's bad. If the Fed says anything indicating that, maybe we'll raise rates in the next 6 months, something like that, that's bad. So 2 out of 3 is bad. And if the Fed says, we're going to lower rates, or potentially in the future, we may do X, Y, Z, and it will affect the economy in such a way, then that could be one of the positives on that side. So we have a good chance, like 70% chance, that the market is not going to be happy with what goes down today. 20% up on CAT. You might pick a top around here. I mean, if it's a day trade, rates have just broke to the downside. It's going to take a long time to de-establish a trend from that, right? I mean, it's going to have to, break certain pivot points. It could take an hour or 2 before rates signal anything other than what it's signaling right now, which is that although we're up on the day, we're downtrending on the day. So that may not be good for Caterpillar and Deere. Yeah, I mean, and you know, Cat is hitting a nice high right now. So yeah, so 20% gain on Cat, cool. And then if you had multiple options, you know, you wouldn't have been so worried. You know, you could sell one. All right, well, there you go. All right, I got to grab some water here. Did you guys catch the IMTX breakout? Wow, it broke over 16.3. That is the breakout on IMTX, and it has run to almost 18. You know, high frequency traders, I hope that you were stocking that. Man, what a nice little opportunity. All right, so we're going to be watching that for the break further of 18.01. Oh, here it comes. There it is. It just popped that, but it looks like you're going to have to play the 1 minute candles or more because it's having a wide range. So you're going to have to try and play the shape. So IMTX, I'm going to put that on the high frequency board here. Yeah, it's the bars are very wide right now. I might even advise you take the 2 minute candles. REC crapping out. It couldn't break that high. Let's see if it breaks pivot low. That would be 4.85. REC may be crapping out on the day. No play there. We almost, so if you guys have accumulated some REC, it did break pivot. Be careful. De-risk some of your position. And then at 4.85, if that level is broken, REC is out of play. It's already below VWAP, so that's not a happy place. Cat continuing to run. Kelly didn't want to hear that. You're getting out of Tesla. You feel it's top of the range on the day? Could be. I think my out on Tesla would be like 676. I know, Kelly. Yeah, I know. You know, Bank of America and the financials are still pushing down. And let's see where we're sitting overall. Did I get a refresh on my account here? Try that again. Yeah, rates are pushing down pretty hard. So that's going to cause the market to break to the upside a little broadly. That probably will help Tesla, which is already running. It shouldn't help Cat and Deere, but hey, the market can remain irrational for longer than you can remain solvent. Always remember that. So yeah, our Bank of America puts in the money now are profitable. Deere up 215%, our swing trade on that. SPY down negligibly, our puts. And Apple down, our calls on Apple, our puts on Apple down 20%. So watch yourself on Apple. But I'm hedged against that with Tesla, Bank of America. ExxonMobil calls down 20%. Careful on that. The VIX, we're still waiting on that. We're down 20%. I will pick up more VIX if it dips down below 20. So I'll cost average that. And on a ranging day, that is something that you can do in any stable position. When you get to the top end of the range or the bottom end, it depends on which side you're playing, but you can cost average your position to get a better average. Would you say good entry on Apple puts? You know, you might just average in. It would be the way to do it on Apple, because what if it doesn't work out? What if it turns around to the upside? Right now, it's kind of mid movement. It could be drawing a downtrend, but 1, 2, 3, you know, it could be moving back up for a sideways move. So I get a little bit here. If it goes up, I get a little bit more there with puts. And then if it were to go down and break low, I'd grab some more puts there. So in general, you just kind of want to cost average around on your put play on that. I would leave a lot of ammo on the sidelines ready and waiting. And on a day like today that's sideways, you don't want to go hog wild. You want to size down everything, play it nice and safe, be real careful. Fang is breaking down to the downside. That's over in energy. Riot just went red on the day. Mara also, but SOS is holding. So SOS, the salmon. So I like to call those salmons because salmons are the ones that can swim downstream. They go up when the river is, going down in the opposite direction. Salmons are strong. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a couple other, Kelly. I can't have them all up at the same time, but for sure, take that as a general reading. Yes, for sure. All right, so what else we got going on here? Remember, I am to be watching IMTX for another break around 18:15. GE is running. Oh, so I don't have GE up. Let me pull that up right here. I'd like to see that. Today's gain on GE, the option that we have, the very long one, up 5%. So I guess GE is doing good. Yeah. BABA running a little bit. Yeah, but is it on high volume, Brandon? Because that's important. Okay, man. Doc John. And which one did you go for? Yeah, it's a sideways day, a little bit difficult, but one of the ways that we're making sure we're being careful is we're playing kind of all the directions of the market at the same time, and that helps. But all right, I'd love to help you next time, and make sure you come join the link in the Discord. You're up 32% today on GE options. Oh, you mean you took it for day trade? Wow, way to go. 517,000 a minute. How much per minute, Brandon? That's what we want to know. What's the typical average per minute? Here comes SPY trying to put in down to the bottom end of the range right now. So let's see how the market reacts with that. Oh, okay. It looks like the oil information was negative to energy. So I'm going to cut my ExxonMobil. It's probably not going to hold all day. Cutting my ExxonMobil sell to close, just trimming it off. I'm going to cut out of 5 of those. I'm sorry, 50% of my position. Trimming ExxonMobil. Yeah. Oil inventory lower than forecast. Well, that should force prices higher. But freaking oil and real estate. Oh, geez. And biotech. These are like really difficult sectors and industries to understand. Yeah, GE really running. Boy, started off at around 13 and now it's 13.53. And calls on GE are so cheap. I mean, how many calls did you get, Kelly? Shit. You could make a fortune on GE today with that move. Real easy to manage that trade too. Way to go, Kelly, on GE. But there you go. Look at CAT and DE now. You might also, trim off some GE because CAT and DE, possibly leading the industrials, already starting to pull back. And the 10-year yield pushing down even harder. So watch yourself. XLF, we're making money on that. While the financial sector goes down. Did you flip your BAC? Did you flip down to puts? Well, we're doing okay on that. I only got 10 puts on Bank of America. Feeling like I wish I got more now because we're up 25% on that. Tesla's still pretty much holding. Apple's not exactly putting in an uptrend. So, you could definitely average into a put position on Apple. Facebook pulling back a little bit. these are the plays that, we're sort of, stalking today. And then of course the high frequency trading. You could be accumulating a position in IMTX as opposed to high frequency trading breakouts on it. That could work out. Like, how low can the financials go today? So far, they're just still dropping. Excuse me for a second while I manage one of my overnight positions. All right. There we go. All right. Let's see how that goes. All right, be watching IMTX accumulating above WAP. Sometimes often the B level of the ABCD pattern pulls back below WAP. So be looking to continue to accumulate a little nibbles on IMTX all the way down to even, 16 could be support. KMPH, yeah, I pulled that off the radar when we were looking at IBM. IBM not doing anything special. So I'll put KMPH back over there. All right, the financials finally curving up a little bit, exactly at the same time of rate. So it's nice to find those correlations because like now you know what the hell is going on, right? So rates are probably going to pull up from the bottom now. And so that means it looks like Bank of America is going to correlate to that. Meanwhile, Tesla is going up. And so you have these things in disharmony and harmony, and they're working together to keep yourself hedged on all ends. Well, Faraz, you gotta learn to sell. Gotta learn to sell. Gotta learn to take profit. Remember, we talk about this all the time. And on a day like today, sideways, waiting type of day. Also, position sizes should be pretty low. You don't want to go hog wild on a day like today. Take it easy. Make a little money. That's okay. Lose very little money. That's okay. You do not want to lose a lot of money on a day like today. Because the signs are all there. The writing's on the wall that it's a very uncertain day. SPY is just going sideways. So I'm hoping I can get a little bit of a lower average in VIX. How you guys doing who are playing the UVIXY? Thank you very much. Any advice on where to learn how to read charts? Yeah, I have a bunch of videos you could watch. Private message me on the Discord. Click through the link in my bio. Somebody's trying to undercut my ass by a nickel. You bastard. All right, fine. And this is exactly how it goes, like an auction. Now I'm going to undercut him by a nickel. Looks like about probably 2 p.m. Eastern time. Cam asks, Evan, for a person that can't day trade, when would be best for swing trades? And do you do that often? Yes. In fact, that reminds me, let's look for the 3-day crap outs. Let me take a quick look at that list. DKLY. No, it's not it's not DKLY. What is it? DKILY. Let's see here. Oh yeah, no. And HBIO. Yeah, that could happen. So possibly Harvard Bioscience, HBIO. We could be looking at a 3-day crap out play on that. So I'm going to get some puts on that. There's a small position if they offer it. So I'm going to check that out. And I'll get a put on that for a couple-day hold, like 2-day hold, HBIO. If they don't have options on that, I'm not going to take that. They do have options on it. Cool. They expire at the end of the week. All right. So I'm going to get the 7.5 strike. Ooh, there's like no volume on it. So this is another reason why we might not play that. No volume on it. The April 16. One volume, 0, nah. So see, I mean, you know, we can't always find those 3-day crap out plays every day, but they're going to come up more often now. We'll be alerting them more often, let's put it that way, now that the VIX is as low as it is. What was the question? Oh yeah, Wuko, yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, we're playing SPY puts, but I wouldn't buy them now unless SPY breaks down. But next time it's hitting the top end of the range, that could be a good time to buy some puts. Get your average down. Oh, awesome. Flu Avenger, what's your name in the Zoom here? Fang just tanking. If you wanted to get some puts on Fang, that's probably going to follow through, man. Fang just tanking. FANG, I'm talking about. Fang tanking. All right, looks like Tesla is starting to confirm a top reversal. So I'm probably going to cut my Tesla. I'm a little bit reticent, just because I want to have it on as a hedge. So very difficult decision. But I'll tell you what's not a difficult decision, Fang. So there you go. Someone said that IMTX broke briefly, and that's the example of you having to be fast to adapt. You should know that the breakouts on IMTX are not running, right? But, you know, it's still bullish. So the time to get in is on the geometric pattern, on the geometric, whatever that is, whether it's a wedge, you know, you need to draw it, bottom end, top end, and then plant seeds, little 5%, 2% allocations whenever it pulls back to the bottom edge of the wedge of the geometric shape, whatever that is. For some people, it could be a rectangle. For some people, it could be a tetrahedron. Yep, Apple is pushing down, so our Apple puts are, I don't know, break even, if not starting to appreciate. That's another reason why when it, you know, gets to the top end of the range, you can get those. Oh, look at the market is breaking down. So now our SPY puts are playing. Yes, cat probably should be out of cat. I think I told you that, right? Yeah, you're out of cat. But our SPY puts are now working, And the VIX is going up. So our VIX are starting to work. I just basically have to drop the rest of my ExxonMobil position because it looks like energy is indeed not doing well. Oil on the downtrend. The word was inventories are low. I can't fully understand everything, and you shouldn't try to fully understand everything. Just follow the chart. If you're supposed to cut ExxonMobil, you cut it. Period, right? I'd like to see if Tesla can bounce off VWAP. That would be nice. So Apple pulling back to break down. SPY really, really breaking down. What I ought to do is get QQQ up here. But that's XLK. It's the same. So yeah, we have a confirmed reversal on XLK, but it hasn't bottomed out. It's not in a downtrend. We just have confirmed top reversal on the tech sector. And so watch your tech holdings right now. So Apple, we already planted puts in that earlier today, but yeah, I think that was a good idea with rates doing what they are. And guess what rates are doing? Who can guess what rates are doing right now while SPY drops? There you go. Mitch has got it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'ams, everybody. That is correct. Good job. You guys are really starting to understand and put this all together. Excellente. And the SPY is dropping, so therefore what's VIX doing? Like you can already know this. Correct. The VIX is going up. If rates are going up, what's going to start going up also? Industrials, the things that were going up a little bit earlier when the outlook on rates was upward, right? So now might be another time to grab some more cat and some more deer and some more GE, or whatever it was that was working. Value stocks for sure. Absolutely. Yep. 100%. There you go. You really got it. Which one, Carter? What stock? What could be happening is maybe you sell to open. Maybe you did sell to open. If you sell to open puts, when the stock goes down, you'll lose money. You want to buy to open, but you'd have to have options level 4 or higher to sell naked puts. So I'm not sure what's happening, but we've had situations where people did that and they're like, I don't get it. I'm following you. I got puts and I'm losing money and the stock is going down. And that can be what happened is you sold them. Yeah, our Bank of America puts are just doing great. Mine are up 31%. Let's see, I'll refresh because they're probably up even more now. So how about that call on Bank of America puts, huh? 37% gains. Hell yeah. I'm going to print that in the group. Apple edging down to breaking a new low. So SPY was ranging. Now it broke a low and it wasn't a smidgen. It dropped, right? So if you look at the overall chart for SPY, you can now say, hey, this thing has a downward bias. That's what I would call it. Until it's a confirmed downtrend, you really can't say that anything more than that. But yeah, rates are still rising up again, and CAT coming up from the bottom of that pullback, along with rates. Bank of America is still dropping, just dropping all day, like such an easy trade. calls, Edgar. Calls on industrials, but we're already halfway through the move. So hopefully, it continues to run and you get a good price. All right, looks like Apple may drop down, break down on Apple. That's good for our puts. So like if it isn't enough that our Bank of America puts are doing great and our SPY puts are doing great, and now our Apple puts are going to start doing great. Oh, you bastard. I didn't get my price on that. Oh, man. All right. Let me go back. Just give me a second. I got to manage this. Yeah, damn, I was just changing my mind, decided I didn't want to sell right when that went through. All right, that's all right. Okay, that's Nicole, right? Are you Tucker 360? All right. So yeah, we cut Exxon. If you're able to hear me or whatever, yeah, we cut Exxon Mobil a while back on the crude oil inventories report, which seemed to be tanking energy sector. I trimmed 50% of my position, and then I got out of it all a little bit ago. But ExxonMobil does seem to be bouncing a little bit right now. FANG, Bank of America starting to decrease its momentum. Oh, what? Oh, you're Coane Tucker. Oh, so you're not Nicole. Okay. So yeah, just ask your questions in here, Coane. But I guess you said you're at work. The time to get out of Bank of America will be when it breaks that 20 moving average on the 1 minute chart. Can you kind of see that? Because it's been basically holding under that all this time. That's been the strength of its trend. Anytime it weakens beyond that, closes above that line on a 1 minute candle, it's time to go ahead and cut those Bank of America puts. Take your profits. No, I don't use the advanced decline or the tick indicators lately. I usually have them up, but in order to help you guys monitor and watch and stock more positions, I had to take that off of my feed because it was bogging down the feed. So, but sometimes I do look at those, and nothing informs you more than looking at the actual trends in each sector and rates and oil and Bitcoin and gold. I mean, right there, you basically can understand what's going on. That's the entire economic, quadrant. So IMTX is getting close to VWAP. It's a good entry point right there. Low risk entry, IMTX for a little accumulation. Well, actually a lot of accumulation if it's at VWAP. It may break VWAP, like I said. Your risk could be all the way down to 16. So don't risk more than you would be willing to lose if this drops $1. If IMTX drops $1, you've got to be willing to risk that. The upside might be $2, $3, $4, $5+ dollars, so it can be worth it. No, IMTX. M like Mary. Gabby's like, God damn, I just can't seem to make money on IMTX. Yeah, it's because it's IMTX. So see what I mean? GE's kind of pulling back right now. You might be able to get better price in that. or maybe that's just the way that trade's going to go. Certainly, if GE falls below 3.3, it's broken. So the GE trade, somebody asked earlier, is it too late to get in GE or buy it at the dip? Oh, that was Camille. Like, those are FOMO type questions, If you missed the play, just suck it up. You know what I mean? Like, that's the best thing you can do mentally. Like, you've got to be able to drop baggage like right away and go, oh my God, I wish I was in there. And can I still get in? Is the wrong question to ask, usually. Sometimes you can get in something that's just running and running and running. So there goes Bank of America. I'm going to be cutting all my puts right there, sell to close. I hope I don't get hit with some kind of day trader problem there. That I remember something I was supposed to hold overnight. Okay, no, I think that one's safe. All right, I'm all out of Bank of America. Got a 37% gains on that. All right, we're up 13 or 14% on our SPY puts from the beginning of the day. And we can cost average those next time it gets up to the top of the range, maybe around 394.50. Same thing with Apple, but right now, Apple is, looking bearish. Thanks, Clayton. Big movement on ZCMD for a day trade. Can you check it? I'm not seeing that big movement on ZCMD. Oh, maybe you came in late, Pablo? Like, we data traded that earlier. You're talking about it had a big move today. Right now, it's crapped out. It's done for. Until it gets back above WAP, I'm not interested. It's actually going to have to go back above basically 3.4. All right, what else are we looking at here? What you mean, Kelly? I'm not sure what that question kind of is that you're asking. But yeah, there you go. GE's crapping out. I wouldn't be too interested in GE at the moment. Yeah, industrials are in a downtrend on the day. Oh, are GE industrials or energy? GE is industrials. Oh, because you think of GE as light bulbs? No, GE also makes like machines and what do they call them? Like manufacturing machines. For some reason, it's escaping me at the moment, but they sell the big machines that factory machines. I'm not sure why I can't think of the word. So they're a creator of industrial goods. Multi-million-dollar machines. Let's see what it says in their mission statement. General Electric, and actually one of the problems with GE, they did say a while back, was that it was getting too, multi-conglomerate, and so they've been really kind of focusing more on industrial. But it says it's a multinational conglomerate, operates in the following segments: aviation, healthcare, power, renewable energy, digital industry, manufacturing, and venture capital and finance. I think recently they spun off their venture capital and finance division, and that's what's really been helping it. Yeah, I mean, they got a little bit of everything, right? Yeah, consumer durables is what that's called. Like a refrigerator or a washer machine, something that you buy once, like every 5 to 10 years, kind of like non-repeating purchases. IMTX crapping out. Oh yeah, definitely. But when it gets to 16, if it hasn't bounced by 16, well, what I'm saying is that if it can hold 16, bounce, and maybe come back up, then it's worth getting more and averaging in, getting some. Otherwise, below 16, I definitely cut it. But at the moment, this could simply be pull back below WAP which happens in a potentially forming ABCD pattern. So this is why, you'd be in just for a little bit. Like I told you earlier, like if this thing goes to 16, you have to be okay with it dropping $1. You don't want to be in much more risk than that. All right, rates are starting to tap the upper end of the trend. So it'll be interesting to see if rates actually break out in a few minutes. If rates break out, the market will break down. So we're watching that somewhat eagerly. It looks like the XLF, the financial sector, has bottomed out. What platform are you on, Mitch? If you're on TradingView, TNX is the symbol. If you're on Thinkorswim or TDA, TNX is the symbol. TNX, that's the 10-year rate. And that's basically the one that drives the whole show. 30-year mortgage rates are pretty much based on that. SPY is breaking low again. So your puts are going to start going up. And the VIX, we got VIX too. VIX is going to start going up. So this is where we start making more money. I remember when I used to live on an island in the Caribbean, we would go to this grocery store and there'd be this lady that begging outside, and everyone that spoke any language, and most of the like native islanders on this island spoke Spanish, is what I'm getting at. So a beggar, like a homeless person there in the front of the store, they don't know any English. None, because that would have helped them actually, but they did recognize that because she did know one phrase, and that's all she would say. She said, "Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money." That's all she would say, and she'd have her cup there, "Give me money," and she had a big smile on her face. "Give me money." Funny. I don't know why we started talking about that. It had something to do with the 10-year yield. Oh no, it was the SPY is dropping. SPY is breaking down. The VIX is going up. Give me money, baby. Give me money. Yeah. Can you just buy VIX? Yeah, you can. Lee, anything that we've said today, you could just buy a couple shares of whatever it is. If it's for upside that we're trying to get. But there's, like, for instance, if you wanted to play the fact that tech is maybe breaking down right now, you could get SQQQ because that's the short. It's the flip side of QQQ, and it's set up for day trading. So SQQQ, does anyone know if SQQ is like 2x leveraged or anything like that? How do I know when I can average up? I'm holding Apple put at $1.50. Was thinking about adding another. Bad idea? No. The point in which you might want to get another one, ironically, is almost like right now. Apple's about to break down. So on breakdowns or breakouts, that's when you sometimes size up your position because now the momentum's going. But ironically, another time you want to add more is when it's gone way against you, grinded against you, but things are still thesis-wise looking good, but it's a bit against you. You can add a little bit more right there. That'll get your cost average up so that when it comes down and actually the thesis comes to fruition, you're really, really ready. You could sell Apple calls. Yes, that's another way to do it if you have options level 4. But buying Apple puts is what we're doing. Or maybe you're talking about you have Apple calls, should you sell them? Yeah, you should get rid of them. It's dropping, but that's only for on the day trade basis. That's not necessarily multi-day advice. All right, Riot is in a confirmed downtrend. Mara confirmed downtrend. SOS is holding its day's uptrend. So SOS continues to be the strong salmon in the mining bunch. And financials are actually moving up on the day off of the bottom, but the market is slamming the low. It's not recovering well off of being at the bottom end of its range, and yet it's pretty sideways off of that low. But Apple breaking down for the first time there. And we have those Apple puts, so they should be doing good. Somebody says, yep, up 25%. Awesome. Let me see if I can get an update on mine. Mine are only up 8%. Not sure why yours are up so much more, but way to go. Way to go. Maybe you got in at 123.5. I got in a little bit lower in the range. Good. And Bank of America, see what I mean? I cut that the very first moment that it touched that 20 moving average. You guys can see my screen with like mini positions, right? So look, like, let me just show you that. A little bit of learning time. What do they call that? Like real talk. So you see this yellow line? So it was staying below the yellow line the whole time. The whole time we're making money, and then I sold right here when it touched that yellow line. And look what it did since then. So you get good at this stuff, you know. It's really not that difficult to see once you have it once you've done it enough times and you know those pivot points. You know how to use the moving averages to kind of guide your trade. You know how to use the moving averages to show you if the momentum is weakening, strengthening, holding. Yeah. So you don't actually use the moving averages as trigger points necessarily. You just use them as a guide for you to know what's going on. And so, yeah, I sold when it crossed the 20, but that wasn't why I sold. I sold because if it crossed the 20, it means the momentum is slowed down, not because that's a trigger point. It's just, it informed me. So that's how you use the moving averages. What did somebody say here? And flush. Cool. All right. Some of you are private messaging me. Likely, I'm not going to get to those messages until the end of the day. Just like there's just too many people in the group and everything. So I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to look at that until the end. So if you want me to help you with something, and it's private, you're just gonna, and it's an emergency, you're just gonna have to ask in public here in the group, and I'm happy to help answer. How do you feel about this SPY drop to average down on my SPY calls at 416? Jesus Christ. I don't know about those 416 SPY calls. I have 4 calls at 85 bucks each, and they're down to about 47 cents each now. You might want to just like leave those on, Doug, because you might want to just leave them on, because if the Fed does give some kind of an indication that causes the market to go into rejoice mode, it depends on the size of your account, but that might be worth just the $200 bet that you have going on there. But you might see that $200 turn into $100 if the information later today is the opposite. So you're looking at $200 either going to $100 or $200 going up to maybe like $400, $600, $700. That's a real difficult decision. I mean, you took like really out of the money SPY calls, and the market's not going up, man. It's going sideways. Look at my upper right graph. That's SPY, right? It's ranging. It went bong, 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 bong. It's ping-ponging. It's ping-ponging. That's ranging. It's not going up. It's not going down. Ping-ponging is sideways. But then it broke down, and now it's kind of in a lower range. And we don't know, maybe it's going to go up and put in a higher range. And that's called range expansion. And then maybe it'll ping pong on a wider range. But what we do know is there's a Fed meeting today, and likely that is what's got the markets all locked up in sideways mode. And so today will be all about putting on puts at the top end of the range and putting on some calls at the bottom end of the range on things that are going up and things that are going down respectively, and hedging those against each other, getting anything that seems to be decorrelated with the market. For me right now, that seems to be Tesla. sold a Bank of America call at 470, and now you're back in at 460. All right, cool. Yeah, the time to buy was down there, right, at 37.4. And then maybe you could have gotten rid of it at like 37.8. I think that's when you did get rid of it. And that 40 cents of difference amounted to $10 a difference. Hey, you made a move. You did a Sharky move. You made a move that improved your position. So that's awesome. So IMTX didn't hold 16, and so to me, that's crapped out. You will probably want to release your position on IMTX. And again, it should have been just micro at this point, micro small, because we were waiting to see if it would turn around on us. It looks like Caterpillar is running to break out. Caterpillar is looking pretty good. And rates are getting precariously close to reversing a downtrend and making what's called a confirmed bottom reversal. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll be an uptrend. It just means it's no longer in a downtrend. And what does that mean? That it could be heading for a sideways trend. And it could also mean that it's going in an uptrend. But, that helps inform us and the market and the VIX. And that helps us understand how things are going. Bloodbath, Gabby. We're making money. Are you doing all right? Not high. What are you in, Gabby? Let me take a look at them. Is RVP a buy if it moves to 14? And you're talking about a swing trade, I imagine. So I have different systems I use for different kinds of trades. So let me know if you're talking about like a multi-week, kind of swing trade, or if you're talking for about a day trade. How can you tell when a stock is coming out of a downtrend? Oh, that Bank of America was the perfect example. We just went over it. You must have just came in. So like I said, Bank of America held underneath this yellow 20 moving average all day until that one moment there on this green candle. That's when I got all of Bank of America puts all out. And then there it goes, reversed on the day. And then the confirmation, or when it breaks pivot points like here, here. I mean, it confirmed reversing, it looks like, like 5 pivot points. So that's a pretty strong reversal from the bottom there. Yeah, chill, don't think like that. Baby, chill. Daddy, chill. What the heck is that? What in the heck? And what in the heck is that? Daddy, chill. All right, how are we doing? Let's see here. What was the yellow line in my example? It was the 20 period simple moving average. Cool, you're helping each other out. Brandon had some information for you, Jabrowski. Yeah, maybe, Renato. What is that? The 50. Yeah, I have the 50 running. It's sideways. It's ranging, and we know why, because everyone's waiting for some further notion and direction from the Fed. How are NFTs taxed is the subject right now. I mean, an asset is an asset. Like, people are really wondering about that. It's taxed as an ordinary asset, and the income from it is taxed as income. I mean, you can amortize an asset, but anyway, consult with a tax professional and you'll know. NFTs are running at the moment. All right, let's see, OCG. I don't know why we pulled up CLSK. I'm gonna wring the neck of the person that told me to look at that. OCG. All right, SPY, Apple, Tesla, those puts are up. VIX still down 17% on my calls. VIX is tough, man. Those VIX, it really needs to move for you to make money on VIX because it's highly priced in. Like the volatility is very, it's quite the factor on VIX. That's not like any stock. VIX is like the most perfect option. It's everyone makes money selling VIX. Nothing is idle. Play it by the minute and be prepared to reverse or undo everything you just did in this market. Perfect. Perfect advice, Cam. Yeah, if you've got an HFT set up, maybe you could play OCG on the day. It's moving in 20-cent increments, it looks like. But you know, only if you're HFT and play it very small. And what could happen is you get really lucky. You make a little bit of money. Okay, so the news is that Powell's not going to be speaking today. Is that right? Tracked off, one of our analysts, is basically saying that there might be a base forming on ZCMD. You guys seeing that? And that you could plant some seeds here at 282 in the 280s. For potential retrace to VWAP 3.25. You see what I mean? So you get in the 280s, and maybe it runs to VWAP, tests VWAP, fails on the day, craps out. But your play would be to plant some seeds now and keep planting those seeds as it starts to appreciate and ramp up, building momentum, and then selling just under VWAP, like 3.2, 3.22. I'm talking about ZCMD. Yeah, so HFT traders, you probably can trade OCG. I'm not confident that trend's going to last a long time, but hey, it could. It popped before. Apple pushing low, potentially low on the day. That's going to weigh down SPY a little bit more. Okay, he got COVID. That's what I was thinking for Oz. I literally was thinking that. Yeah, Powell's going to speak tomorrow. All right, so the markets, have to deal with it. Oh, guess what? Rates did break out. So now rates have a confirmed reversal on the downtrend that they were on, even though they were way up. And they've reversed to the upside. And so now it's either sideways or up with rates. That's bad for the market as a whole on SPY because it's kind of very adjusted right now to the growth machines, leveraged businesses, and those businesses are not going to be having a good time during these moments. So industrials, CAT is running good. GE maybe will turn around. That Boeing we were talking about earlier, I don't know, I'm not looking at it, but maybe Boeing will do good from here. But it looks like energy's out of play. Go over to Boeing, get that on chart. You could go over to FinViz. You could go over to FinViz and just check out the sector screener. I'll pull that up so you can see that. I don't think you guys on the Zoom will be able to see it, but I think over on the TikTok they'll see it. But you can just go over to FinViz and click Maps, and you can see what's doing the best. It'll be the most brightly colored in a particular industry. So it looks like Cat and Deere doing the best in machinery, industrial machinery. So TCAT, right, YVR and OCG. Yeah, those are the non-fungible tangible NFTs. Yeah, and they are running. They are running, you guys. So get into OCG, TCAT, and YVR on these pushes. So OCG, YVR, and TCAT, TKAT. GME, nothing going on there. Earlier in the day, we had a breakout from 220 to 230. That was it. And some members made money on that. Volume doesn't show up on the VIX because it's an index. So in other words, VIX is based on something else. Tesla is having a good moment right now. Micron in semiconductors is kind of going the other way. While everybody's going their way, Micron is the salmon in semiconductors. But I would watch out for tech right now. But I'm going to put that over in the corner here. We'll take a look at that. We'll keep that on. We'll keep an eye out on that. Maybe it is strong. Let's take a look at its chart. So that's MU, Micron. And Boeing is actually sideways on the day. I don't see how you could have lost money on Boeing today, Faraz. I just don't see it. It went up, you take profits, the end. I'm not sure what happened there, buddy. Maybe we need to do some private lessons. Morgan Stanley becomes the first big bank to offer its wealthy clients access to Bitcoin funds. Well, yeah, Faraz, you don't buy at the top. All right. And how do you know it's the top? Because you didn't buy at the bottom. That's all you got to tell yourself. You have to ask yourself, is this the bottom? Because Evan told me the only time I should ever buy is at the bottom. And then if the answer is no, then you don't buy. Yep, that's it. You don't buy mid-risk or high-risk moments. You buy low-risk moments and your life will change. All right, so Micron, yeah, it looks a little bit like Boeing. It's doing all right on the day. So if you had to pick something in technology, semiconductors, for example, Micron, the only company doing well on the day. And over in information technologies, it looks like LDOS is doing well. So you can go over to here. I'll show people on TikTok because I can move my screen over here. You can go over to FinViz and you can find these things like that. I can click on semiconductors. Let's see if I click on that. I think it makes it bigger, doesn't it? No. Well, anyway, the point is maybe I can just zoom up. There we go. And you can find what's doing well in a particular sector. And if it's a sector that's moving up, then what you do is you find the one that's doing the best in that sector. So here, industrials, as you can see, all of them are doing well. And if you just take a look at all of them, you can see like ROP doing really good today. GE doing really good today. Those are the two biggest gainers over in specialty industrial machinery. But you also have Caterpillar doing even better than that, and Deere. So that's how you can pick these out, and that's how you can pick the winners on the day. Just look at FinViz. So Cat continuing to run today. Cat doing great. Some of you probably have that long term. There's the OCG breakout. I'm going to put that on the high speed screen. OCG breakout. The volume is 500,000 shares per minute. That's good. That's a good liquidity. We want over 100,000 shares per minute. And SPY is like just grinding up, that feels more like a pullback compared to the leg that we just experienced. So if I would say, where is the strength? It would be to the downside. I feel that the SPY, the market as a whole, is biased to the downside right now. And rates are biased to the upside quite a bit. TNX. So those kind of go together. I think we're going to see SPY drop more. And Apple and tech probably not hold. And the non-fungible token plays, OCG, what were they? TCAT and YVR. Those are all doing really good at the moment. And they are having a little bit of a flag. So you can get in on the bottom edge of the flag, of the wedge. So like right now, maybe a good time to get into OCG, 7.3s, before it takes off and breaks out again and tests 8. Well, there it goes. So, that's how fast those opportunities can be. I'm usually ahead of the market by a couple of seconds, sometimes a couple of minutes, and on rare occasion, 10 or 30 minutes. And that's where you want to be. You want to be able to know what's ahead of you, and you don't want to be behind. Learn to trust your instincts. Keep tap on yourself. There it goes. We're breaking 7.69 on OCG. Just a little minor breakout. It didn't really push hard. Use Voodoo. That's right. Is YVR and ABCD? If it is, then it's not running, right? I mean, I'm not looking at it, but if it is, then it's not running. Let's see. The way OCG is. No, we're not playing SPY calls, but what you could do is next time it's way down testing the lows, if that's a guess or a gamble you want to take, that'd be a good place to do it. Not middle of the range right now. You don't know how high that's going to go up. You can do that for a few minutes. Maybe it'll go up, but that's not the bias of the day. Did I not just say that the market is biased to the downside? And there goes rates about to break high of the day. That's going to be quite negative for SPY. We're not playing SPY to the upside so far today. That's not really the thesis that we have on. But we're hedged anyway. Oh, okay. New DJ thing? What is that? Oh, cool. Well, I mean, that's what I thought you were talking about. Like a Pioneer or something, one of those. Ah, cool. Wow, that must have been a pretty penny. Did you get it used? It's probably like 600 to 1,200 bucks. Pioneer SBDJ 400. Nice. 200 bucks? You got it at a pawn shop or something, no? That was a pretty good deal. Does it have 2 pads? Okay. So it's a like fully USB one. All the power is really in the computer now. That's probably why it's so cheap. Yep. They just like, hey, forget it. Let's just give them a little piece of software and we can give them 2 little pads, and they put everything in the computer. We'll make a killing. What do you think about calls on NEO and Palantir? No. Maybe NEO, but Palantir, I'm not bullish on at all. AI, I think, is going to be bearish for the next 3 to 5 years. But then we will see some kind of practical application rollout, maybe in 5 to 7 years from the AI sector. And we'll start to see these companies actually turn a profit. Palantir is kind of like Tesla was 10 years ago, but it's actually doing worse. I'll buy Palantir at like $7. There you go. Kelly knows. Yeah, I'll buy Palantir at $7. Not because that's what it's worth. I see it going there. That's not some kind of like fundamental, like, I think it's worth 7 and I'm not even going to pay more than 7 for it. No. I don't know what it's really worth. I'd have to take a look at the book value. And frankly, it's a little bit too new. But fundamentally, that's a little bit too hard to determine. No, the chart says probably the best buy coming is $7. Nathan's like, shit, man. I got calls on Palantir. Kathy Wood bought the hell out of Palantir. What is this guy talking about? And then you just watch the fucker go to $7. I just read charts. I read charts on fundamentals. That's how I determine my fundamentals on things as well. So that's what I'm attuned to, the charts. Yeah, Palantir's a 10-year play. You got it, John. And like, I just don't have the patience for that. Like, I can just keep rotating, 10% allocated positions during that time and beat whatever I probably would have done out of Palantir. Dude, when plug was 68, Evan said it would go to 37. And I remember somebody said, maybe it was you, Kelly, said they didn't believe me. It went to 37 and exactly bounced. And probably now, I don't know what it's doing. It's probably not doing too well, but I mean, it's called a downtrend. So yeah, Kelly lost his ass on that. Let me take a look at plug just like as an example. Okay, so, that's a downtrend. So it did hit 37 and then it pulled back up, gave people a little false hope, went up to 47, and now it's at 36. I swear, it's just like from that movie North Shore, Turtle. He says, nobody listens to Turtle until it's too late. But Turtle, that's the guy you want to listen to. All right, TCAT is ripping. Apparently, Brandon is saying OCG hasn't ripped yet. So maybe plant some seeds in OCG because everyone's going to start getting that TCAT NFT FOMO on OCG. But let me put TCAT up in the upper left of our high-speed screen here. Woo! Look at TCAT go. It's about to halt. The upper limit at 10.47 is on. And it's going to halt. It looks like it probably halted a couple minutes ago. Yeah, Turtle. There it is. TCAT is halted. You think that's going to make OCG run? Where's everybody going to go right now? They're going to come over to OCG. Plant some seeds in OCG. And what's the other one? YVR. Let me put that up in the upper right. So we got non-fungible tokens. Getting hot again. There goes YVR breaking out. There goes OCGN breaking out. So for 5 minutes while TCAT's halted, those little NFT FOMO devils are going to be over putting their money in OCG and YVR if they have any money left. They're probably using their leverage, their margin, and you should never do that. All right, so, GE is pushing up a little bit. CAT's pulling back. Maybe a moment to be able to get in an uptrend on CAT. DE is holding sideways. Rates have gone like astronomically breakout to the upside. They went from where we were at 1.65 to now almost 69. That's a huge move for rates on a day. 5 basis points. Let's see. Yeah, 5 basis points. That's pretty big for rates. In fact, let me figure out what that differential is. 1.69 divided by 1.6 basically was 4.7. Rates are up 2.7% today. So if you think about it, that ought to push the market down similarly from its high. Its high was pre-market about 397. So now you have to do an inverse. So we take that and we say 1 minus, and we get 2.6. 1 minus 0.26 is a 974. So now you take 397, the market SPY, times 0.974. Is that what I said? Yeah. And we get 387. So like, yeah, I mean, the downside on the market priced down to 387. But you also have to discount a little bit that some of the stuff that's in the market benefits from the higher rates. So somewhere between 387 and 394, 397 is where it ought to be heading. 387, 397. So halfway will be 5 points. So 397, so 392. So there you go. You know, we have a thesis on direction that SPY may go to 392. Apple's certainly not doing well. GE, if it can climb over 13.45, maybe that trade gets back on. But, you know, GE moves slow. Looks like ExxonMobil trying to push up, but I don't believe that for a minute, because oil really is not putting the same. That's called divergence. It's not putting the same move in. Yeah, rates are still going up, man. Naturally, without the Fed's, help or guidance. And they're naturally going up because the stimulus money has entered, the economy, and that's exactly what causes it, is the deflation of the US dollar causes inflation. And when you increase the money supply, which is what just happened, you deflate the value of the US dollar. So when you try and stimulate the economy, you deflate that. And so the next move, the way to counter that, is to actually raise rates, because rates are already going up now. And that's how you can kind of rein that whole thing back in. And so what is that? That's a fucking feedback loop. So that's terrible. And this is exactly why we entered this inflationary era. There was nowhere more way to go. And hedge funds and institutional investors understand this, that we're going the other way now. There goes YVR, and TCAT will be coming out of its halt in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. And everyone is trying to get out for a moment, and that could be the direction that it's going to take now. Watch your positions on all the other ones. NFTs going down. I mean, if you want to call this that, NFTs, art companies. Okay, unless it can break out. Hang on. TCAT, looking like it's breaking out. There it goes. All right, that's really positive. TCAT breaking out. If you got an HFT setup, man, just, get out every 10 cents. You got to be fast. With an HFT setup, you can be athletic about how you can trade. High frequency trading. HFT. So no, in fact, TCAT is crapping out on that move, and that's going to scare more and more people, and they're going to sell. Stop loss is hitting. We're creating a feedback loop to the downside, and we're going to halt again, probably to the downside. Here we go. The halt level is 9.33. It's about to halt. Oh, the halt level has been pulled up. But, that's what's going on. Feedback loop to the downside on the NFT plays there. They want their money back. Yeah, they might not get it, but the HFT traders swoop it out from them. It's like I said, it's like being Quicksilver. It's totally unfair, because by the time you go in and out, all the other traders are still getting the information, deciding, putting their order in, and then sending it in, and then waiting for it to get executed, and then getting filled. And you've already been in, you could be in and out several times, in and out several times, while they went through that 1, 2, or 3 second loop. So, HFT is like being Quicksilver. You're like, You know, everyone else is moving really slow, and then you can just get in there and just grab what you want. It's like being a bandit, man. All right, TCAT is potentially moving to the upside now for another potential breakout. 1110 would be the breakout on that. Right now, the halt indication is at 1107. No, it's not, but that's a really good idea, DS50. Thank you. Finally, I'm so hungry. Thank you. We're going to be bucking broccoli. What bucking bronco? What is that thing with the broccoli that Dana Carvey used to say? Chopping broccoli. TKAT. So I got to do a little grubbing right now. Excuse me. It'll only last like 10 minutes. But I've had no sustenance today yet, other than a coffee. Yep, here comes the ASMR portion of our segment. Here we go. Here's me cutting into an omelet. Here's what I've got today. Bananas, apples, and omelet. Oh, love it. Nice and healthy. Somebody trying to make me a healthy person? Yeah, it's my wife. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. I'm cutting into an omelet. I'm poking it with my fork. I'm lifting it to my mouth. Oh, that's delicious. All right, we got cat breaking to the upside. Caterpillar. Mia's like, ew, but that was kind of funny. What did I tell you about cat when it pulled back? I said, now might be a good time to get in cat in case it continues to run. Man, I swear to God, if there was a way to teach you a lesson, this is it. And the answer is no. You already had 2 pullbacks. Look at that chart, Faraz. Right? Figure that's an uptrend and figure, okay, well, where I want to get in is when it does this, right? And you draw your lines, create your better entry points, wait for it. And when it happens, then risk it. And when you risk it, then it's lower risk than mid risk or high risk points. Yeah, you know, it'll work out. It's going to be like magic. You'll see, because you'll lose less, because when it does go against you, you'll already like see it so clearly, and you'll already have gotten in so low instead of way up high. And then when it does work out, you're going to make a whole lot more, because even if it doesn't break out of that high, if it retests it, you'll be up. All right, good. So you're playing Deer. Very good. Quick $800 on those 3 NFT plays, Mario. Way to go, buddy. And there goes Apple to the downside. Some more. Apple breaking down. And we can pretty much expect the market to eventually catch up here and go down. All right. The banana bite's not going to have very much sound. Banana is very good for you if you don't know, unless you're doing keto or something. But it has a lot of potassium. So does coconut. And you need twice as much potassium in your day than salt, because the potassium actually sort of counteracts the salt. You're gonna go to the bathroom. Dude, it's like a reoccurring theme, man. All right, so rates are on like a ripping uptrend. And I really think that we haven't seen the market react to that yet. Other than Cat is really taking advantage of the inflationary move. And Deere just wants to hold sideways. Day traders wear diapers, said Brandon. That's hilarious. You guys over on the TikTok, make sure you click the link in my bio. Come join our Zoom. Same thing over on YouTube. So more SPY puts would be a good idea because of the rates rising. It would seem so. Sometimes these things can decorrelate on the day. So if it were me, I would only do that when SPY is up. Akuro, I am not an expert at selling options or spreads. I have done those things dozens of times, but I'm not an expert at it. So, but we do have an expert in the group I think we have two analysts who are experts at that, maybe even more. Percival and Austin, you can tag them in the Discord and ask them that exact same question, and then you'll get like an expert response. My response would be I'd have to check that out, analyze it, map it out, kind of think about it, figure it out, and double check on it. But those guys, they might give you a really great, expert, wise answer. All right. Yeah. Got to know what you're good at and what you're not good at, especially when I'm trying to help everybody. I've got good notions, but yeah, some of that stuff, that's not my level. Can't spread yourself too thin. Yeah, I mean, you can't know everything. I mean, you can't. Like we talked about that last night. Austin is like a walking computer. Yeah, so ask Austin. Very nice guy, a really good analyst in the group. All right, what are we looking at here? The NFT plays peaked, just call it that. They peaked. So probably what you're going to be looking for now, if you're a real ace, is you're trying to see which one of these is going to form the most easiest to follow ABCD pattern, right? And if you ask me, OCG is maybe holding that possibility up, and YVR potentially as well. But it looks like TCAT's about to break out. Okay, you watching TCAT? Looks like TCAT's about to run again. The NFT play's not over yet. It's hitting the upper limit on the halt indications. 10.85 halt could be happening in any second here. Every 15 seconds, they readjust those upper limits. Let's see if we get an adjustment here on the pullback. Yeah, 11.11. All right, so now it can run to 11.11. And so that's probably what it's going to do. If it didn't pull back, the upper limit wouldn't have raised and it would have halted. It's snowing. That was funny. Let me see if I got any questions over on the YouTube. No? Okay, good. Yeah, over on the YouTube, you guys just come join the Zoom. It's pinned. The link is pinned there. Just click on it. Edgar, what I've done is I've cut together a whole bunch of classes that I've ever given, private lessons that I've ever given. I've snipped out those segments and I've put them into like a lesson order. And I have, one of those, like you can just private message me for the link and I'll tell you more about that. So I've organized everything into a lesson structure and I'll tell you more about that program that I have. Are we still holding SPY and Apple? Well, Apple, yes. And as far as SPY goes, yes, we are, but in puts, but they're probably getting close to breaking even right now. If SPY were to get to the top end of the range, like 395, then you could average in some more SPY puts. We don't know where this day is going, but it seems like sideways and down is the right thesis. So we have SPY puts. And the last chance we have to, take the best positions on that thesis is if SPY goes to the top of the range, maybe even pokes out a little bit. That's we can just get in some more SPY puts. So we're averaging down and then we'll see where it goes because the thesis is that the day is going to go down. And then Edgar, or anybody who may be trying to private message me on the day over on the Discord, I'm just not going to be able to get to those. There's so many of them until the market closes at the end of the day. So if you need to tell me something, if you want to ask me something important or emergency level, you're going to have to publicly ask it in the group right here so I can see it come across my screen. There goes OCG. There goes TCAT. YVR lagging behind. Probably the next place you could plant a seed before it's too late. Wow, it looks like Austin's really helping you out right now. There you go. Austin and Percival came to the rescue there. We knew it. Yeah, Daryl bringing us the NFT plays today. Thank you very much. So rates currently experiencing a little bit of a pullback, and we'll see where that goes on the day. And so that's going to cause the market to press up, and that might give us our last chance opportunity to average down on puts. And if that doesn't work out and it runs and the market puts in an uptrend, then we'll cut them. But that's why you want to have some hedged positions as well. Something that's going to go up if the market goes up. So that while that equals, how much you're staking on the market going down or whatever going down. So the best way to play your day, especially a day like today, sideways. Sideways, we don't know which way it's going to go. All right, Faraz, it looks like CAT's starting to pull back. If you ask me, maybe when it gets to the 20 moving average line on the 2-minute chart. you could get in. Carter, can you just paste to me what the option is that you have? How many of them you got, the expiration? Let me figure this out with you. That doesn't sound good at all. Have they ever been up? Have they ever gone in the right direction? And I don't even know what you're on. Like, which options are you on? Give me the breakdown. EMR is doing good. All right. That was my alert yesterday. And I'm not sure if that was a long-term portfolio play. I think so, like 3 to 6 months. And BizD, 29 BCDs, BizD, the ETF, I believe it is up on the day. Oh, it's just at break even, 0.07%. But that's fine. Like, in other words, it's holding its ground. Roblox call. Oh, you have a Roblox call. Strike of 75. Okay, let's see. Expiration, like, give me the full, detail on that. I have, 10 Roblox calls, strike of 75, expire Friday, 3/19, that kind of thing. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so let me pull up Roblox. When did you buy them? Okay, you understand if you bought the 75 strike for $6, which is what you essentially did, let's just round. If you bought the 75 strike for $6, then by expiration, you're not even going to break even unless the price of Roblox by expiration is 81. Do you understand that? Like, maybe you don't understand options yet. So you paid $6 for something that, if the price by Friday is 75, will be worth nothing. So in order for it to be worth the $6 you paid by expiration, it's going to have to be $6 above that strike of 75, 81. See? So what I teach, and maybe you didn't know this, but if you ever swing an option, always buy the 75-ish delta. You bought a delta that was too low. It was like 0.5 delta when you bought it. And that's how you can know. Like, it's just like Evans' rule, just anything between 0.68 and 0.8, but ideally 0.75-ish in the delta. Then you know, all right, I'm doing the right thing. It's going to cost more. You're going to get less options because of that, but you're going to make more and you're going to lose less. And it's a lesson in itself. It's complicated to tell you why. I've done the math over the years. That is correct, though. If you get the 0.75 delta on your swing trades, instead of getting like at the monies or out of the monies, you will make more and lose less. No, I don't. I have IBKR and I have money over there, and I don't use IBKR as my trading platform. Like, don't ask me a question about their platform. Okay, there goes OCG. It's breaking out. OCG broke out. So you guys planted the seeds on the bull flag? Anybody? That would have been around 7.8. Cool, Daryl. Woo-wee. It broke through 850. OCG, really good. That is quite bullish. So, next target area is going to be the 75, and then you try to get all out below 9. And then back in once it breaks through 9. Too much resistance at 9. That's a speed hump. So if you got an HFT setup, man, you could be killing it, especially if you sized well on that one. Anybody HFTing OCG or any of these? YVR, TCAT? I'm talking about, like, really being Quicksilver. not just, on Robinhood. Because I know you guys are doing really good if so. Because we just got 8.1 to 874. And with that pullback there, you'd be all out on HFT. Well, it is what it is, Clayton. That was a little bit of money. So Faraz, Cat's really running. I don't know if you got to plant a seed there on the pullback to the 20 moving average on the 2-minute chart. But it's up about 65 cents from there now. Financial sector, has found bottom and is coming back. Caught 4% on TCAT. Wow, fantastic. Like 4% on the day. If you can get that on your account, that's like a great day. Energy has gone sideways on the day, which is not too bad for energy. And the industrials are definitely in a confirmed uptrend. Well, they're in 3 out of 4 parts of an uptrend. So industrial's looking great. So that'd be GE, probably going to break to the upside. Boeing, CAT is just like flying. DE now is finally starting to get close to breaking out on the day. Industrials looking great. My list of best industrials are DE, CAT, EMR, ETN, PH. Always keep a pencil and paper handy because you never know, when I'm going to launch into some kind of a list like this. JCI, CMI, ODFL, URI, and PWR. Those are like the absolutely exceptional ones out of 75. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. GE's popping, BA is going to be popping, DE is going to break out, CAT's running. The industrials are having a moment, as they should. Nah, I'm not going to do that one more time, Edgar. I did post it to the VIP area. Go in there right now and go over to Chart Traders Alerts, the channel over there. Okay, Edgar? Go over to Chart Traders Alerts. And you will see I posted the list like yesterday or the day before. There it is. There it is. Yeah, it was like yesterday. No problem. Just like, yeah, come on then. Because then the next guy's going to be like, oh, what's going on? It's going to be a round robin thing. I know an Edgar Ramirez, maybe you're not the same guy though. I'm sure there's a lot. But I knew an Edgar Ramirez in Cancun. You wouldn't be the same Edgar Ramirez, would you? Small world. Maybe my cousin. All right. Apple about to make a new low on the day. Makes sense. That's following the thesis. Yields actually curving up, like very bullish, like 90% bullish trend. Very strong uptrend in yields. And that's what's pushing the industrials. And it's just surprising to me that SPY hasn't dropped. But tech is dropping. So SQQQ will be going up if you can only buy going up. Or XLK, you could buy puts on XLK, or like what we've got going on, we've got puts on Apple. You want to get calls on GE, DE, CAT, Boeing, some more of those ones on that list. I don't know how they're doing today, but those particular ones we know are doing great. Rates are about to break out again to the upside. That'll be another negative for highly levered growth stocks like Apple, Netflix. But companies, they may have a residual effect only because they're in the same ETFs as FANG, is Google and Facebook. However, Google and Facebook are in great shape with only 7% debt. So moving forward, Facebook and Google are going to unshackle, and they're going to run. They're going to do well for the next few years, for the next many years. They may get to the point where they gobble up. You may see some historic thing in 10 years. Google fucking buys Apple, like distressed Apple. Like, could you imagine that? Like, wow. I mean, sometimes in history, you do get these on the stock market, these amazing events that you just would have never have thought. You just never, you would go, wow, looking back, when did that happen? And it was started 2 weeks ago, basically. It started when Google and Facebook were smart enough to know not to be in debt, and so they aren't. And Apple and Tesla were heavily in debt. And the next 10 years unfolds, and Apple's laid off 70% of its workforce from where it is now, and they can't innovate because they had to cover all their debt. And now they're just wimped out, and they get beaten by Google in every way possible, and Facebook, who are innovating out the wazoo. I mean, Facebook's got one of these, right? And this is gaining market share. And, they're making all the right bets. Boy, I bet Faraz is just kicking himself. And you know what about? I wonder if you went to the bathroom right when that pullback happened. Good. Yeah, because 231 would have been the entrance on CAT. And now it's at 232.37. Rates just broke out. They're like right at the edge, the precipice of breaking out to the upside. And just look at the XLI sector go. If you don't know which stock to pick, you could have gotten calls on XLI, just industrials as a sector. It's trending. If you don't know how to necessarily pick stocks, you can just go on what's running on the day. If you know how to read charts and you understand when something's in a sideways trend, a downtrend, and an uptrend, you can pick the right direction on the sectors. There's sector ETFs they can get options on that you can trade with shares, however you want to do it. So XLI is industrials, XLE is energy, which is going sideways. XLI is just going through the roof right now. XLF is sideways on the day. XLK, that's technology, is sideways with a downward bias. So you can just find your sector and position yourself, and then just see how it plays out. Boeing with the huge pop, the huge breakout of the ABCD right there above WAP. GE probably going to follow next. CAT's running up to 233. What an amazing move on CAT. I really feel like a baseball announcer sometimes. What an amazing play on CAT. And it's a home run. deep into 233. For us, as I hate Boeing. I told you, man, Boeing is like the trickiest freaking stock to buy. Excuse me. But I will say this, that if you understand the patterns and you understand when is low risk, you'll do just fine for us. So when you look at Boeing, it had that ABCD setup there with the VWAP, and 258 would have been a little bit of a breakout. And you could have been all in on that. Well, it depends. And then taking 25% profits right now between C and A. Nathan, probably paper trade for weeks and weeks and be consistent. Like, imagine it this way. Number one, if there was another Nathan out there, and he's your clone, but he lives somewhere else, and you don't stay in good touch with him, but he's a friend, and he asked you for all your money to quit your job, and you start giving him all your money, and he's going to day trade for you, would you? Because that's what you're thinking about doing for yourself, right? So you don't stake yourself until you are profitable, because don't you think that's a bad idea to go give it to that other guy who's you? Right. And so, but what you can do is you can get Thinkorswim, and you can practice at night when you have your day job, but at night you can practice with Thinkorswim, because Thinkorswim allows you to replay the day, and you can practice. You can replay any day. You can just practice at nights. It might take you 3 months. In the meantime, you can just be like saving up a little bit of wad of money, on the side, like, okay. And all you're doing is saving, maybe putting it into a couple of stocks that grow nice and safely. Right now would be BizD, by the way. Good for the savings portfolio. And see where I'm going. And then eventually you can say, hey, holy shit, I probably can take the day off of work today, give this a little try. And you try it and you fail. And then, and you keep rinsing and repeating until finally you realize, all right, well, I could do better at this than I can have in my job. And I am better now. And I'm ready to stake myself and I'm ready to risk it all. And there you go. Yeah, the PTT rule. Best way to go is to swing trade then. All right, the NFT plays have gone sideways, but OCG is showing the most bullishness at the moment. So get in at the bottom edge of this flag on OCG if you can. Who sees the flag? Who knows, where the bottom edge of that flag is? Who can give me a number? What price on OCG is the best price at the bottom edge of the flag right now? There is a correct number. It can be round. I like Okuro's. That's probably spot on. But, yeah, okay on the 8.3, okay, but it's, it is rising a little bit. Make sure you're looking at the 1 minute chart. Yeah, in my opinion, I think it's closer to like 8.38, 8.4. So, 8.5 wouldn't be bad. We're getting a lot of 8.5. 8.25 is a bit too low. That's more ABCD-ish with levels. A flag is going to be a wedge. It's going to have a rising bottom edge, Kelly. So try to picture that. So that's where you want to plant some seeds on OCG. And it's going to feel retarded because it's like, why am I buying when the thing is having trouble, right? But that is exactly what makes you a good trader is you're now getting in at a low risk area. And if it breaks, actually, Kelly is right about the 825 point being like the point in which you would drop your position. 820, maybe if you give it a little room, 815. But you would buy at like 8.3, 8.4, because now you're at this like low risk point where you'll get out if it drops and you will lose a little bit of amount of money. But if it runs, like, wow, you'll make a lot. And even if you were to like double up on the breakout, your average would be in the middle, and that's still great and profitable. SPY puts, adding to them. I'm still going to see if it can grind up to around 395 before I do that. But maybe you're asking, all right, Camille, later. Oh, man, that sucks. But maybe you're asking because your SPY puts are negative, in which case, you can take profits along the way. You can, get out if you need to protect your gains. But I'm waiting to do with my extra capital what I just said. Oh, it looks like rates did not break out, so they topped out, and they're now kind of in a bull flag. So that's somewhat positive for the market, but it's amazing how resilient the market has been today, but it certainly hasn't been in tech. It's been really in industrials. Might not get that pullback on OCG, see? So you had like a couple of moments there to grab it. And there goes TCAT again, and there goes YVR. Increasing unusual call volume going on in MBRV, TEF, LPCN, MTG, MTX, EMB. OCG. I mean, you should look at TCAT. I mean, wow, on TCAT. Yep, I'm definitely watching TCAT. Hopefully, you guys are getting this on TCAT. Did anybody buy the bottom of the flag on TCAT? That would have been an outstanding play, buying the bottom of the flag on TCAT around $11. You'd already be at $12.70 right now. Got the same thing going on on OCG. Yeah, I would agree with you on that, for us. TCAT is like a run that's really hot. And look at it go. It just broke through 13. Whoo! And getting the bottom of that flag there at 11 would have been the play. So that'd be 13.2 if you got out there, which you should because it's about to halt. TCAT's about to halt, guys, just FYI. 13.39 is the limit up 3.6. All right, 15 seconds here, and it's going to halt. So you might want to get out, market order before it halts. And the halt is going to happen any second. Oh, boy, they just avoided the halt. That was by seconds. What was I typing? Where was I typing it? Don't remember. Oh, I was 13.2 divided by 11. That's what I was doing. 20% gains on your whole account for the high frequency traders who probably positioned themselves in TCAT and then averaged it at 11 and then broke out at 12 and are now sitting at 13.5. I hope that's you, Daryl. I hope you got some of that on TCAT. Nice. Nice. All right, next halt's at 1372. All right, we are hitting that right now. That's the upper limit, 1372. They're not letting any orders higher than 1372. That's the limit up. If we stay here for 15 seconds, it will halt. All right, it broke through. The range increased for the limit up. It is now 14. What a run on TCAT. Sympathy play on OCG. Brandon, we both did the same thing. All right, TCAT is halted. OCG is nowhere near its halt limit. So OCG looking great. YVR is next. Yes, sir. But proportionately, it looks like TCAT was the real winner there. 11 to 14. Wow. If you got that, and it would have been easy with an HFT setup for you. So hopefully my private students are doing well on that. That would have been a 27% entire account gain. So if you had $25,000 account, you now have $32,000 account. So way to go on anybody that HFT'd that TCAT move there. All right, so now SPY is getting to the point where I'm starting to get interested. When it gets close to 395, I may average in a couple more puts. And GE is trending upward, is grinding up. While Caterpillar has pulled back. If it gets to 231.75 for Oz, that would be a good entry on Caterpillar. I got to get up and stretch for a second. Just take a little walk. In fact, I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to go warm up my coffee. Okay, I'm back. How's everybody doing? All right, TCAT's out of the halt and going up more. It's hard to believe that TCAT started at $6 this morning and is at 15. John, you should probably private message me and think about having a private session with me, like a consultation, where I can give you some ideas about how to go with that, because Fidelity is not the best place to do PDT stuff. And you're going to run up against a ton of resistance doing that over at Fidelity. So I think you should probably, at least very little, at the least, message me privately in the Discord, not in this Zoom, over in the group in the Discord. I'm talking to you, John Daron. Yeah, that's all FOMO. That's gorgeous. I hope you guys are making lots of money on that. That is a gorgeous uptrend. I'm fairly certain that my private students are probably killing that right now. I just haven't heard from them too much. Daryl, are you still pushing that, or are you not trading today? Like, that's like an opportunity and a half. We don't see that every day. That's like a once every 2 or 3 weeks move there. And William, are you here today? You're done for the day? All right. Why is that? Is it your account is not above PDT? William Worthington. Yeah, no, it looks like you're not here. All right, so now it topped out. So if you're an HFT trader, you got out of that way before that pullback, and you've been taking profits all along the way using the ladder strategy. Okay, well, that's good, Daryl. And like, what percent on your account was that? Was that what you said earlier? Was that you, about the 4% or something? All right, I am going to nibble a couple more SPY puts up right here, but definitely not. I'm definitely not doubling down at this moment. Just gonna nibble. Just gonna grab a contract or two. I have 10 puts. I'll buy one. I literally will buy one. I'll just start to nibble and get my cost average down. Excuse me. Is YVR in a bull flag right now? No, it's in a channel. OCG is in a bull flag. It's basically a pullback. And TCAT is a head and shoulders. It just depends on what time frame you're looking at, though, Kaylee. Whether it's the 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute chart, 10 minute. SOS moving or mooning? That's funny. Mooning. Oh, taking off to the moon. Okay. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. And Riot breaking out. But SOS, it held the best on the day. So SOS is the strongest of the bunch today. Why? Who knows? All right, TCAT, YVR, OCG, well, not OCG, but mostly YVR, the first of the three to be showing that it's probably crapping out. TCAT on the precipice of showing that it's going to crap out. And OCG would need to go back to about 8.25 to be fully crapped out. But they're all crapping out, basically. That's what it's looking like. It is 12:30 Eastern time. So this is the lowest volume moment in the day. And who remembers the differential between how strong volume is at the beginning and the end of the day versus the middle of the day? What's the difference in volume? Yeah, 90%. That's right. Like it's so significant. It's not it's not a minor effect. It's 90%. So in other words, let's say right now the volume is whatever it is right now. By the end of the day, it will reach 1,000% more because right now we're running at 10% volume. Somebody's asking me if I would hold NFT to the end of the day. Not if it's going down. That's someone who's stuck in pattern day trading rule. Those are bad habits that you're going to be building. I can't sell now. Could I possibly make a good decision and just hold it to the end of the day? This is how we become losers, is not selling when you're up. Take the money, stop being greedy, period. Or cut your losses if you're losing money. Because were you one of the ones that bought at the top? That's not good. We're going to see a bounce at some point, but we don't know where that's going to be. Yeah, Justin, I've been working on trying to explain that. Hey, thank you for the gift there, Trip. Thank you. I'll make that video about how to get around the pattern day trading rule. Maybe tomorrow during session. And I've been trying to work on making that video for you guys on that. Some of you already understand it. But I want to make sure I give all the right. For instance, Faraz, are you still with me? I think you are. Well, maybe he's not, but there are some ramifications that you want to make sure that you position yourself well for when you do it. No kidding. Oh, Nathan, your neighbors with Faraz, awesome. No, it's nothing. I was just saying for us, when I teach the how to avoid the pattern day trading rule trick using options, I'm just already thinking I'm likely to advise people buy deeper in the money. Doesn't that make sense for us? Because then when you sell the next strike up and that one's also in the money, then if the thing comes back on you in price overnight or by next morning, you'll still be in the money. And because of the time decay, you'll actually be making money, right? Because the spread is trapped in an area which is still in the money and positive. So I'm thinking that's going to be the enhanced perfect way to play. But you have to know beforehand that when you're getting into whatever it is, that you're going to do that. So therefore you pick the deeper in the money option to start with. You have to like preset yourself up. You have to think ahead. Yeah. So there's a lot of different ways to play with options, during a day trade. There's at the money, there's out of the money sizing down so you can get bigger gains. There's in the money so you can avoid the pattern day trading rule and get a higher delta. Probably in the money is going to really work out well. Yes, I did, Justin. Yep. But I'm sure there's a couple other people out there who teach that that's a cool way to do it. But it sounds like you understand it. But I will actually, draw it out with the strikes and teach exactly, and what's the down risk, what's the upside risk, how's it going to work, what do you do the next day if you're holding it, what do you do the next day, and it's improving. Should you cut it or should you keep it? You should keep it, all that stuff. So I'll go into that. Yeah. No stimmy for Jimmy. Why? It's just not arrived yet, or you're not going to get one. Are there people that don't qualify at all? Like, in order to not qualify, don't you have to have like an annual income of like, I don't know, insane levels? Huh. Crazy. Yeah, why would you not qualify? I want my steamy money too. Right, yeah. Oh, okay. Right now, what is this, Frankie? Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, but I think it's higher for joint or couples, and that's what I am. I don't know. I'll check my bank account. Let me see. Because a lot of people have been getting it. And then also, if you didn't do your taxes right, you wouldn't qualify. But I mean, I did, but I haven't done my taxes for 2020 yet because it's not really due yet. Stimmy. All right, so there's a little bit of a bounce on OCG. Look, there's SPY pulling back hard now. And I anteed up my SPYs there. I got one more, but I did improve my average. Oh, I did get my stimmy. All right, let me see. I have a lot of kids, so I got $8,400. I have quite a few children. So I win. I have 7 children. Son of a god! Holy shit! Mormons win. That's funny. Finally, it pays to have 7 wives. No. I'm not a Mormon, by the way, for any of you who are new to the group. I'm just kidding. But no, I'm not kidding about that. Yeah, I did get the check. So way to go there. Oh, awesome, Tabitha. Way to go. The stimmy is in, and has it credited? Wow, it actually credited same moment. I guess because it's the Treasury, they don't need to check if they have the money. Call up. Like, is this gonna clear? Like, Powell, are you really good for this? I don't know. We got to check on this. You think you're not going to get anything for us, man? Buy some Bitcoin. Yeah. I will be spreading my bets around. That's just not fair that some people don't get it. Like, what the hell? All right, so CAT is pulling back to the 50 moving average. So that's a pretty big decrease in momentum. Same thing's happening on XLI. These could be some regions when they get to these key averages, these key levels, when you can actually start to average in. Makes sense? So, industrials may continue to run. So this may be your chance to get in at a couple of dollars of discount, either for a day trade or as an investment. And that will be, Caterpillar and Deere, or you could just day trade the XLI today. Yeah, BDCs. There's a whole bunch of BDCs, business development companies, that I recommend. But literally, the best way to buy them is to buy the ETF of the 29 best ones, and that's BIZD, BIZD. And I just bought $30,000 worth of that yesterday or the day before for a 3 to 6 month hold on that. It has about a 10% yield. Yeah, BizD, BIZD. That's right. Business development companies. Go take a look at its chart. You'll be like, whoa, because on top of that, you're getting 10% yield. Correct, Justin. Yeah. But, even so, in my long-term portfolio, it's a IRA, so I can rotate positions as frequently as I wish without any tax ramifications. And what am I trying to say here? And so it's really kind of a 3 to 6 month play. We'll see how it pans out. BizD pays a 10% dividend. Yes. It's pretty amazing. BIZ, if you can't find it, maybe it's not in your, system. All right. 225 calls. I'm rooting for you, Faraz. But you got the 326, so I like the safety in that. And were they in the money deeper? Yeah. Ooh, I like that play. In fact, you could probably sell some puts against that because it's not going to go down. So that's called a poor man covered put. The 224, the next strike down. Well, I mean, like, look at the chart and say to yourself, okay, it's running in a channel. What price is it just likely to just not at all go below? And you'd sell those, but the weeklies, so you can do it a couple times until that expiration date. Sell the call. Well, no, you don't want to do that. That'd be at the top of the range. You want to sell the put. I don't know. See if you can do it. Again, I am not an expert at spreads. Ask Austin. Yeah, I think if you sell the put, that's the way to go. Sell to open. Again, I'm not an expert. I think that's probably correct. Double check it, analyze it, make sure of it. Let me know, Faraz. There are no options. We're talking about CAT, C-A-T. On BizD, why would you get options? It gives a 10% royalty. It gives a 10% dividend. Don't you want that? No, we're talking about CAT, Caterpillar. But the 10% dividend is on BizD. We got two conversations we were going on there. Sorry. We were talking about BizD a little bit, and then Faraz bought calls on CAT, and then I said that he did a good job on that. And he probably could sell puts against it, weeklies. And then maybe I'm incorrect, but do your due diligence on how that works. But I believe that makes sense. Maybe I am wrong about that. Double check. No, I think I'm right. All right, the market just continues to go sideways on us, but Apple keeps going down. At this point, I only got 5 puts on Apple. I don't know about you guys, but at this point, I'm up 13.5% on those Apple puts. Not a lot, but it's something. And I'm up on the SPY calls, puts rather. And where else we got here? And down a little bit on the Tesla call, but I'm keeping that as a nice hedge. And then down 20% on the VIX calls. But I'm just going to ride that through tomorrow. What did I get here? I got the March 31. So I have some time on those VIX calls. Did I buy at the money Apple puts? At the time, I'm trying to remember. I may have even bought a little bit out of the money. I got the 123. And I think at that time it was pushing down. I don't recall. You got the 123 for $1.40? Dude, I'm so jealous. I paid $1.58. But they're at $1.77 now, so you're doing really good. You must be up like what, 25%? Sound pretty good. Oh man. It's just such a mess, you know, so much to organize, right, Gabby? Like, yeah. Hey, YVR is totally running at the moment, but it might be bullshit because OCG and TCAT are not necessarily doing the same. So this might be just someone playing with money, playing with people's dreams and hopes, a market maker, excuse me. But it looks like it might break out. 3.26 being the high, and it's right there. Okay, YVR. There it goes, broke out, 329. So it moved 3 cents so far. Let's see if it can follow. See, it's not following through. And you could have got that, you know, a little bit of a prediction on that. Maybe it will, but you could have got a little bit of prediction on that based on OCG and TCAT. As much as you can inform your trade, you know, you just do it. TCAT ABCD, yeah, I mean, you can play it that way. It's kind of like a micro ABCD stair step. Ah, that's cool. You're welcome, Philip. That's pretty awesome, 40%. I like it. Probably I'm up more now, or maybe not. No. No, back in the positive on Tesla. And what else we got? All right, so it is now almost 1 p.m. on the market. Riot really rocking it out of the gates right now. Price target by end of the week on NIO. Okay, that, you know, I can help you with. NIO, you're not going to like my price target on NIO, I can tell you that, because you probably have calls. End of the week, testing lows, 35. Probably not what you wanted to hear. Why would anybody buy calls on something that's in a downtrend? Like, you know, why be on that improbable side of the trade? Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea to be holding the 48 until the end of the week. I mean, it'd have to be way above that, plus $1.33. So it'd have to go to 49.33 just for you to break even. It's at 42 and in a downtrend. All right. TCAT liftoff. We are now up $2,100 just on the single deer swing alone. Incredible, 212%. There goes TCAT. Watch the upper limit at 1611. It's at 16 now. Resistance. Watch out. It was not able to break through 16. So if you have an HFT setup, you would have wanted to have gotten out right underneath there when you saw that. And then reback in. Oh, right now we've got a limit up on 1611. 1644 is the new limit up. If we get pegged up there, we will be halting again. I don't think it's going to have the energy. It's midday. The volume is going to be lower just by nature. But speak of the devil, it looks like we're about to halt. 1644, it's getting pretty pegged up there. Oh, okay, great. The limit has been raised to 1669. Anybody in this? All right, good. Who's in TCAT? And watch OCG to follow. Plant some seeds over there. You guys over on TikTok, how you doing? Make sure you click the link in my bio, and then you can come right into our Discord. It's open house today, open house day. You can come in and look at all of our trade alerts and our VIP channels, and just go up and down and check everything out. And on top of that, click the link to join my Zoom right now, and you can watch both my 4K screen, 2 of my 4K screens that I'm sharing, and chat with all of the traders that we're trading live with right now. So just click the link in my bio. The red-green study, you just go to, that's a custom indicator that I programmed. You just got to go to Linktree, if you have ever seen those Linktree, linktr.ee/chart trader. linktr.ee/chart trader. No link. There should be a link there. It's at the bottom of my bio profile page. All right, TCAT topping out. Couldn't really push too much through 16 level. Got to 1659 with resistance. It's now probably going to bull flag at best or crap out. Somebody was asking me about a stock, taking a look at it. And I know it was NEO, but somebody asked me something else. Price target for XNet by end of the month. I bought it $3. I sold it $6. Now it's $7. So why are we looking at it? And how much money do you have? Price target for XNet. Maybe 7.85. I don't know. About the same as where it is now. End of the month. Maybe even 675. There goes CAT for Oz. You're starting to get some appreciation on the CAT entry. CAT, Caterpillar. All right, so what it's likely to do now is a 90% chance of a 25% retrace, or a 60% chance of a 50% retrace, or a 10% chance of a full retrace. So you can pick your outs based on that. Riot still running, but we're holding. We've got that as our long-term play. Riot, Mara, SOS, Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs. Those are from analysis, back-tested analysis and studies of day trading patterns. So those aren't mine. Those are from, tried and true. You can find them in pattern books. These are statistics out there you can look up. You want to start to learn about that stuff? That's awesome. Like that you're curious about that. So now what you got to do is Google. And you can start to learn and dig deep and find, there's so much information. You should be able to find all kinds of good stuff. Just look up, for instance, in my, here, I'll post a link to my chart trader link, my link tree, sorry. Link. And in there are, out of hundreds of trading books that I've been through over 25 years, there's like 6, my favorite 6 or 7 or 8, I think tops. And 1 or 2 of them is about chart patterns. And there's some on price action. There's some on candlesticks. There's some on candlestick patterns. So here you go. Nah, that's the wrong link. Sorry. I misspelled my name. There you go. Oh, okay, perfect. So in that link tree is like my favorite books is one of the links. And some of those books in there talk about the various probabilities, but also I've taught that in previous classes about what those levels are and the probabilities, and those are in that cut up lessons there. So you can private message me if you want information about that, about how to sign up for that. Will SLGG be going up when there is more volume in the evening? There was some momentum today. So maybe there's an ABCD forming now, SLGG. Let's see. Yeah, SLS strong. No, it doesn't look like it, man. It looks like OCG is going to ABCD out and it's going to pop. TCAT just keeps running and running. 3 hours to the market close. YVR with real vertical breakouts. So who got in on the bull flag on TCAT there? That would have been at 15.25. And now it's back at 16. It's pushing 16.8. You want to be stocking. You want to make money. You want to be stocking those bull flags. You want to be stocking those geometric patterns. Wedges, triangles, flat tops, ABCDs, trend lines. That's how you get in at the low risk points. All right, I'm taking KMPH, just off radar. It's not really moving right. Now I'm going to keep it on. All right, there goes YVR. There goes TCAT. OCG is looking like it's going to break over 9.4, run to the high, 9.6, break and run. We shall see, but I believe so. All right, SPY is putting in a downtrend pattern. It's probably going to break down shortly here and take Apple with it. Oh man, that's pretty awesome. But you should be, what do you call it, scaling out, taking some profits here and there, especially after these big, huge runs, and then they stop and then they start to go sideways before it comes down, like kind of like right up in there. You want to take a little out, 5% off the table, 10% off the table. Let's say you have a small account and you have 10 shares or 100 shares. You take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shares every time it does that. Just want to keep pocketing money. You just keep pocketing money until you still will always have some left if you just keep doing that until the thing does tank and break previous pivot lows, and that's when you want to cut. The time frames that I prefer stocking the patterns on, you're talking about like the ABCD and the wedges and all that. It kind of can depend on the charting platform. Like over here on Thinkorswim, I can pull up a 1 minute chart and squish it so much that I can kind of get the general gist out of it. But on DOS Trader, when I try to squish it, it doesn't look so pretty. So, like the 1 minute or the 5 minute can be better. And over on Trading View, different also over there. Depends. You go where it looks, most clear to you. There's no absolutes in trading. I mean, you have to adapt within weeks, if not days, if not hours, to the changes in the way things are happening. Like what we had for a while there was ABCDs running into after hours and break and running in after hours and then pre-market. We had that going on last week and the week before on multiple occasions. Now it seems like they're just holding through. Like that's a real quick adaptation. They seem to be holding through, and then when the market opens, then they make their move or not. It's like the play is just kind of changed. So you have to, kind of look at those dynamics and just be sensitive to them. There goes Apple breaking down, new low of the day. Hey, thanks a lot for that, everybody. What will rise a lot and when and in what time frame? Today, in a week, in a month, in 3 months, in a year? I just went 100% cash besides for DE and CAT. Nice. I like that. I have only one stock of each. Okay. But I have been watching your streams and your call outs for a week before trusting you. Okay. And now you do have my trust. Okay. Thank you, Justin. I'll be sticking around. Awesome. And he says, thanks for creating this community. Well, to be honest, I was added into this community and I am one part of 5 other or 6 other at this point, or maybe 7 other analysts that we have on our team here. And the founders of this group are Jake and Elliot. And I am the lead analyst trader. But we have some, that doesn't mean necessarily that I'm the best analyst trader. Everybody has their forte. So Austin in our group, he's great with spreads. Percival, he's great with like selling like iron condor type of setups, managing their legs so that you can make slow and consistent income month over month and compound your growth throughout the course of the year. And then we have Track Dolph, who focuses on shorting a lot. He does a lot of like penny stock shorting and supernova type plays. We're also pretty much all over that as well, as you can see, but not the shorting side. And who else? We have D-King and Stock Sharks, incredible short little 1 to 3 day out of the money option lotto type plays that seem to always hit. Pretty incredible. Who else we got? Let me take a look so I'm not forgetting anybody. Track Dolph, Stock Shark, D-King, me, Percival, and then there's somebody named the Mayor. I'm not even sure who that is or what their reputation is at this point, but they may have been in there for a couple weeks or longer, and I haven't even noticed yet. So there's lots of different styles, lots of different things that you can take part in once you get your VIP membership. And we have crypto chat as well. So, we do the best we can. I sent you Cat, just want to see if I'm on the right path. But did you send it to the Discord VIP area? I hope so. There's a little bit of tag. Somebody tagged me. Yeah, I'm not going to check my private messages until the end of the day. Yeah, Nathan, but you can go through right now. Supposedly, we've got it set up, open house. You can just go through and check it out. Like right now, it's open. Like you can look in there and go like, whoa, you can see every analyst. It's supposed to be that way. Please let me know if it's not. And I'll let Jake and Elliot know that maybe they need to tweak something on the Discord. Yes, it is. There's alerts going on. Every analyst shooting off alerts all day today. Open house over there. Trade alerts is the name of the area, and you have everybody's alerts. There we go. Okay, I see your chart. Let me see what you got showing up here. I like it. I think you're a little bit hopeful on where you put your C. Is a little bit low. Probably that second line is really C, but nonetheless, yeah, I probably would appreciate from there. What is that? Is that caterpillar? No, what is that? Is that caterpillar? Yeah, it could be. Okay, so yeah, no, not really. Do you know why that's not the case? Is because the initial leg is so short that the B level is a 95% retrace. But you could have drawn that leg from the lower point. Still, it looks a little iffy. It's not super clear, but yeah, there's potential there. It seems to be working out. Like while we're talking, it's already running. So you're doing good. OCG putting in a flat top wedge. On what time frame? I'm not seeing it like that. OCG at the flat top wedge. I'm trying to picture that. It looks more ABCD-ish, and yet not even a very good one. I would call it a flat bottom wedge. Don't you think? Here, look, where is it? It's over here. I'll make this big and look at this. Look at my screen where I have the huge green chart. And then I got to get this tool. I swear to God, the tools on Thinkorswim are just so archaic. The little like drawing tools. Ugh. All right. Annotate. So if I can just move this over here a little bit. This is kind of what I'm seeing. You know, that's a bearish wedge. I think it's kind of over on OCG, and that's indicating that it's going to break down soon. Do you think so? What do you think? I'm not seeing where you saw a flat top wedge. Maybe right here, like for 4 minutes. But that's going to be overtaken by the larger trend. All right. If you guys over on TikTok want to be able to see that better, yeah, just click the link in my bio, and you could be watching my screen in 4K, both of my screens in 4K. Well, yes, and that's okay. There's multiple ways to mark up a chart. I mean, one trader may mark it up one way, another trader mark it up another way, and they literally can both be right, and both theses converge at that same price point, and it does what's predicted on both of them at that same point. So there's different patterns that start to show themselves on a chart. You know, you can just pick whatever one you see. But, you know, when a chart has multiple patterns like that coming together, that's confluence. And it means that other style of traders out there are seeing the same thing. And when that happens, that gives it more energy. It energizes the play more. So when things look sloppy and they're unclear and you can't quite find a pattern, you're like, it's kind of, yeah, you know, and that pattern itself you drew isn't very sexy either, then you know, like, it's not going to energize the stock. It's not going to energize the play because traders are not going to be seeing it either. Everyone, there's too much, what's the word? Disagreement. But what I do see is a bit of a head and shoulders on TCAT. Same thing on YVR, and then that flat bottom wedge on OCG. All three of those are bearish topping reversal patterns forming. So I would say the plays are over on OCG, YVR, and TCAT. They're all indicating in a slightly different way that there's a high probability it's over. Like I'm talking 90% chance. All right, let me push this little guy over here some more. All right. Where are you at now, Faraz? Oh, it's following the trend. I just posted the updated chart. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and do you remember how much I told you to sell at each point in the ABCD progress, and when to double up and when to stop out, all that stuff? Because that's going to inform you how to maximize your profits on this. Because as it gets further and further up, it becomes less and less likely to run to D. Yeah, no, that's incorrect. But yeah, I guess you say yes. So at least you have a plan. I'm just happy you have a plan. It looks to me like it's a little bit crapping out right now, and potentially you probably should just, break even now. If you've already taken profits, anytime you've ever taken profits, I believe we call this rule number 2. Anytime you've ever taken any profits, never, ever, ever let the price go below your break even from that point forward. So once you've taken your first profits, your third profits, whatever profit targets you've taken, if price were to retrace back to break even, you should be out before that, slightly or at it, but don't lose any money. Because once you've taken profits, you've put your capital to work, you made money, and that should be the end. Like, you can't change that. You lock that in by not risking anything more on your capital, because you could just take it back, do it again another day, and you've made money. That's just a really good rule. Bill says, I broke that rule on Ride the other day. Yeah, don't. Like, man, a couple of these rules and you're just going to be doing great as a trader. Just follow a couple of these rules and there you go. It looks a bit like an ABCD on Exxon Mobil, but the B is so low. Boeing looks a little bit better. GE, maybe with the more excellent ABCD. Yeah, GE has the best ABCD of some of these that we're looking at for a run, like potentially into after hours or tomorrow or the next day. So you could be planting some seeds here between 13.3 and 13.5. I scaled my position back for $70 profit. Not much, but I'm climbing back into green with these small wins. Okay, good. Yeah, small wins for sure are just fine, especially on a sideways day. I mean, the market has gone sideways. Where do you think things are going to go? Nowhere. There's no direction. If you have a small win, take it. Okay, TCAT putting in the right shoulder now on the head and shoulders. So we'll see if that develops into something stronger. And that could be the rare chance when the head and shoulders pattern breaks out, actually, not down. And that would be good for OCG, and that would be good for YVR. YVR is trying to break out. Here we go, TCAT, maybe with the breakout. Very close. Let's see if it can do it. 1739. Right now it's at 1693. Okay, YVR tapping the top of the range, 345. OCG lagging behind them both, probably where you're going to get the best bang for your buck right now. Plant some seeds on OCG. Risk will be lowest. And then over on TCAT, right there, 1610 in the low 16s. You could try, but let's watch that carefully. So YVR failed on 4 taps to break a new high. TCAT didn't even make a second tap. It just basically put in a higher bullish skewed head and shoulder. And OCG is still making that flat bottom wedge. All right. Looks like hope is being squashed on further NFT play here. But those of you who did get a little bit of an OCG, it's holding in the middle. So we'll see where that goes. Your out on that would be a breakdown at 8.38. It might catch at VWAP 8.25. So we'll see. YVR crapping out pretty strong. Not super strong, but relatively. It is 1:15, and I guess they're going to delay the Fed meeting. Is that right? Until tomorrow? I know that they're going to delay Powell's press conference until tomorrow, but are they going to delay the meeting? Let me take a look. Yeah, Faraz, I like that idea. Wow, we're nearing the end of the month, huh? What's today, the 18th, 17th? We're getting pretty close. 17th, halfway through the month. We're entering the last half of the month. Probably because they all have COVID. Nicholas, not funny. OCG just popped hard and halted. So there is that upward pressure. I mean, God, imagine how much bullishness it takes to overcome the negative patterns that we're forming there. YVR still running. That's got to be an indication of what is happening inside of the imbalance during the training hall on OCG. So hopefully you guys got that breakout on YVR and are making some money. I wasn't looking when OCG broke, but we'll definitely be prepared now on the next run. Actually, we just got you in at 8.75. So who got into OCG? You guys should be up quite a bit, 10, 15% on that pop right there. That's why we plant seeds. Good. All right, Paul. All right, Nicholas. Nice, Faraz. Man, I don't know. That's a good question about the Russell IWM. Let's see. I'll take a look. A really great question. Man, I don't know. This could be a good time to get into the Russell, you know? This could be the most it pulls back because rates are rising. So, you know, value is going to be where it's at right now. So IWM, this could be a good moment to get in. Somebody was asking. YVR broke 3.4 and ran all the way to 3.9. Man, PFT is one ugly looking chart. I have no idea, but it's in a downtrend. So your stock picking skills are not very good if you are long that. We need to up your stock picking skills and get you into something really good like Deere or Caterpillar. Like, why mess around with BFT? Boy, that's an ugly chart. I don't know, but it says volatility trading pause. They halted it because it went up 90 cents. It went up 10% in less than a, 1 minute period or whatever, 15-second period. So yeah, it's halted. It'll come out of the halt at 1:22 and 50 seconds. All right, so that's in 1 minute and 10 seconds. OCG. All right, TCAP breaking out in sympathy to YVR and OCG moving. So that's where you can make some money right now on TCAT. Can you believe that was a $6 earlier today? It's now $18. That's a 600, what is that? 300% gain. All right, YVR, bull flag. So what do you do on the bull flag? Plant seeds, right? YVR, get in, plant some seeds. It doesn't have to be a big position, just a nibble. 3.7s, good. Okay, we'll be coming out of the halt in 20 seconds on OCG. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There it is. All right, it pushed up to 10, 11. 10, 12, 10, 25, 10, 30, 10, 36, 10, 40. Oh man, HFT traders right now, you've got to be just banking. Talk about the profits to be taking every 10 cents there. Yum. And then you're definitely all out now, HFTs. All right, and now it's pulling back. That may affect YVR's flag. All right, it's pushing again. We're back to 10.10. Remember to get on the breakout at 10.4 if you have an HFT setup. YVR, you're getting a good price on the bull flag right now. Nicholas, if you have $25,000 or more, you can get yourself set up in a high frequency trading setup, take some private lessons from me, etc. But with the advanced software that we use, it keeps track of those halt informations so that you know. I'm not familiar with what Street Smart is unless it's the book you're talking about from the. No, I'm not sure what that is. I'm sorry, but I know what Schwab is. Oh, dude, somebody else on the TikTok says, how did you know when the halt ends? So anyway, that was the explanation. Somebody else asked me that same question. With a advanced high frequency trading setup, you can have that information. So just click the link in the bio or send me a private message over on TikTok if you want to learn more about setting yourself up on a high frequency trading setup. But you really will need more than 25 grand to do that. And there are costs per month to rent the fast software and feed. But obviously, I mean, you make that difference easily. Oh, cool. Cool, Nicholas. I'm gonna put that in a tab and I'm gonna research that later. Yeah, cool. It actually brought it up. Schwab Street Smart Pro. Oh boy, I'll check that out. I always like learning about something I don't know about. So we're getting, there's a really nice trend up on TCAT all day. If you were just like in all day, you could have stayed above the 8 MA on the 5 minute chart. Look at that. Anybody who can pull up the 5 minute chart on TCAT, just stay in above the 8 MA all day. So how much of my stimulus check should I put in the markets? What do you guys think? Brandon says 50%. Renato says all of it. Paul says all of it. Oh, I can do that every day, man, Kelly. No, I already did it. I wired the whole fucking thing. I already wired the whole thing over into my market account. And we'll turn that into, God knows, in a couple weeks, a couple months. When a stock is barcoding, is that a bad indicator? Yes, sir. It means you need to drop down to a time frame where you don't see those barcodes anymore and trade that time frame. And you really need that time frame to show more than 100,000 volume per period, or more, really. Yeah, you're welcome. Damn. All right, OCG pulling back, but TCAT continuing to stay strong. And YVR holding its flag. So you got different moves on different ones of these. GE still within that ABCD pattern, which may play out well with some options perhaps overnight. In fact, that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start averaging into an overnight on GE. I'm just going to take nibbles all day on the GE option strike 13 for an overnight, build up an overnight option position on that. And actually, there you go on TCAT. That's the first time the entire day that the 5 minute candle pushed down below the 8 MA. And we were just talking about that. So this could really be it, folks, the very top of the NFT play today. This is the first level of that strength of crap out that has happened all day on TCAT. At the very least, that's right, George. I mean, at the very least, that's a good point, right? Who were we talking to? Sergio Chavez. I think that's probably maybe who you're responding to. Yeah, right? Like, at least, you could park it into something that's going to appreciate over time with low risk. Right now, it seems like BizD is a good place to go for that, and you can get a 10% yield on your money. Yeah, trying to find a good place. Somebody says, trying to find a good place to put my stimmy. I have a big operation in a few months. So there you go. You should always, I mean, what's his name? This guy, Dave Ramsey. You should always have at least $1,000 cash, totally liquid in savings, wherever, someplace secret, instantly you can grab it. So you need that at least. Set yourself up at least on that, because that'll get you in the right mindset. If you can't keep a topped off $1,000 cash reserve around the house somewhere, and if any of you ever try to rob me, you'll never fucking find it. But but if you can't do that, then you can't get to the next level, So at least do that, No, not no credit cards. The opposite. Well, I mean, that's what Dave Ramsey may say, but no. In fact, as part of our program here with the VIP, we have a credit card course that I taught. It's in there for free for you guys to take. And you're going to learn that everything you've been told about credit cards is upside down and wrong, and that you're using them incorrectly, thinking about them incorrectly, need them, should use them for absolutely everything, but should keep them paid off fully on a weekly basis. And you don't ever use them to buy anything you cannot afford with the cash that you would have paid off. So anyway, we have a whole course on that, and it will improve your credit astronomically. No way. Credit cards are not the devil. Well, they are the devil, they are dangerous for people who don't know how to use them. But check out that course. In fact, today it's free. It's in there. You guys, it's open house. You can go in there and check it out. It's over in the VIP section. It's called Credit Card Tricks. And you can go take that. Kelly says he has a 790 credit score. But Kelly, have you taken the credit course that I put in there? No, you should take it, because I can guarantee you can improve that tomorrow. The minute you take that course, you could probably jump to 830 and be getting more vacations and all that kind of stuff every year. Definitely, if you're a disciplined person with a 790 score, you're going to kick ass after you learn the tricks in this course. It's not really a course. It's a class. It's a class I did. It's in there. You can watch it. It's a 3-hour or 4-hour class. I'm trying to see if I can find the link. There we go. Here's the link. What options with GE? Well, since it's just overnight, I got the March 19th expiration. Probably could have even got one that was further out, but because this one's probably going to have a theta of about $10 overnight. Let me see, what's the theta? Oh, only $2 overnight. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's like 45 bucks for the 13 strike. And I'm holding two of them at the moment. And whenever GE pulls back a little bit, maybe starts testing VWAP a little, maybe falls down a little teeny bit to 13.35, something in there, I'll pick up more. And I'll just keep nibbling every time it falls back. That's the way to do it. All right. So like I said, maybe it's over on TCAT. Basically it flipped. I mean, if you're a short stock trader, now you be playing the down game. That was the moment TCAT flipped, but it does have short sale restriction on it. So you'd be paying probably a pretty high price to get those shares, but it's so clear as day. You could be making money on TCAT all day now on the downside. It has flipped, and now it's gonna, even though it's like kind of went down and now it's coming up, that's really like when things are going up and then they come down a little bit. That's what's going on. It's going to continue to go up. Well, now on the downside, it's flipped. It's going down and it went up a little bit, and then it's going to continue going down. It's going to go up a little bit and continue. So it's kind of like over with on TCAT. It may eventually get back to VWAP, cut through a little bit, maybe find support around 200 of VWAP, form an ABCD pattern that we can maybe accumulate and take into after hours, but we'll see. We'll see how that forms. We have 2 hours and 22 minutes and 22 seconds on the market. 2. Street Smart Edge. That's cool, but yeah, I'd have to check it out a little bit deeper. Kelly asks, would you say YVR and OCG will follow suit? Absolutely, but they may be stuck in a different kind of a pattern, the way they're flipping, but it's like so clean and obvious on TCAT. TCAT has flipped. YVR may have to break pivots, like YVR breaking 3.5 would be the next breakdown. OCG breaking 9.6, that would be the next breakdown. Oh, that's cool. Brandon just says that the IRS is going to delay tax deadline to middle of May from April 15. That's good. Okay, so Kelly says, I bought the 7 strike on UVXY for an average of 42 cents. Would you overnight this or sell it? It's my 3rd day trade if I do, but not worried if I have to wait till next week. Number 1, Kelly, do you have options level 3? So you never have to, if you have options level 3, you can have some other options besides just selling and then ruining your day trade. So obviously you need to get yourself options level 3 and then start to kind of learn those little tricks we do, because you want to at least have those as an option. All right, so little by little, see if you can start to inch your way up to options levels. And so, yeah, I would hold this overnight for sure. I don't really see VIX going back under 20 in a while. And it's a good thing we didn't pop that champagne yesterday. No, wait a minute. You said you got the 319, 42 cents. Which strike did you get? You got the, oh, I don't know. I'm not looking at you, VIXy. I'm looking at the VIX. Let me see. Oof. Yeah, UVIXy isn't, usually used to trade overnight. You should have known that when you got in. Yeah, I think you're going to lose money by tomorrow, but maybe not a lot. Well, if you planned on selling it today, then why can't you? Right? Wish I had a good analogy for that, but that just sounded so stupid. Well, I planned on selling it today, but now I can't. So then you didn't really execute your plan, did you? Oh, in other words, you're saying you do have the day trade ability. Okay, got it. Okay, I understand. I thought you were trapped. So there's a potential that it's, going to hold or go up tomorrow, but UVixie itself decays. So it does have to go up tomorrow for you to be probably either just breaking even or making a little tiny eensy bit. It's probably okay. It's probably okay for you to just hold overnight. And if it doesn't work out, maybe you're going to lose between 10 and 50, $60 or something. You got to weigh that, is that really worth burning the day trade or not? Just think about that. I am holding my VIX overnight. Kelly is talking about UVixie. It's a different symbol, and it's really for just day trading because it decays even when things go straight over day by day by day. It's just for day trading. Yeah. It's called the ultra short-term futures of VIX. What they mean by that is don't expect it to hold its value by tomorrow. You are planning on holding your SPY puts overnight to save the day trade. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a good idea. That I might do the same. We'll see. It certainly seems like the market's just going to hold and wait and not improve until the Fed meeting. So yeah, I think you're probably safe with that. Let's see how it goes in the next 2 hours. Apple's making higher lows. Yeah, Apple's kind of bottomed out. Tech going sideways off the bottom. So tech is kind of bottomed out. The market is just pure sideways right now. Let me take a look at the volume over time because I'll bet it's at just a standstill, but it's a really low. Let's see. Sure feels like it. Yeah, really low. This is the lowest it's been at this time of day in it hasn't been this low volume at this time of day for the last at least, what is this on my chart? 20 days, 20 sessions, 15 days, 15 trading days, at least because my chart at that detail level is just going back 15 days. This is the lowest volume the market has been in, like 3 weeks at this point in this day. There goes Riot popping off. Yep, SOS and Mara. But Bitcoin's not doing anything. Bitcoin's sideways. Twitter is buzzing with CLPS being an NFT play. Let me put that up on my fourth high-speed window here. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Popped off out of 5.8, hit 6.75, CLPS. Micron with a potential ABCD. Something like that for Oz, yeah. See, that's what I'm wondering, Nathan, is they may still make the announcement at 2 of what the decision is. And then the press conference that's normally 30 minutes after that is going to be tomorrow. I don't see how that's going to be a kind of a first. I don't see how that's going to pan out. I'm not sure how that's going to pan out. See what I mean on TCAT? I mean, if you were a short seller, a short trader, such an easy play. It totally flipped. You just buy on those pullbacks to the upside, getting across the top, and make money on the down. YVR broke down, OCG broke down, TCAP broke down. You have CLPS is breaking down. That's just not working out. We have 14 minutes until 2 o'clock. Levi, I've done that many times. Right now, not really going to do that, but private message me. I have, I can point you in the right direction, Levi. And I don't mean private message me here in the Zoom. I mean in the Discord. At the end of the day, I'll get back to you on that. So did anybody click through the credit link that I gave earlier? I'm going to put it again. If you want to like change your life, I'm literally like, I know there's some of the members here who took that credit class, and even then they had great credit and it blew their minds. And it's a life-changing level of information about credit cards. Like literally, you're going to be able to live a life that you wish you had known about, however many years ago before. So it's very important for yourself, for your own personal financial health, to check that out. You have nothing to lose to learn the information. You don't have to do anything that's said in there. Do not be afraid of knowledge. Miles Davis, who played with my dad, said, ignorance is slavery and knowledge is freedom. Can't wait to check out that Street Smart thing later. Justin, my dad was Bill Evans, jazz pianist. Correct. Played with Tony Bennett. Yes, sir. Are you into jazz? Oh, Okoro, you didn't know that? Yeah, Okoro probably would know because he's like very big in Japan. Well, that's a funny question. I'm not sure how to answer that one for us. Financially free. Probably because it's in my blood. That's the way I am built. I'm an entrepreneur, and always like being in control of my money. For us, your jaw's on the floor. Yes, sir. So there's a song by my dad called "Letter to Evan." That's me. So for those few of you who know who my dad are, you're going to be like, no way. It's a little bit of corner of fame I have. Probably even more famous than that is the fact that one of my relatives way back in the 1600s wrote the poem, because I used to be a Horner, like the family name used to be Horner. One of my relatives, we have the whole family tree on it, was the poet who wrote, "Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating his curds and whey, stuck in his thumb, pulled out a plum, and said, 'Oh, what a good boy am I,'" right? That is probably more famous. How silly that is. That is probably more famous than my dad. That says a lot about society, right? Because jazz, I mean, the level of music that my dad did was incredible. His first album won Best New Jazz Artist of the Year. He went on to be nominated 28 times, won 7 Grammys, and the Lifetime Achievement Award and the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, a very significant figure in piano jazz. If you've never heard of Bill Evans jazz, you might like it. Check it out. It's a taste, it's a quality. It's for people who like a certain flavor. Maybe you like wine, maybe you'll just like chilling, you might like it. Check it out. Thanks, guys. All right, so still we are cracking the market. And by the way, maybe you don't know this about me, but I'm also a film composer. I write music for movies. So that's what I did also with my life. So both of these I've had about 3 writing professions that have oscillated back and forth throughout the years. One was professional poker player. The other one has always been stock trading. And the other one has been film composing. I've written about the music to about 100 movies or more. It's more than that probably, and TV shows, etc. Okay, Mara is breaking out. Let's get back on top of making money. That's funny you said that, Faraz. Your father probably met Elvis Presley, because we always say that in Japan, my dad is as well known as like the equivalent of like Elvis Presley. In Japan, he's very respected because he visited there so often. Hey, you guys, SLGG is breaking out. SLGG. Let me put that on the B screen here. And I've never even been to Japan. I need to get over there. Probably that's going to happen next year. Coane, yeah. What don't I do? Oh, also, I'm very good at billiards. Like I used to play tournaments. So that's the other thing I'm probably very, very good at. And I'm very competitive at tennis, but I wouldn't say that I'm as skilled in that. That's probably my lowest skilled thing. Yet I'm pretty good at the amateur level. I'd love to play you if you're ever in the area. Let's go hit the courts. But where's that deck of cards? Oh, here we go. But I have this waiting for the next person who's going to come and play some poker with me over some beers. And we'll play some poker. I haven't played poker probably in 2 years. But, you know, I used to be pro at it. Played millions upon millions of hands, all tracked, every single one of them by software. Not the ones that I played live in Vegas, but still, most of the millions of hands I've played tracked. On your way. So I'm in the middle of Texas. So next time you're in the middle of Texas, let me know. So Mara pretty much running. I think that I like the shape on Mara and Riot a bit more than SOS, but you know, they're doing great. And we have those set up as swing trades in our accounts. So let's see where they're at right now. Mara and Riot, they're up today, down overall a smidge. SOS doing just great. That particular swing trade's up 18% today to be up 6%. So Faraz, I don't know if you notice over on Caterpillar, we're getting a indecision wedge. Okay, you go, ooh, what's that? Right? Maybe we haven't talked about that before. Let me show you. So all that means, and it's at the moment, and that could change depending on how it continues to draw out. Dude, what are you doing, stupid platform? All right, let's get that over there again. Man, I swear. All right. So can you kind of see what I'm getting at? Yeah, this is what we're looking at. And it's an indecision wedge because although it ought to follow the previous, sentiment and push to the upside, it's not a bullish moment. It's a consolidation, but it's a little bit indecision in its wedge formation. But next time it comes down here, you might pick up a few more just in case it does go up. But if it breaks down out of the bottom of this wedge, your next support area is going to be down here at 231.2 and 231 for the key psychological level. And so you're going to want to cut if it starts to drop below that for the day trade. But if you're in it long, that's not a bad idea at all. Anyway, very hard to predict which way industrials are going to go from there, particularly CAT. Kind of sideways right now. All right, what do we got here? Typically, this is what happens midday. Is if things slow down, breakouts don't have enough energy. We have 90% less volume. We have 10% the volume as the beginning and the end of the day, which is the time when you're usually most used to the market, probably, because that's when you start to watch it, probably, and you're used to those huge moves. Those only happen at the beginning and the end of the market. In the midday, everything just goes into these little consolidation patterns, and you're looking for the right, ABCD setups. For the A leg that shoots way up in an ABCD setup, that A leg needs to be strong, has to be unusual, out of the ordinary. It has to be flipping bears into bulls. And then the B leg that comes down, it needs to be flipping bulls into bears. So that's where you get that tension, and then they get trapped. And then, overall, because that initial larger A leg, that eventually overcomes it, and then you get that shootout short squeeze plus feedback. You get that short squeeze feedback all the way through to the D point over the course of either after hours, pre-market, or the next day. Oh, John F., just FYI, you said that just to me and not to everyone. But John F. asked, will Jerome Powell's speech affect the market? Yeah. That's why it's going sideways. Because it's waiting to find out. It's been going sideways for the last 3 days because of that. Because this is coming up. But I believe we've made a lot of the right decisions here. I believe we're set up pretty well. Poised pretty well with the VIX. I don't really think that Powell's been very good at saying anything positive lately. And so I do think that he's going to cause some sell-off in the market and for rates to become unbound again. Well, I've got VIX calls on VIX, 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 the VIX. I've got calls on VIX that I bought for the end of the week, I guess. No, the end of the month, as a matter of fact. So I have lots of time to catch a blip, and be profitable on that one. And somebody else was getting UVXY, UVXY, but that's really only a day tradable asset. My strike is I got the 21. Probably regretting that a little bit. Probably would have liked to have gotten the 20, maybe even the 19. Getting in the money, it can be a little bit better for your capital preservation. I was expecting that. I mean, this just goes to show you how, just when you thought the markets, just when you thought you've got a handle on everything that you could on the markets, all of a sudden, boom, some surprise hits. We're pushing the Fed meeting tomorrow. Oh, okay, great. So I'm assuming that they didn't announce, or here it comes, I guess, if there's going to be something on this. We're coming up on 2 o'clock. Okay, well, here it comes. I mean, technically right now is 2 o'clock. And here we go. Awaiting Fed decision on interest rates. I'm going to turn that up. Change volume on big TV to 50%.
Well, that's exactly their dilemma. I really don't think they want to change their tune.
Change volume on big TV to 100%.
Talking about inflation and growth in the pandemic, I think they're going to have to strike some stronger notes in terms of their forecast on the economy, particularly for this year. And I think the knife edge question here is, will they add a dot or put a dot at above 0 to 25 basis points for 2023? I think it's about a 9-vote to 9-vote decision.
Wow, look at the green candle. That was it.
I think it's possible that
the announcement was positive. Look at Tesla go. Holy Toledo.
Keep rates flat into 2024. And that's obviously what we'll
I don't know if that's going to continue, but shite, probably should cut these puts.
For the Fed decision, Steve.
I'm cutting my puts.
the Federal Reserve leaving interest rates unchanged after its March meeting, but making some substantial and some not substantial changes to its forecast.
If it continues, I'm cutting my clicks.
The median funds rate for the forecast sees no hikes through 2023. That's the median. There were some changes inside. Get to those in a second. It sees inflation at or above 2% this year through 2023, including 2.4% this year for the PCE indicator. It lowered the employment rate forecast to 4.5% for this year, going to 3.5% by 2023, and it boosted its GDP.
Look at Apple.
The average.
Wow, guys. Whoa.
Boosting it to 6.5%.
You're gonna have to cut your Apple
for this year. Talking about those famous dots, where are the Fed officials?
But keep the stuff that we had hedged on that's supposed to make money, right?
2022 rate hikes, that's up from 1 in the prior, that is the December projection. 7 officials see 2023 rate hikes, that's up from 5, but still there's no change in the median because only a small.
Cut your market shorts.
Let's get to the statement now. The
VIX just dropped to 19.63.
Economic and employment indicators have turned up recently, though sectors affected by the pandemic have remained weak.
The Tesla hedge worked.
Inflation running below 2%, that is its 2% target, and using some boilerplate language from prior statements, is committed to using its full range.
The Tesla hedge gained as much money as I lost on the VIX just then.
Until the Federal Reserve.
That was a really good hedge.
Asset purchases will continue as it said in the past until substantial further progress has been made. The decision was unanimous. Tyler.
All right, let's follow up with a couple of questions. On inflation, they see for the full year, even though it's running below 2% now for the full year of this year, 2.4% inflation, 4.5% unemployment this year, dipping to 3.5% by 2023. Right. How close are they really, and what is the implication for policy? How close are they really to that dual mandate imperative that they want to hit, which is inflation of 2% or maybe a little above, and full unemployment, which is, I don't know what it is, 3.5%, 4%?
Well, I have to amend your question, if you will, Tyler, with all due respect.
Sure.
Remember, the goal is to aim for inflation above 2%. So
Correct.
It hits it this year. So maybe it hits that inflation goal, though it does go back down, pardon me, to 2% in the next 2022 and 23. And it gets to 3.5% unemployment. Now, I have to take a guess or a stab and say that's their goal, right? Getting back to the prior low unemployment rate. So that doesn't happen until 2023. So the dual mandate, if you take these literally and you make some assumptions about where their goals are numerically.
Look at Boeing, look at CAT.
Until 2023.
DEA, Tesla, Apple.
Really even raising rates then. The median forecast for the funds rate in 2023.
Coane, that's why we put the hedge on.
Their longer run forecast, the longer run goal or potential is 2.5% for the funds rate.
So let me ask you a quick follow-up here. You said that 4 of the members expect rate hikes, the first rate hike to be in 2022 next year, and 7 are predicting it for 2023. How big a difference is that from just the last meeting? I think you said there was only 1.
I'm watching.
Who was going to go on the record?
Edgar, that's a good question. I'm watching.
2023 or 2022, I forgot.
The rates are,
2022.
they moved up a tiny bit.
2 separate documents here.
We are pulling back on SPY now, so if anybody didn't get out of your SPY puts yet,
one
you're getting a better price right now.
2022. That's now 4, so 3 became brought it forward, and there were 5.
So that move is stabilizing
for 2023 rate hikes. And these are back in December, obviously the last projections, and now there's 7. So obviously
how big a change is that? Put that into a context. Is that more than people expected? Roughly what you might have expected and how does it fit in historically?
Yeah, man, that was pretty awesome.
I think it's
to watch that.
Tyler, during the pandemic and in the middle of the pandemic, we had nothing but doves on the FOMC panel. I think now, David Kelly was talking before about, is it 9-9? I think now what we're seeing here is a little bit of kind of, separation back to maybe some traditional stances that some of these FOMC members took, which is you're going to have some members who are going to be more hawkish. They're going to want to move a little faster. Some are going to be a little more dovish. I think when you have situations like that, well, yeah, the most important question, where's the chairman? I think the chairman right now is very dovish when it comes to wanting to keep interest rates down, keep policy in place until they achieve their dual mandate. It's significant. There's a discussion obviously going on. There are differences of opinion, but when the median doesn't change, it tells you that the full weight of the board remains behind this dovish policy.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. Courtney?
Thank you, Tyler. Steve, stick around with us. I want to get back to our panel for the reaction. Mona, there's a lot to work with here. Where do you want to go? You want to talk about the inflation expectations or the policy to remain
All right, so,
accommodative? I guess that's
you guys
not
can
a
watch the
surprise.
details on
Can
that
you tell me what was most
on your
surprising to
own.
you
Probably
in
you
the
don't want to
statement
be
from
hearing
most
that
interest
the whole
rate
time.
hikes?
I don't know, maybe you
Yeah,
do.
it's interesting. It
But go ahead and
almost
turn on
feels
your
like
TV
de
if you
facto
want.
easing. They've really
We got the
showed
gist
up
of it.
numbers for GDP growth this year, next year. 6.5% is actually above
Change
consensus,
volume of big
for
TV to
GDP growth
0%.
of 5.6% or so. Unemployment rate.
There you go. So, natural inflation still occurring. I'm not seeing the rates correcting. But it gives more time for these debt-heavy tech companies to do well and have a higher valuation overall when you average it in and project it out. But what was interesting is 4 out of the chairmen said they do foresee that they're going to have to raise rates next year. Like, holy shit, that's it, man. That is the beginning. That's the confirmation that we picked 2.5 weeks ago. The beginning of the inflationary era. This is it. Rates are going to start being raised for the recovery with the economy, but that's going to cause this feedback. It's going to cause this feedback loop. And we are most likely going to see that continue for years and decades to come. I bought in as soon as the news hit. Way to go. Quick 150 on Tesla pop. Nice. So now rates are coming down a smidgen on that. Well, tech moves up. Energy breaking out a bit. Riot totally ran on that. So did Mara and SOS. And CLPS is also. So you asked the question, so for short and medium term growth stocks, still good. But in a longer term, we still don't see them growing as fast as they were. Also, I think in the medium term, not good. And I just think this is a multi-week amount of good news. And that you still want to be playing the lean ones like Facebook and Google moving forward just to keep yourself out of trouble. But, if you can find a 3 to 7 day swing trade on anything, it doesn't matter. Everything has a little bit of direction contrary to anything going on for a couple of days. Somebody says, what just happened? I just got back. What's that going to do for banks? Let's think about that. Well, it looks like the rates, even right now, I'm watching the 10-year, the rate is holding and kind of pushing up, if not going sideways. It's not going down on that news. But what is going up is those stocks which we're really, really worried about. They got a little bit of a lifeline. So as far as rates go, that probably is going to cause a pop in mortgages because now over the next few months, there's no federal pressure to push up rates, but still inflation is happening naturally on its own. The stimulus checks, have created this, and it's going to start happening as people start spending their money because there's going to be more money out there and it's going to be a lot easier for people to buy things for just a little bit more money. And so that bids up the entire United States marketplace and it trickles out to the world as well, of course. So everything's going up. Now, if you did get stuck in SPY, you hopefully had put on hedges against that. we had the Tesla hedge to try to hedge against SPY. I'm up 51% on that Tesla hedge, $1.1 thousand. So that's what happens when we pick some directions, wait for the news, and then bam, energy just flying. That signals inflation. Oh yeah, I bought a bunch of calls on GE when that news came out because GE hadn't moved yet. Yeah, and I'm up 16% on those GE calls. The moment that news came out, I looked for anything that didn't pop yet. And GE wasn't, so I grabbed a whole bunch of calls. What else right now? But I already told you guys to get into GE, so you know I was the late bloomer on that. You guys should be making bank on GE already. Yeah, there goes Tesla. Really zooming. I'm gonna get a refresh price. I was about to post my gains, but it looks like we're up 67% on that Tesla call now. Just got to go post that to the post your gains area. Apple doing well on that news. So obviously, you know, you snip those plays and you let the other ones run now. When you have it hedged like we did with Tesla, and what else do we have that hedged against? Well, that's pretty much it. Tesla held the hedge. It could have been other calls or GE. They get locked up together when you get the move because one goes down, one goes up. One goes down, one goes up. But now that we know the direction, you snip the other side and then let's let it run. GE man on the run. Why are we singing that one? Man on the run. All right, I am not a good singer. I make the music, I don't perform it. Wow, we're up 219% on our deer swing because that's popping too. And Faraz, how you doing on Boeing? What did you get into? You were in Cat, Boeing, and GE. I'm not sure. All right, looking good. What a pop that was, huh? Man. And Micron, which I mentioned earlier, best semiconductor in the segment, popped from 92 to 94 now. Micron, MU. We're basically in good shape in all our positions now, so that worked out. Mara, like, whoo! Our swing trade on Mara, yep. And where am I here? Here we go, VIP. Sorry, I was muted. I said you guys should be jumping into anything if you haven't jumped into anything. Oh, good job, Chris. Yeah. I mean, that's basically how you got to handle it. The market has now taken direction on the news, and we'll see how long it lasts. So we'll be watching it here, but that's where you got to snip the other side when that happens. Just like an earnings report, and you've got it locked up like straddle, if anyone knows that. When the release happens, you cut the short side. You cut the side you're off on. Looks like Tracked Off is playing EBON, EBON. What's going on? Did Tesla halt? I don't know. I'm just not seeing it update, I guess, on my screen. That would be weird. Tesla would have to move a lot to halt. I don't think it's halted. No, it's not halted. Okay. Yeah, my screen is just like not refreshing. There we go. There we go. All right. So now, based on that, I can see that rates are now pushing down to the bottom end of today's range. And so that will push up the market, and that will cause the industrials to pull back. So watch your industrials as rates move down to the bottom end of the range. What happened, Matthew? Did you buy at a top and then the whole thing came back on you? Well, if this direction continues, then we'll see it push through again. Strong candle on Bitcoin, yes. Nice. Okay, cool. All right, so let's see. We've got an hour and 40 minutes until the market closes. And we need to figure out, what do we want to be in for the rest of the week, maybe an overnight. Obviously, every ABCD play broke out. So make sure you take some profits, 25%, 25% in here. What happened with Tesla as far as didn't get the Tesla hedge this morning. So that was a smart idea. You know what I mean? Like, definitely a good lesson to learn for sure. And I'm very sorry that happened to you. But can you see why? You want to you want to play both sides. And that doesn't mean that you just simply pick something that will go up if the market goes up on the other side. I got into Tesla because Tesla was doing pretty damn well anyway. So it seemed like a really good hedge, So when the market, would go the other way, it really ought to do its thing, right? And it did. And that is same. It kept me afloat through the VIX drop there and through the SPY pop. Tesla was pretty much what did that for me, but it could have been Facebook. I think that was another hedge that I had mentioned. In my other account here, I have Facebook as my hedge. So yes. Your Neo puts went sour real quick. Little donation to the market. Yeah, however, when did they expire? I mean, maybe over the next course of the next few days, Neo's going to crap out. So what is this? Suing Biden? What? The Ohio Attorney General is suing Biden administration over the $1.9 trillion stimulus. I'm not sure why, but all right. Those are just little micro disagreements. Minor, you would call them. There's major and minor, you know? Those are minor affects. Let me take a look at this deer chart. I mean, it must just be through the roof, huh? On the daily chart, God. We just nailed that. And then I wanted to check out SPHB. You bet, man. All right. Have a good afternoon. All right, we got an hour and a half left on the market approximately. Well, yeah, it is a win for us, you know. Yeah, traders, big traders can be down hundreds of thousands on the day. Big poker players can be down hundreds of thousands on the day. And it's all about continuing to play a very good game with good odds, good risk management for the rest of the day, and then catching the right things, and then it runs, and then all of a sudden you've erased your losses, and then you're up on the day. And yeah, it can be a bit of a battle. But there should also be points in which you make yourself stop on the day. And, that can be a lesson in its own. We could talk about that sometime. What did somebody ask me? Where did you learn your market strategies? Over the last 25 years, even before the internet really blossomed, well, I guess it was right around then. It was 1995, 2000. I would be reading books on this stuff. There was sort of insider industry books that you could get. I spent $2,800 for one book. I don't even know where that is anymore. It's in storage somewhere. But, learning, you ask, where do you learn? Wherever you can find knowledge. So everywhere. And that's just kind of person I am. I never stop learning. I study every night. What do I do after our class? I go in and I'm watching, what's the macroeconomic situation, and what are various people advising. Today some members were asking about, spreads. So I'll, if I have the time, I'll get some YouTubes up or some web pages up and continue to advance my knowledge of those, so that that's what each one of you can do. And Kelly says, I study what you talk about. Well, there you go. It's 25 years of books just being like wedged and put out to you guys. But you can double down on that too. If you're a curious learning type of person, that's great. You can go seek out that knowledge as well on top of that. I also am kind of into personal performance. So I like to maximize the number of hours per day that I'm advancing myself. It's like personal growth. I'm a personal growth kind of person. So like I'm always improving. And that means, being honest about your mistakes, looking right at being humble about them, being honest about the mistakes you make, learning from them. You learn more from the mistakes than you do the wins, especially in the stock market. The wins are automatic. It's the mistakes that you learn from. Like, in other words, I knew to make sure to put that hedge on with the Tesla or the Facebook. In my case, I actually did both, but in different accounts. And that's not because like it was an intuitive good idea. It was because I've been burned in the past. So that was learning from a mistake, you know? Yeah. Tesla pulling back a little bit, you know, so, you know, the market's got to stabilize on this move, and we'll see. I'm thinking about swinging Penn from these levels. It's close to the 20 MA on the daily. It bounces from here almost always. I like the fact that it's getting added to the S&P on Monday. What are your thoughts? So the way that's played out before is buy the rumor, sell the news, you know, buy the hype, sell the event. So that means, you know, it probably would be going up already, therefore. And then once it gets added, it's going to drop. But I could be wrong about that, you know. So, but that's kind of like what's happened before. But anyway, I'm not even looking at it. So let me pull up the chart and at least be informed on that level. So Penn has been going up in a channel, right, for a while. And I would say that right now it's at the bottom end of that channel. So I think you're at a very good risk point with multiple confluences of how you would manage that. Do you know when you're going to sell if you're wrong? Just be clear on that. Yeah, if you can figure out and know and understand, hey, I'll be out, you know, here. So therefore I'm risking this if I'm wrong, and I'm going to make this if I'm right. Make sure that's 4-to-1 in your mind, at least minimum. For me, that's what I do. You know, some of you may start out just trying to find 2-to-1s, but you know, I hold out, I wait, I deny myself getting into anything less than a 4-to-1. TCAT going to the moon? I'm not seeing that. Well, I'm not seeing that, Cam. Maybe earlier today it did. Oh, you know, maybe that's what you're talking about, like on the daily chart. But now it's sideways. But with this energy in the market, that might turn things upward. We will see. Oh, you're on the weekly. There you go. There you go. Yeah, no, I think, you know, TCAT flipped upside down. In other words, it's going down now. And so did OCG. And yeah. Yeah, I think it's YouTube is Evan Evans E3 or E3 Evan Evans. Let me see. Dudes, just click on the YouTube link in my bio. You just go to my profile pic. Just click my face, you know, the little circle. And then right there, it's a little YouTube button. And you just click that. And the Zoom is in the YouTube right now. It's open house day all day today until the market closes in 1 hour and 30 minutes. So check out our Discord freely and see what you think. I might take my profits on Facebook here. It's lagging behind and doing well. Lagging behind the kind of pullback that's going on. So give me a second. I'm just going to check prices. Okay. Let's see what happens there. Oh, I did get that. All right, a good price. All right, closed that out, locked in those gains. As the market starts to pull back off these highs, you know, a 50% retrace is not so good. we want to take some of these gains. So I'm going to cut my Tesla right there also. There we go. For 55% gains. And the VIX is coming back up, and I haven't cut that yet. And so therefore, making money on letting that go up. Because the VIX, staying below 20 on the VIX is so hard. That's why we're waiting to pop that champagne. It's just so hard. Oh, Jerome speaking now? Yes, he is. Okay. Change volume on big TV to 100%.
The economic fallout has been real and widespread. But with the benefit of perspective, we can say that some of the very worst economic outcomes have been avoided by swift and forceful action from Congress, from across government, and in cities and towns across the country. More people held on to their jobs, more businesses kept their doors open, and more incomes were saved as a result of these swift and forceful policy actions. And while we welcome these positive developments, no one should be complacent. At the Fed, we will continue to provide the economy the support that it needs for as long as it takes. Today, the FOMC kept interest rates near zero and maintained our sizable asset purchases. These measures, along with our strong guidance on interest rates and on our balance sheet, will ensure that monetary policy will continue to deliver powerful support to the economy until the recovery is complete. The path of the economy continues to depend significantly on the course of the virus and the measures undertaken to control its spread. Since January, the number of new cases, hospitalizations, and deaths has fallen, and ongoing vaccinations offer hope for a return to more normal conditions later this year. In the meantime, continued observance of social distancing measures and wearing masks will help us reach that goal as soon as possible. The economic recovery remains uneven and far from complete, and the path ahead remains uncertain. Following the moderation in the pace of the recovery that began toward the end of last year, indicators of economic activity and employment have turned up recently, although the sectors of the economy most adversely affected by the resurgence of the virus and by greater social distancing remain weak. Household spending on goods has risen notably so far this year. In contrast, household spending on services remains low, especially in services that typically require people to gather closely, including travel and hospitality. The housing sector has more than fully recovered from the downturn, while business investment and manufacturing production have also picked up. The overall recovery in economic activity since last spring is due importantly to unprecedented fiscal and monetary policy actions, which have provided essential support to households.
Watch for the
businesses, and
10-year note.
communities. The recovery has progressed more quickly than generally expected, and forecasts from FOMC participants for economic growth this year have been revised up notably since our December summary of economic projections. In commenting on the stronger outlook, participants noted progress on vaccinations, as well as recent fiscal policy. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have turned up recently. Employment rose by 379,000 in February, as the leisure and hospitality sector recouped about 2/3 of the jobs that were lost in December and January. Nonetheless, employment in this sector is more than 3 million below its level at the onset of the pandemic. For the economy as a whole, employment is 9.5 million below its pre-pandemic level. The unemployment rate remains elevated at 6.2% in February. This figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market remains notably below pre-pandemic levels. Looking ahead, FOMC participants project the unemployment rate to continue to decline. The median projection is 4.5% at the end of this year and moves down to 3.5% by the end of 2023. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been the hardest hit. In particular, the high level of joblessness has been especially severe for lower wage workers in the service sector and for African Americans and Hispanics. The economic dislocation has upended many lives and created great uncertainty about the future. Overall inflation remains below our 2% longer run objective. Over the next few months, 12-month measures of inflation will move up as the very low readings from March and April of last year fall out of the calculation. Beyond these base effects, we could also see upward pressure on prices if spending rebounds quickly as the economy continues to reopen, particularly if supply bottlenecks limit how quickly production can respond in the near term. However, these one-time increases in prices are likely to have only transient effects on inflation. The median inflation projection of FOMC participants is 2.4% this year and declines to 2% next year before moving back up by the end of 2023. The Fed's response to this crisis has been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
That's good.
Along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. As we say in our statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy, we view maximum employment as a broad-based and inclusive goal. Our ability to achieve maximum employment in the years ahead depends importantly on having longer-term inflation expectations well anchored at 2%. As the committee reiterated in today's policy statement, with inflation running persistently below 2%, we will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time, so that inflation averages 2% over time and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. We expect to maintain an accommodative stance of monetary policy until these employment and inflation outcomes are achieved. With regard to interest rates, we continue to expect it will be appropriate to maintain the current 0 to 1/4% target range for the federal funds rate until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment, and inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. I would note that a transitory rise in inflation above 2%, as seems likely to occur this year, would not meet this standard. In addition, we will continue to increase our holdings of Treasury securities by at least $80 billion per month and of agency mortgage.
That was somewhat not good.
$40 billion.
I'll tell you why in a little bit.
Until substantial
There's the 10-year
progress has
note.
been made toward our maximum employment and price stability goals. The increase in our balance sheet since last March has materially eased financial conditions and is providing substantial
Oh,
support to the economy.
CLPS really running.
The economy is a long way from our employment and inflation goals, and it is likely to take some time for substantial further progress. to
Jesus,
be
for
achieved.
us, Caterpillar, like, whoa.
Forward guidance for the federal funds
Through the
rate,
roof on
along with our
Caterpillar.
balance sheet guidance, will ensure that the stance of monetary policy remains highly accommodative as the recovery progresses. Our guidance is outcome-based and ties the path of the federal funds rate and the balance sheet to progress toward reaching our employment and inflation goals. Overall, our interest rate and balance sheet tools are providing powerful support to the economy and will continue to do so. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We are committed to using our full range of tools to support the economy and to help assure that the recovery from this difficult period will be as robust as possible. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right. Well, probably should listen to some of this too. But yeah, keep your eyes on CLPS and Caterpillar. It's just insane right now.
Could you talk us through how
Facebook doing really good.
the forecast for 2021 map into
Mara
the
is about to cup and handle breakout.
definition of
SOS and Riot.
inflation? I understand that's considered transitory. That still seems like some progress there, 4.5% unemployment. Is it time to start?
Yes, progress. So, and that's a difference from our past approach. So, and what we mean by that is pretty straightforward. It is we'll want to see that that the labor markets have moved, labor market conditions have moved, have made substantial progress toward maximum employment, and inflation has made substantial progress toward the 2% goal. That's what we're going to want to see. Now, that obviously includes an element of judgment. And when we see, we'll be carefully looking ahead. We also understand that we will want to provide as much advance notice of any potential taper as possible. So when we see that we're on track, when we see actual data coming in that suggests that we're on track to perhaps achieve substantial further progress, then we'll say so. And we'll say so well in advance of any decision to actually taper.
If I could follow up on that, this shift in the dots, why wouldn't that suggest a weakening of the commitment here? An awful lot of people shifted into 2022, it seems.
I don't see that at all. You know, we have a range of perspectives on the committee. I welcome that. And, you know, we debate things, we discuss things, and we always come together around a solution. But, you know, the strong bulk of the committee is not showing a rate increase during this forecast period. And, you know, as data improve, as the outlook improves very significantly since the December meeting, you would expect forecasts to move up. It's probably not a surprise that some people would bring in their estimate of the appropriate time for liftoff. Nonetheless, you know, the bulk of the committee, the largest part by far of the committee doesn't show a rate increase during this period. And again, part of that is wanting to see actual data rather than just a forecast at this point. We do expect that we'll begin to make faster progress on both spending and, you know, labor markets and inflation as the year goes on because of the progress with the vaccines, because of the fiscal support that we're getting. We expect that to happen, but, you know, we'll have to see it first.
Based on what he said, I think we're going to see some increases in rates actually later this year, maybe in
I wanted to ask about
fourth
the
quarter.
supplementary leverage ratio. You know, there's been a lot of talk about what you all are going to do this month, which I'm happy to hear an update if you have one, but just sort of more broadly,
Deere
do you
popping
think
also.
Long-term that the leverage
Oh
ratio
my Lord, our
poses
swing trade on
problems
Deere is
for,
up 243%.
implementing monetary policy at a time when the reserve supply is going to remain large? And if so, do you think that changes to the leverage ratio, including the SLR, are the way to deal with that problem?
Victoria, we'll have something to announce on that in coming days. And I'm not going to expound upon your questions. Why don't you ask another question if you'd like to, because that one I'm just going to say there was something in coming days.
Sure. Okay. Well, then I'll ask about unemployment. You know, there's the unemployment rate is you all have projections for the U6 rate, but you've also been, you know, really emphasizing the fact that that's not the only thing that you all are looking at. You're also looking at labor force participation and things like that. So are you all looking at ways of maybe adding to how you're projecting the unemployment rate to the summary of economic projections?
Well, let me say, as we say in our
There's breakout on Mara,
and
Riot,
strategy,
and
we
SOS.
looked at a range of indicators on labor market. We never only looked at
And
the
CAT
unemployment
is
rate, which
just
the
like,
only indicator
wow.
of
Caterpillar,
labor market
CAT.
outcomes that's in the SEP. We looked at a very broad range. You hear us talk all the time about participation.
Tesla about to break up again.
Which is the combination of the two, about different measures
Okay,
of
TCAP breaking out, yeah.
unemployment. So it's wages, it's the
We'll
job
see if it
flows,
runs, though.
it's, you know, all of those things they go into an assessment disparities of various groups. All that goes into an assessment of maximum employment.
Facebook really shooting up.
Trying to incorporate
SPY shooting up, XLK.
would not be practical. You know, obviously the thing that we do include is just the unemployment rate, and that's a very insufficient statistic. So it doesn't include a lot of other things that we do look at. And I wouldn't want to say that we're a dozen things that we look at into the SEP, but from time to time we do look at adding different things. But I would just say the SEP it's a summary. It's one device. It's not going to include all of the things that we look at. I think you know the things that we look at, which we talk about them all the time. So we're not actually looking actively at significantly broadening those indicators in the SEP right now.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber.
I'm buying some Tesla, I'm buying some XLK,
Thank
if
you.
you want to know what I'm doing.
Chair Powell, I wanted to ask about the forecast overall. You're forecasting very low unemployment rate next year, and in 2023, you have inflation, or the Fed overall is in the SEP forecasting inflation at or above 2% by 2023. Yet no rate hike in any of this forecast horizon. So is this telling us that this may be a higher inflation rate than what's projected, or do you not? As
Rates are dropping now.
Unemployment rate insufficient, or what is this telling us about the Fed's action functions? That it seems you're meeting the Fed's dual mandate by 2023. Yet again, no rate hike expected.
So,
So I guess the first thing to say is that the SEP is not a committee forecast. It's not something we sit around and debate and discuss and approve and say this represents our, our reaction function as a committee. It's a compilation of projections from different people. And
Gonna grab
since
some
we haven't
Micron.
debated or discussed it, it would be hard for me to say exactly why each participant did what they were going to do. So all I would say about this is that we laid out what I think is very clear guidance on liftoff. And it's really three things: labor market conditions that are consistent with our estimates of maximum employment. And as I mentioned, we consider a wide range of indicators in assessing labor market conditions, not just the unemployment rate. Inflation that has reached 2% and not just on a transitory basis. And inflation that's on track to run moderately above 2% for some time. The first two of those three are very much data-based. The third does have a little bit of an element of expectations in it. So we are very much determined to implement this guidance.
in a short Bank of America.
The guidance that we chose carefully to implement our new framework. And to meet these standards, we'll need to see data, as I mentioned. So what does this SEP really say? It says that we're committed to our framework and to the guidance we've provided to implement that framework. We will wait until the requirements set forth in that guidance are clearly met before considering a change in our policy rate. And the last thing I'll say is this: the state of the economy in 2 or 3 years is highly uncertain, and I wouldn't want to focus too much on the exact timing of a potential rate increase that far into the future. So that's how I would think about the SEP.
Thank you. Paul Kiernan.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. My question is twofold. One, how high are you comfortable letting inflation rise? There is some ambiguity in your new target, as you mentioned, expectations driven. And do you think that ambiguity
Calls on what?
might cause markets to price in a lower tolerance for inflation than the Fed actually has, thereby causing financial conditions to tighten prematurely? Is that a concern?
I just bought puts on Bank of America for some hedge.
We've said
I bought calls on Facebook, XLK, Tesla.
And we've resisted basically generally
there was a couple of others.
Temptation to try to
Caterpillar.
Part of that just is
GE.
Talking about inflation is one thing. Actually having inflation run above 2%.
Bank of America, though, I put on some puts.
So it
seems like financials reacted
over the
negatively.
years, we've talked about 2% inflation, but we haven't achieved it. So I would say we'd like to, perform. That's what we really like to do, is to get inflation moderately above 2%. I don't want to be too specific about what that means because I think it's hard to do that. And we haven't done it yet. When we're actually above 2%, we can do that.
These are just for overnight.
Look, I would say this: the fundamental change.
I got the March 19th 270s. Wait a minute, is that correct?
We're not going to act preemptively based on forecasts for the most part. And
March
we're going to wait to see actual data.
285 call.
People time to adjust to that and to adjust to that new practice. And the only way we can really
Tesla, I think I got the 700. I just want to be in the very liquid options, and those are usually the round numbers.
Thank you. Matthew Bosler.
Hi, Chair Powell.
I see Boeing breaking out in a few minutes, so I'm going to grab some Boeing.
There's widespread presumption at this point that the U.S. will reach herd immunity sometime this year. And all along, you've said that the path of the economy is going to be determined by the course of the virus. I'm curious, based on the projections that you released today that show unemployment will still be above estimates of maximum employment through the end of
I need to
next year.
find hedges now because I'm starting to get too heavily weighted
Do you think policymakers need to be doing more here to sort of align
in one direction.
the herd immunity and full employment timelines, if you will? Thank you.
So on herd immunity, I'm really going to leave that question to the experts. We don't control that. We're not responsible for defining it.
What's your financial decision on herd immunity? What a dumbass question.
Experts. I mean, what we're focused on is the part that we control, which is the support that we provide to the economy. And there we provided very clear guidance. And in the case of asset purchases, it's at their current level until we make substantial further progress. There is an element of judgment in that, and we'll supply clear communication well in advance of actually tapering. And we just went through the criteria for raising interest rates. They're very specific. And,
about puts on XLU, utility sector.
Fulfilled robustly. I would agree with you that the path of the virus continues to be very important. We have these new strains with
as a hedge,
which can be quite virulent, and we're not actually done yet. And we're clearly
everything I'm doing right now is actually pretty much just for the overnight, but
we're not done.
Depending on how they develop, maybe I'll hold them until Friday. But yeah,
so that's how I would look at that.
If I could just briefly follow up, how do you see sort of the disconnect in terms of an economy that is expected to be widely reopened this year, but full employment taking longer to achieve? Is it the case that factors related to the virus will still be with us over the coming years? Is that how to interpret the forecast?
I think there's some of that. Sure, there'll be some of that. There'll still be some social distancing. People may be, for example, going into spaces that involve close contact with others. Some people will do that right away. Others will hold back. And so I think there'll be some of that. In addition, though, remember, there are 10 million people, in the range of 10 million people who need to get back to work. And it's going to take some time for that to happen. It can happen maybe more quickly than it has in the past because it involves the reopening of a sector of the economy as opposed to stimulating aggregate demand and waiting for that to produce job demand for workers. This could be a different sort of a process, and it could be quicker. We don't know that. But it's just a lot of people who need to get back to work, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time, no matter how well the economy performs. Unemployment will take quite a time to go down, and so will participation. So that's all I can say. I think the faster the better. We'd love to see it come sooner rather than later. We'd welcome nothing more than that. But realistically, given the numbers, it's going to take some time.
Thank you. Steve Leisman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wonder if you could, kind of a three-parter here, but all related. Would you comment on the current level of the 10-year yield and some other long rates out there, whether or not you think they would have a negative effect on the economy? And if not, is there a level that would give you concern? And finally, the third part, other central bankers have expressed concern about what's happened to yields in their countries, and even some taken action, but not you. Could you give us your general idea or orientation towards the idea of coming into the market and affecting a particular tenor of the bond market? Do you like that idea? Do you not like it? Is it at the top of your toolbox, or is it something that you think is at the bottom of the toolbox?
Sure. So we monitor a broad range of financial conditions, and we're always attentive to market developments, of course. We're still a long way from our goals, and it's important that financial conditions do remain accommodative to support the achievement of those goals. And if you look at various indexes of financial conditions, what you'll see is that they generally do show financial conditions overall to be highly accommodative, and that is appropriate. So that's how we look at it. I would add, as I've said, I would be concerned by disorderly conditions in markets or by a persistent tightening of financial conditions that threaten the achievement of our goals. We think the stance of monetary policy remains appropriate. Our guidance on the federal funds rate and on asset purchases is providing strong support for the economy.
Mara breaking out again, Riot breaking out again, Tesla third touch on a flat topped wedge. That's going to be a very strong breakout coming on Tesla.
Could you give us an idea of how you sort of feel about that tool being able to come into a particular part of
Check
the
it
market.
out,
and either operate,
tacos.
do an operation twist or something like that. Is that something you feel to be the top of your toolbox or something that you don't really prefer?
You know, the tools we have are the tools we have. What I'm telling you is that the stance of monetary policy we have today, we believe is appropriate. We think that our asset purchases in their current form, which is to say, you know, across the curve, 80 billion in treasuries, 40 billion in mortgage-backed securities on net. We think that that's the right place for our asset purchases. Now, we can change them, of course, in a number of different dimensions, should we deem that that's appropriate. But for now, we think that our policy stance on that is appropriate.
Thank you. Rachel Siegel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks very much for taking my question. You've spoken about the pandemic's disproportionate toll on Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and other groups in the labor market. And I'm curious if you can speak to specific indicators that the Fed will be using to measure job gains for groups that have persistently higher rates of unemployment compared to white Americans. And relatedly, since you've described vaccines as key to the economic recovery, is the Fed concerned about lower vaccination rates in
The local
communities of color,
communist.
and what barriers do you think exist there? Thanks very much.
So which measures? So we do monitor and communicate very regularly about different labor market disparities in the labor market, let's say. So the African American unemployment rate is substantially elevated, and so is the Hispanic unemployment rate. So we look at those and we see those as, you know, it's slack in the labor market. It's sad to see because those disparities had really come down to record lows since we started keeping the data that way. As recently as a year ago, February of last year, we had those disparities quite low. What happens in a downturn, though, is they move up at twice the speed of white unemployment. So we monitor those things. Our tools.
Tesla still flat top breaking out. You still have time.
At those as a form of slack in the labor market and hope that you know that there's progress there. And this particular downturn, of course, was just a direct hit on a part of the employees,
oh man,
minorities,
I've been there.
Lower paid workers, the public-facing workers in the service industries.
Okay, cool.
In many cases, don't have a lot of financial assets. They're not tremendously well paid. They might have other jobs and things like that. So this was a direct hit on that part of the economy, and it's the slowest part of the economy to recover. So, you know, we like to see those people continue to get supported. You know, as the broader economy recovers, which is very much doing now. In terms of disparate levels of vaccination, those are facts, unfortunate facts. They're really not something we have within our policy toolkit to address, but it's true.
Tomorrow you should be able to close those spreads.
I don't
know. You can call them tonight or even now if you want. For us, maybe that's the best prudent thing to do is just call them.
That's not for us. That's for fiscal authorities and the government more generally to work on.
Thank you. Gina Smialek.
Hey, Chair Powell, thanks for taking our questions. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you see the fiscal policy support that has come down the line affecting the economy's potential in the longer term, just in the sense that you've talked a lot about the potential for labor market scarring and how that might weigh on our sort of future prospects. And I wonder whether you see that sort of working in reverse. You know, if we pull people back into the labor market more quickly, does that improve our chances?
So I do think that fiscal policy overall will have really helped us to avoid.
And I'm picking up some puts on XLF.
Concerned about at the beginning. And I think
again, as a hedge, I'm trying to find some things that I can hedge against the upside that can rip down to the downside and kind of get some stability.
Wind up very much accelerating the return to full employment.
So I bought some puts
huge difference in
on
people's
XLF,
lives, and it has already. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the recovery has been faster than we expected. Part of that just is very hard to predict, given we've never seen an event like this. But part of it is just the strength of the fiscal response, which I think will look good over the years. Longer term, you know, to really.
Maybe 730.
That's the
for
first
Tesla?
part is about avoiding scarring, and I think we've not avoided all of the scarring, but we've probably avoided the worst cases there. And I hope we keep at it, and we will keep at it with our policies, of course.
Okay, let me take a look at
make sure
AMC. Thanks, Frankie.
that continues. Longer term, though,
For being nice about it.
To drive productive capacity per capita or per hour worked to raise living standards over time is investment in people's skills and aptitudes, investment in plant and equipment, investment in software. It takes a lot of investment to support a more productive economy and raise living standards. And that's, you know, that hasn't been.
Oh, yeah, you should cut those, Frankie, because you kind of bought bad options.
And we don't have those tools, but what Congress has been doing is.
You'll probably
enabling
lose money
replacing lost
tomorrow
income and
just in
beginning to,
data.
you know, support people as the economy returns to normal. But there should be a focus on.
Just get out now because tomorrow it's going to go book, and the next day
on the investment front.
Even if the stock goes up, you'll probably break even at most.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask a question about the Eurozone. While the outlook for the US economy has much improved, progress in the Eurozone has been far less encouraging, and it's showing signs of serious weakness due to the slower vaccination rollout and renewed lockdowns and restrictions. How worried are you about transatlantic economic divergence and the possibility that that trouble in the Eurozone and weakness in the Eurozone could drag down the US recovery as it did in a way in the aftermath of the financial crisis?
You're right. The pace of the recovery is, we're having diverging recoveries here, as we did after the last crisis. And in this case, as well as the other one, the US's recovery is leading the global recovery. And, you know, we conduct policy, of course, here. Our focus is on our objectives are domestic ones. It's maximum employment and price stability here in the United States. We monitor developments abroad, and we know because we know that those can affect our outcomes. So I think U.S. demand, very strong U.S. demand, if as the economy improves, is going to support global activity as well over time.
Yeah, there goes Tesla. Probably the 720, 710, 720, 730.
Tends to support global activity as well. So
710, 720, 730, somewhere in there.
I don't worry in the near term. I mean,
Apple ripping also.
I'd love to see the vaccine.
All the tech darlings, you know, going to do okay, but Facebook and Google probably going to do really good.
But I don't worry too much.
Facebook is doing great, but Apple's doing
we're on a
good.
very good track. Very strong fiscal support coming. Now vaccination going quickly, and cases coming down.
Get out now on which one? What?
Place. It's all ahead of us, but the data
What stock
should
was
get
that?
stronger fairly quickly here and remain strong for some time here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in GE puts.
Thank you. Hannah Lane.
You just said take a look tomorrow. Take
Hi,
stock
thanks so
will
much for
go.
taking our questions. I wanted to ask.
I'm not
if
sure
the
what
Fed
stock I was
planning
talking
on
about back there.
extending the same restrictions on bank dividends.
To get out now, but I bought puts on XLF and XLU. That's the utility and the financial sector.
And if you're considering.
Looks like a
that
good
or the
hedge.
scenario analysis and mid-cycle
You make a
stress
little bit
tests
more money
that were in place last year,
if
this
the market
year.
goes down.
And
Those are
what
really
would
going to
you
go.
consider
If the
doing
market goes up, the other
something
stuff's going to go up. They work
So
with each
we
other.
haven't made a decision on that. We're a couple weeks away.
No,
from
Exxon
announcing that
Mobil's not
decision.
dead. It
I won't
kind of looks like a
foreshadow it
decent
here today.
ABCD play.
I will say.
Sorry about the
we're going to
broadcast
continue our
going at the same
data-driven
time,
approach.
but
You
some
know
of us
that
are
we
listening to
restricted
that.
buybacks and dividends, so the firms are preserving capital. Through 2020, the banks
There goes Tesla.
actually increased their level of capital and their level of reserves. And the December stress test showed that banks are strong and well capitalized under our hypothetical recessions that we used in December, which were quite stringent. We're right in the middle of our 2021 stress test, and we'll release those results before the end of June. And that layers, very significant additional stress on top of the stress the banks have already absorbed over the past year, with the unemployment rate going to 11% and stock prices falling more than 50%. So, but all of that, the results of the stress test and the decision on distributions, all of that is to come fairly soon, as I mentioned.
Thank you. Edward Lawrence.
Thanks, Chair Powell, for taking these questions. You laid out the standards to lift off. And back in June of 2020, you said you're not even thinking about raising rates. But I see 7 members seeing liftoff in 2023 and 4 next year. How much debate and how can you characterize that conversation has there been about moving off the lower bound earlier than signaled?
Well, it all depends. We've set out very clear criteria for liftoff, right? Where we've said we want to see labor market conditions that are consistent with our estimates of maximum employment. And that doesn't just mean unemployment, it means a much broader.
They just broke out.
We want inflation at
Malik,
2% and
they
not
just
on a
broke out.
transitory basis, and we want inflation on track to
might run 5 points from here.
run moderately above 2%. Those are the 3 conditions. Everybody on the committee agrees to that, right? So it comes down to what's your prediction.
You might see
for the
Tesla
economy.
hit 730.
If you want to,
but if you only have one
people will have a range
option
of assessments. For
and you
how
got some
the
good
economy's
profit and you
gonna
want to
be.
take it, don't let it get away from you.
We don't.
You can do what you like.
I would say that we're in a relatively highly uncertain situation. If you look at the uncertainty, people on the committee broadly say that uncertainty about the forecast is very high compared to the normal level. We haven't come out of a pandemic.
Should you hang on to
We haven't had
GE?
this
Which
kind of
direction?
support
What's your calls?
totaling it all up. So you're going to have different perspectives from committee participants about how fast growth will be, how fast the labor
Did some of
market
you
will
get
be, how
spy
fast,
calls?
inflation will move up. And those things are going to dictate where people
bet Rosa
write
got
down
spy
an
calls.
estimate of liftoff. Of course, this isn't a decision
The
to lift
quiet
off
one.
now. We make a decision then, but it's an estimate based on assumptions about growth. And it's meant to be a tool to generally show the public how our objective function works, how we think about the future. It isn't meant to actually pin down a time when we might or might not lift off. We're not going to make that decision for some time. The chances are that the economy in that time and place will be very different from the one we think it'll be. So I sometimes with the dots, I have to be sure to point out that they're not a committee forecast. And you know this, but they're not a committee forecast. It's just compiling these projections really of individual people. We think it serves a useful purpose. It's not meant to actually be a promise or even a prediction of when the committee will act. That will be very much dependent on economic outcomes, which are highly uncertain.
Thank you. We'll go to Brian Chung.
Under Chairman Powell, I wanted to elaborate a little bit on your commentary about the fiscal stimulus. So it sounds like you, I guess, see the case for even maybe more investment, at least from Congress, to support the more productive economy, as you answered to Gina's question. So we just had $1.9 trillion in spending. So where do you see the fiscal space right now? Do you still, I guess, maybe see the country in a place right now where it wouldn't be a concern if there were to be more spending at this time?
No, so Brian, it's not up to us to decide what Congress should spend money on or when. I was answering Gina's question, which really was, how do we assure lack of damage to scarring, for example, or lack of damage to the productive capacity of the economy? And I think what's happened so far has done a pretty good job of that. But really, I wanted to make the longer run point that if to work on the productivity over longer periods, that comes down to a number of things. But one of those things is investment in people, in their skills, education, aptitude, all of those things. I'm not in any way suggesting that that's something Congress should work on right now, or that, that's just that's not our job. I'm just saying that is what fiscal policy can do, that really monetary policy can't do, is invest in the future productive capacity of the economy, raise potential growth. Those things are completely tools that Congress has. And again, I wasn't making a comment at all on the current fiscal setting.
All right, the market's having a wave of pullback right now.
Thank you.
If that scares you, just take your profits. There's no guarantee that that's.
I just want to get an updated view on your sense of your view on financial stability risks and whether or not you see any pockets of excess out in financial markets that concern you, either specifically to that area of the market, or as in terms of like the threat that it can propose to the overall economy.
Or so, as you know, financial stability for us is is a framework. It's not one thing. It's not a particular market or a particular asset or anything like that. It's a framework that we have. We report on it semi-annually. The board gets a report on it quarterly. We monitor every day, and it has 4 pillars, and those are 4 key vulnerabilities: asset valuations, debt owed by businesses and households, funding risk, and leverage among financial institutions. Those 4 things, and I'll just quickly touch on them. So if you look at asset valuations, you can say that by some measures, some asset valuations are elevated compared to history. I think that's clear. In terms of households and businesses, households entered the crisis in very good shape by historical standards. Leverage in the household sector had been just
so there's where the hedge
gradually
starts
moving
working.
down and down and down since the financial crisis. Now there was some
XLF
negative
started
effects
to
on that.
gain.
People lost their jobs and that sort of thing, but they've also gotten a lot of support now.
The puts.
So the damage hasn't been as bad as we thought. Businesses, by the same token, had a high debt load coming in, and many saw their revenues decline. But they've done so much financing, and there's a lot of cash on their balance sheet. So nothing in those 2 sectors really jumps out as really troubling. Short-term, I mentioned funding risk as the last one. So we saw again in this crisis breakdowns in parts of the short-term funding markets came under a tremendous amount of stress, and they've been quiet since the spring. And we shut down our facilities and all that, but we don't feel like
you closed your
we
Bank
can
of
let
America puts.
let the moment pass without just saying again
Okay.
that
18% profits.
some
All right, good
aspects of the
job.
short-term funding
I like the
markets
way you
and
take profits.
more broadly non-bank financial
Close your Tesla calls for
intermediation
20%
didn't hold
return.
up so well
All right,
under
way to go.
great stress, under tremendous stress, and we need to go back and look at
I'm
that.
just
So a
reading
very
what
high
somebody else
priority
wrote.
for us as regulators and supervisors is going to be to go back, and this will involve all the other regulatory agencies. It does involve all of them as well, and see if we can strengthen those things. So that's a sort of a broader, detailed look.
Thank you. Michael McKee.
Mr. Chairman, can you help me understand something about the SEP and your forecasts? The inflation that you're talking about for this year, say, is transitory. Then by 2023, you're back down to 2.1%. There's no forecast for a rate increase for 2023. If you get to 3.5% unemployment, but inflation's only at 2 or 2.1%, are you willing to leave rates at 0 going forward from there, or roughly 0 going forward from there? In other words, could we be in a Japan-like situation where rates just stay low because inflation does?
Well, again, I wouldn't read too much into the March 2021 SEP dot plot. Remember what it is. It's a compilation of individual projections by individual members. They're all making different assessments. They have different forecasts, economic forecasts. Some have more optimistic ones, some less optimistic. And also remember that the SEP doesn't actually include all the things that go into
TCAT crapping out.
Right.
Watch yourself.
It only includes unemployment. So
later, Nicholas.
I would just say we've set out.
That's very interesting,
guidance.
Alex.
The message
I'll
from the
kind of
SEP
take a look at that later.
I would like to leave
It's
with
good
people
idea.
is
Good idea.
we set out
Thesis.
clear guidance. I mentioned what it was. It's inflation up to it's labor market conditions consistent with our estimates of maximum employment, and that's not just unemployment, it's all the other indicators, but overall totaling up to maximum employment. It's inflation at 2% and not on a transient basis, and inflation on track to exceed 2% for moderately for some time. Those are the criteria. We're committed to robustly implementing that guidance, and that's what this says. That's really all it says. We're going to wait until those requirements are met. And again, the state of the economy in 2 or 3 years is highly uncertain, and I wouldn't want to focus too much on the exact timing of a potential rate increase that far into the future.
If I could follow up, I'm just wondering, before 2019, I would say you were focused on the problems with having interest rates too low. Now, are you saying we're willing to live with it until we reach these goals, even if you get a future goal on maximum employment?
So what I would say is we're committed to giving the economy the support that it needs to return as quickly as possible to a state of
Ebon,
maximum
nice.
employment and price stability. And,
Somebody says they're up on it. Good
You know,
job.
to the extent having rates low and support for monetary policy broadly, to the extent that raises other questions, we think it's absolutely essential to maintain the strength and stability of the broader financial system, and to carefully monitor financial stability questions, if that's what you're getting at. You know, we do that. We monitor them very carefully. I would point out that over the long expansion, longest in U.S. history, 10 years and 8 months, rates were very low they were at zero for 7 years, and then never got above 2.4% roughly. During that, we didn't see actually excess buildup of debt. We didn't see asset prices form into bubbles that would threaten the progress of the economy. We didn't see we didn't see a housing bubble. The things that have tended to really hurt an economy and have in recent history hurt the U.S. We didn't see them build up despite very low rates. Part of that just is that you're in a low rate environment. You're in a much lower rate environment, and the connection between low rates and the kind of financial instability issues is just not as tight as people think it is. That's not to say we ignore it. We don't ignore it. We watch it very carefully, and we think there is a connection. I would say there is, but it's not quite so clear. We actually monitor.
I think we're going to be popping that champagne
very,
tonight.
very broadly and carefully, and we didn't do that before the.
Oh God, Matthew, what happened?
Now we do, and we've also, put a lot of time and effort.
You don't talk. Like last time I asked you what happened, you didn't tell me.
Large
You're not going to learn if we don't figure this out.
Core of our financial system are much stronger, much more resilient. That's true of the banks. I think it's true of the CCPs. We want it to be true of other non-bank financial intermediation markets and institutions. So I think that's
all right. Well,
that's
peace,
monetary
Matthew.
policy. It should be
And
to me.
hopefully, be interested in talking later, trying to figure things out how to improve.
Financial regulatory policy and supervision should be for strengthening the financial system so that it is strong and robust and can withstand the kinds of things that it couldn't, frankly. And we learned that in 2008, 9, 10. This time around, the regulated part of the financial system held up very well. We found some other areas that need strengthening, and that's what we're working on now.
There you are, Matthew. Okay. You FOMO'd back into SPY.
Yeah.
Right.
CNN.
To try and get my
Thanks for
money
taking the
back.
question. Jerome Powell, could you talk
Just can't
to
believe
us
I
a
blew
little
this
bit about the
opportunity.
relationship
Meaning
between
you're
persistent
upset.
pandemic
You're upset that you missed this
unemployment and
pop.
the expected increase in inflation?
Oh yeah,
Does the
I can
former
understand.
offset the latter
I
to
definitely
some
didn't get
degree?
all of this pop.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You broke up there for a second.
Oh, no. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh.
I was asking if
Send me a private
could
message,
talk to us a
Matthew, in the
little bit
Discord.
about the
We'll do
relationship
something to
between
hook
the
you up
persistent
special, okay?
pandemic unemployment and the expected increase in inflation. I'm wondering whether the former offsets the latter and to which degree you guys are monitoring this.
When you
You're
can
asking
get so
about the
upset about
relationship
something,
between
it actually
unemployment
means
and
that's something you
inflation.
care about. I like to see that you care about trading, and send me a private message.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later today.
Persistent pandemic unemployment.
Yeah. I think I'm hearing you.
Ooh,
correctly.
damn,
So,
yeah,
I would say a couple things. There was a time.
I'm gonna
when
turn
there was
off
a tight connection between
this. It's
unemployment
getting
and
down. I
inflation.
think we've
That time
really
is
got the
long
idea
gone.
now.
We had extremely low unemployment.
Change of volume of Big TV to 0%.
We had low unemployment in 2008.
Okay. Justin, so you said that you have the problem with the settled funds. Ah, yes. Dude, that's exactly what I got in with my VIX. So I got to hold my VIX. Exactly the situation I got in. I got in all these different things. And then one of them, it said, you cannot close this trade out today. Otherwise, you're going to be in a unsettled fund trade violation. Yeah, but here's something you could do. How much do you have? How many shares do you have, or what do you have? You have options. Tell me what you have. There's different tricks you can do here. So let's think about it. Oh, I was actually talking to this other guy, Justin. You're both in the same situation? Justin Panazzo and Justin? That's hilarious. Which Justin am I talking to? Is that the same account? Do you have like a mobile phone and the computer or something? Are you guys the same Justin? Yes, you're the same. Okay. So listen, you just said what? You only have shares. How many shares do you have? And you got it on what? I forget what you were playing. How many shares do you have and of what? The bathroom. Everybody loses money when they're in the bathroom. Oh, Tesla pulling back kind of hard right now. Market as well. And our hedges aren't really activating those XLU and XLF and Bank of America. And we need them to. Got to wear diapers, boys. That's funny. Oh, you got a lot of different things, and they're all in that situation? Oh. Way to go, Pablo. Pablo kind of doesn't know what he's doing, but he's up $800. Way to go. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, private message me, Pablo, and we'll figure a plan out for you on the Discord. Private message me in the Discord. Yeah, toyed too much with what you had going on, Anthony? Well, you know, the market is very difficult. We were trying to figure this out. So you have 1 Tesla, 3 Apple, 1 cat, 1 deer, 1 Boeing, 1 elk, and 2 space. How's space doing? That's probably doing all right. So I like the Boeing. I think you're okay there. The deer, I'm not so sure. Let me get a closer look on that. That's funny. So it's not really that big of a deal then, is it? Looks like the deer has pulled back pretty strong. Let's see if it continues tomorrow. But I think that Boeing looks like good. You're good overnight. Tesla pulling back a bit. Yeah, but you know, it is still in an uptrend, but it does look like declining momentum. That is true. Okay, now our hedges are actually activating. The XLF hedge starting to help. What were we just talking about? Let's see. Okay, and Apple. Yeah, Apple looks like it's going to continue to go up. I think you're okay, man. Yeah, just let it ride to tomorrow. And then you'll be able to close. You actually have to wait more than that in order for settled funds, probably. Well, let's see when you get the ability to sell back. You may be okay. Okay, Anthony, you're out of day trades. Do you know if you have options level 3? You have 2 more possibilities you could do to remedy your situation. You have a margin account, and do you have options level 3 or above? Or do you have options level 2? Okay, but let's say you only have options level 2. What you could do then, what is it that you have, Anthony? You have Tesla. If you have more money or the ability to buy more, for example, you could, if you only had options level 2, you could buy a put to lock it up. So you don't lose any more money. Like if you were worried, you could just lock it up. And then tomorrow you release one or the other or both of them. So, right, that's one idea. The other idea, if you have options level 3, is you can sell one more strike out of the money from the option strike that you bought. What strike did you buy? $695, which by the way is a shitty number. Like that's why I got the 700. Much more, popularity with the rounded numbers. So these are little things you'll learn. By the way, Tesla just popped up right now. But listen, you could sell the 700. So like when you're ready to lock your position in a bit, you could potentially sell the 700. And then tomorrow, you'll close that position out. It's called a vertical. NFTs are ripping again. Oh my God, they are. Yeah. OCG. Well, I can elaborate on why I got the 700s because it's more rounded than 695. It's more of a round number than 695. It's 700. And because of that, many more people select it. And because of that, it has higher liquidity. It's got tighter prices and it reacts to the price of the stock more sensitively and more accurately. And it's just, it tends to be much better to be in the more highly liquid strike. But for instance, if you wanted to just lock in your profit right now, you can essentially sell like 90% of your position by selling the option that's one strike out of the money from where you bought your option, which is 700 because you bought the 695. So you'd sell the 700. So you could try that, but you're going to have to wait because once you do that, then there's no more, you know what I mean? Like, and still even from there, you may lose like 50 to 150 bucks by tomorrow, or make another 50 or 150 bucks by tomorrow. But basically your risk will have gone way, 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 way down. My plan is to overnight these unless, the market totally freaks out in the next 30 minutes. But, I think the news is the news. The direction that it's taken is correct based on the news. Double down. Oh, hang on. No, slow down. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hold on. Because what you could do is you could get a hedge. So in other words, you could take something that's going down on all this news. In other words, stuff that's not going to do good. It looks like XLU, for example, is one of those. And then they work with each other. You can even make twice as much money that way because you have one, you're gaining money on going down, and another you're gaining money on going up. But if the market were to have a big drop tomorrow like that, this one will make you money because it went down too. But this one will lose money. So in other words, they help each other. It's called a hedge. So like XLU, you might want to do that instead of doubling down, which the Bank of America put's not doing too good, but the XLF and Bank of America, they're doing pretty good at the moment while the market is dropping, of course. So we're getting that contrary motion. And where is it? Bank of America, BAC. Which back did I get? Which strike did I get? 37.5 call. I checked the volume and the liquidity. I know I broke my rule. It's not super rounded. Oh, did I say call? What? I was supposed to get puts on that. Dude, I bought the wrong option on this. Good thing you made me look at that. And shit, it's going up right now. That's hilarious. Huh. Where is it now? XLU? Yep, I got puts. I got to double check that I did this right. XLF? Yes, I got puts. I don't know how I wound up getting calls on Bank of America, but it must have been just a highly distracted moment. I'll keep it on at the moment because it's actually kind of going up. Yeah, hilarious, right? I mean, Jesus, a monkey could make money on the market, right? When you start to see stuff like that. All right, we got a little bit of a heads and shoulders pattern going on SPY, on the 1 minute chart. But if you look at it on like a 5 or a 10 minute outlook, it looks pretty good. This is just maybe a moment. You lucky man. Yeah, man. I was actually pissed. I was like, fuck, Bank of America's going up. Damn. You made me look at it. And I bought calls. I'm only up $100 on that. I thought I bought a bunch of calls though, but that just goes to show it doesn't move. You don't get much. About 25 calls. Fuck. Rookie mistake. That's hilarious. All right, apparently gonna have to go for an appointment at 3:00. So like right after the market closes, that will be the end of today's session. And it has been a fun one, I'll tell you that. This has been one of the more historic ones. That was a lot of interesting. That was very interesting. I'm really looking forward to helping anybody who struggled today. Just send me a private message and we'll talk. We'll talk about maybe what went wrong, what you can think about next time. I'm going to go get my shoes on to get ready. I don't have my shoes on. I'm going to get ready to be able to run out the door at 3:00. Be right back. All right, so there you go. See, Tesla's kind of moving up today. Tawny, you made money. Excellent. Who made money overall today? You know, wasn't an easy day, but there was a lot of opportunities. And of course, if you're more trained, you know, you're going to be able to do it more easily. You can be able to see it. It's just that you don't overestimate yourself. This is a very difficult thing. It takes years upon years upon years. And every time you get better. So if you get better, then just imagine where you were in the beginning, you know? And if you're in the beginning right now, just realize, do not overestimate yourself. You're not good yet. You need time, you know? It's natural to struggle. Cool, right on, awesome. Awesome, excellent, excellent. 21% Mara, perfect setup, awesome. 17% on your account, wow, way to go. That's a whole week right there. Bear through them, it will get better. Continue to just risk a very little amount of money or paper trade. Paper trade, you know, to practice. And then instead, and you might be thinking to yourself, but I want to make the money, you know? Well, what you could do is whatever money you wanted to play with, you could put it aside and then keep adding to it over weeks while you paper trade. And then that money that you put aside, you could put into a very safe asset. Diversified across a couple things. Right now, BizD is a very good ETF. And then maybe a little Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? So you put it over there and you just let it sit. You just keep adding on. You just keep adding on. And in the meantime, paper trade. Paper trade. That way you're not losing any money. You're actually kind of making money because your stockpile is growing while you're learning. You do not want to be burning through your stockpile in order to learn. Right? Keep your stockpile growing while you're learning. Paper trade. Webull has paper trading. Thinkorswim has paper trading. DOS Trader has paper trading. Some of those platforms are free. Some of those are high end. All right, up 6.99%. Way to go. Wow, Justin, that's pretty awesome. Nice. That shows that, you know, you kept your losses small and you made money. I like it. Alex says, I completely agree with Evan. When I started trading in 2017, I went red fast and deep, very, very deep. If you could roll back time, Alex, and just paper day trade for 6 months while you just kept putting money into a bank account that kept growing for you to, like, you know, eventually go like, okay, now I'm ready. Man, wouldn't you go back in time and tell yourself to do that? So that's what I'm doing. I'm going back in time because I've been through it all. And I'm telling you guys to do that. Until you can prove that you are a profitable trader, don't risk real money. This market trading is very difficult and very risky. Yeah. And you can wait until you are proven to be profitable. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just like loan your money to a restaurant or something to, you know, get a return on your investment? If you're not a good investment, don't invest in yourself. You know what I mean? With the real money part, you know, like if you're not a profitable trader, if your ROI is not above 0, don't put money on that investment. That sucks, right? You want to make money. So practice and get that ROI up first, and then put money on the good ROI. So Jerry asks, at what point of the trading career should we consider a high frequency trading setup? And does it work on Mac? Not without like not without parallels or one of those kinds of things. So, but you know, to set up a pretty high-end high frequency trading PC isn't that expensive. It can be, you know, between $1 and $4 grand, depending on how much you deck it out. But, you know, it's not super bad, not too bad. I know that's some moolah, but compared to the 25 grand that you have to meet the minimum pattern day trading requirement rule, you know, that's just tools of the trade. Basically, you want to have about 35 grand. You know, you want to have that 30 grand with a little 5K padding there. And then you want to have 5 grand for all the other stuff, for the tools. Like I also have this thing, you know, the Stream Deck. This can be very handy. I never ever am able to show you the buttons because they're always blowing out in brightness. Let me see if I'm able to turn that down. Stream Deck. Settings. Brightness. There we go. Now you can kind of see it, right? All right. So that's the first time you guys have been able to really see that. You probably can see it a little bit better now. I'm going to put it where we can see it. There we go. Nice. Yeah. So I can switch between my different charts. I can get all in. I have a panic button. I can get 10% out. I can short. I can go long, different amounts, all out. I can replace my orders, plus or minus 10 cents. It's all instant. As fast as you can believe, man. It's so fast with sub-millisecond fills. Well, yeah. Yeah, you don't want any problems. I mean, okay, maybe you can make it run on a $500 PC. Yeah, probably. You could start like that, you know, perhaps. And then when you start making some money, you can upgrade. So, but I mean, that's going to be the least of your cost. You have to get 30 grand together, basically 25K minimum. But with padding due to fluctuations during the day, you need $30,000 minimum. NFTs are running again? Oh, okay. All right, we got 20 minutes to the market close. Oh boy, XLF has really shot up. I might have to trim that before the close. You know, ironically, I'm hedged against XLF going up there on my puts with the Bank of America calls that I got. Ridiculous. I mean, that was just dumb when you think about it, because, you know, XLF and Bank of America, those are highly related. I basically locked that up. I locked that money up. You bought the Easy Trading computer 4 years ago, and it still runs TradeStation just fine. Is that what you're talking about? TS, TradeStation? Yes. Yeah, awesome. TradeStation is another good high frequency trading platform you could use. Wow, there goes GE, just right here last night, 20 minutes of the close. GE popping out, popping up, and Boeing looks like it's following suit. And they do have a bunch of GE, so it's nice to see that. What do I have? I have 11. I have 11 contracts of GE. Probably could have loaded up more, but you know, you need to save some for your hedge. I'm about 25% light on my hedge because of that mistake I made. Although it worked in my direction. And how is Tesla doing? Tesla's hanging. Tesla's hanging. And the head and shoulders on SPY is turning into more of a wedge. It's called a diamond, actually. It's kind of a rare pattern. Let me see if I can show you. Just another form of consolidation. It's another fancy way of saying that, you know, you can see a shape that others might not be able to see. But it is a nice continuation pattern. So let me show you. Does anybody see the diamond? Can anybody make that out? I'm curious. That isn't familiar with the diamond shape. Are you able to see it with your eyes? All right. Let's see if I can get this drawn well here. There you go. So that's continuation pattern. And it's just a form of indecision. Just can work out that way sometimes. Kind of rare to see it happen. You have price expansion followed by a price contraction. So it's basically like elation followed by concern, something like that, right? Followed by eventually, you know, this trend continuing. Sometimes they can be topping patterns as well. I mean, you can kind of think of that as kind of like a head and shoulder, just a little bit funky shaped. So it's nothing's 100%. Oh, we got 16 minutes to the close. Boeing breaking out again. You guys are right. That's hilarious. Bank of America is the thing out of my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 holdings that is up the most. That's just ridiculous. That's just not fair. But I guess the market gods wanted to bless me for helping everybody all day. How about that? After all, I've been sitting in this chair all day. Yeah, man. Good karma. Yeah. Little happy accident. What's that guy's name? Ross something? The painter? That's not an accident. That's a bird. Yeah. Bob Ross. There we go. It's a bird. Well, I mean, if it's going up, I'm going to let it. So what I would like to do is, based on that, I would like to cut XLF. But that particular account, it doesn't have enough day trades left. So I'm with you guys. Going to have to hold overnight. Going to have to buckle up. Typically, we trade the morning session only. So the first 2 hours. Good question, Louis. First 2 hours, but it depends. If the day is super hot, I will keep going maybe until noon, 12:30. Maybe things die out, then we get off. Or if the day's just super, super hot all day and there's opportunities everywhere and we're banking and banking, then I'll go all the way to the close. Oh, just my own trading. I'm mostly in the midday, looking for either ABCD setups or swing trade setups. And so, I don't know if you would call that trading. That's more like planting some seeds for something to maybe happen in an hour, 2, 3 hours, or overnight, or in the next few days, right? So it's the morning session where you get the most momentum, and that's where you want to be trading and high frequency trading or trading, using certain strategies. Yeah, but yeah, you can trade all day, and when you've seen it, when these opportunities come up, we try and grab hold of lightning. Yes, sir. Tesla ABCD, yeah, kind of. Sure looks like it. It's really like a bit of a flag or a wedge. Yeah, here, I'll just draw it really quick. I'll be holding all of these overnight. That's why it was so important for me to find and pick some hedges for it. Because if I'm wrong, I want to wake up to some gains in the opposite direction, right? So you need to find something that's going down on this news and get puts on it to the same weighting financially, money-wise, that you put on the upside bet, right? And they actually work with each other because they both can go. You can make more money, right? But if the market were to drop, it is likely that the hedge, will go up in value quite substantially compared to, you see what I'm saying? So that's what you have to do. Yes, it is. It's under Chart Trader Alert, but I've been like so full with you today, guys, that I don't know that I posted anything. All right, so let me show you what I was going to show you on Tesla. Yeah, we're still in GE. Yep, and looks like it's doing good, and so is Boeing. I'm still in Boeing. I'm still in everything that I bought there on the news break. Anyway, Tesla, maximize the sell. Here's what is currently going on with Tesla. I knew it was going to. I was just waiting. I wanted to give it a second. I knew that son of a bitch chart was going to move. Okay, here we go. So yeah, we got this. We have a triangle or a wedge, but you call it a triangle because it's not wedged into any particular direction going on there. That son of a bitch keeps moving around. There. And that's just consolidation. There's a very good chance that it's going to continue to the upside after that. But, oh, and there we go. Actually, but it can break to the downside sometimes, and there it is. But we probably will find support here at 695 Fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. Watch your Tesla positions. Keeps moving around on me. There it is. Okay. All right. Okay, we got 8 minutes to the close. So Tesla looks, I think that it's probably going to go to 710 to 740 range, maybe even 750. But it is acting up. So like, if you have the ability to cut it, you might want to, because there is some uncertainty there, but just to protect your capital. But the projection, I'm thinking is it's going to break out of 710 and it's going to run up to 760. But if that doesn't happen, you're going to lose money if it goes the other way. So, if you don't want that, just get out. Wait till tomorrow if you don't want to hold that overnight. If you can. Because I know Tesla is very high weighted for you, probably. It is for me too. So if you don't want to lose very much money, you may want to get out of that. Is AEI another NFT plea? I don't know. You'll have to research that. You can look it up. I'm not aware of that one. AEI. Yeah, I'm holding one Tesla contract overnight. I'm holding, a little bit of everything in down and up, It's freaking Bank of America, man. That is just ridiculous. I think it'll open gapped up tomorrow because it went up through after hours and I hope pre-market. I hope that this financial news continues to go in the direction it's going, but I really think it is because rates are in a downtrend now, and the market is in an uptrend, and so that's hard to move, But if somebody lost a bunch of money today and they have good friends in politics, some fucked up thing's going to be announced tonight, and they'll make their money on pushing the markets down. Who knows? The conspiracy theorist in me hates all that crap, market manipulation. But if you had trillions, millions, and billions of dollars, I'm sure you'd, toy with making sure you don't lose money too, if you could. Stupid, but true. Sino, Zkin, TCAT, OCG, DSS, nice. No, I don't think so. No, I mean, the Bank of America was going down. It was going down on the news. And then it reversed and it's been going up this whole time. So that doesn't look like it. But what is working is the utilities, the XLU puts. Those are working out. So maybe hopefully you got that as well. That's working out as a good hedge. I mean, look at utilities. It's in the middle of my screen. It's this red one here. That is crapping out on this news. And it looks like the sector that's going to be beaten up on this news. And it doesn't look like holding Bank of America puts is a good idea. And a long time ago, I would have cut it if I had a day trade left. I don't have any day trades left. So I would have been sucking that up right now. All right, the open house has been just closed up. Thank you, everybody, for day trading with us today. Hopefully you got a chance to check out our different channels and alerts and get a little bit familiar with the different styles and plays that our different analysts alert and follow and track. And you got to see our community and how we talk to each other and trade. And so moving forward, I hope that's something that now you're going to go take out a trial. And you can find that link somewhere in the group. Okay, I'm sure, or talk to Elliot in the group. Elliot is the leader, or Jacob, and they will hook you up with your trial. And you can do this every day for until the next Wednesday. Go Bank of America. I feel really bad for. I got lucky on that one. Not fair. Not fair. But, I guess God just wanted to send me a little tip today and say, hey, man, thanks for helping peeps. $2:45 calls on Square. Yeah, let me see if I can take a quick look at Square. 2 minutes to the close of the market. Square's been getting rocky. Topping signs of topping showing on Square. So, if you get some more out of it, get out of it, I think. A little bit rocky, but, see what this news does to it over the next few days. That's my advice for you on Square. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, Shiva. Appreciate that. Later, Jason. Thanks for hanging all day. Make sure you join the link in my bio. All right. All right, BA holding up, GE holding up. Tesla actually looks like it may push up and over. Very nice. It's already over 700. That's a very good sign. Riot, Mara, SOS did great. The utility short, our puts on utilities doing great. The puts on XLF, like if I had the ability to cut that, I'd cut that. If you are in that, puts on XLF, cut it. The puts on Bank of America, no, if I had the ability to cut that, I'd cut that. If you can cut it, cut it. But otherwise, everything else looks all right. Caterpillar looking good too. Facebook hanging in there in an uptrend. The VIX, it looks like we are definitely popping champagne in tonight's class. That looks like, come on, barring some kind of massive move right now on SPY. In 1 minute, we've got a champagne bottle to pop tonight. Should you buy Ethereum? Sure. Yeah, you should be buying Ethereum in little bits every week for the next 6 to 12 weeks. All right, man. Thank you. Yeah, let's all go listen to some Bill Evans, some jazz, some of my dad. Pablo now up $954. Way to go, Pablo. I hope that you'll private message me and let's talk about doing this every day. What do you think? 30 seconds to the close. I'm going to make it so that I can unmute you guys. So if you guys want to say hello or bye or thanks, you may unmute now.
Bye, Evan. Thank
Hey,
you.
Justin.
I had a lot of fun.
Thank you. Okay, awesome.
I can't believe.
Thanks so much. Evan, so we'll be on the lookout for your chart on Discord, right? When you're not live streaming, just to confirm.
I got to go now. So everybody just say thank you. Tell us about your gains. Any questions, direct it to Elliot or Jacob.
Got it. Thanks, Evan. I appreciate it. This was great today.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome,
Evan.
guys.
We'll stay in
Thank you
touch.
for your honor today.
Woo.
Good job, man. Thank you.
I'm going to get up the the grid here because there's so many people. Here we go.
That was a great day. Thank you.
All right.
Pray for Tesla.
Oh, man, you're welcome. All right, let's do it again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you, Samuel. All right, I'm going to be shutting this down. Thank you very much, everybody. Make sure you get your trials, sign up for the trials, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, everybody.